After a really exciting T20 International Tri-Series here featuring 3 teams that have already jetted off to the World Cup, we're back with some domestic action here from the VCC ground in the Netherlands. We have the top 4 teams in the country vying for the T20 title and a ticket to ECL 25. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN KNCB T20 Finals Day and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. There is a lot going on. In fact, 4 broadcasts in 4 different locations once again on this Super Sunday of action on the European Cricket Network. Just shows you cricket is really taking off on the continent. Now here we're in the Netherlands at the Voorburg Cricket Ground just outside The Hague for the KNCB T20 Finals Day. KNCB is the organising body of cricket in the Netherlands, and out of the 10-team top-tier competition in the T20, the top 4 are here. Pretty simple format, semi-final 1, semi-final 2, and then the final later on. So we have 3 T20 matches here at the Voorburg ground to determine who will be the Dutch champion in the format, and they will also get that ticket to the European Cricket League in 2025, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. Now, VOC Rotterdam, the previous champions of this competition, are not in the top 4. Now, RBS Krijnhout are playing a little bit later on. They're the only team out of the 4 today that have actually been to an ECL before. So the first one will be VCC, that's Voorburg Cricket Club, the host, taking on VRA Amsterdam. Now, I do have some toss news for you a little bit earlier. It was VRA that won the toss and elected to bowl first, so they've sent in VCC on their home ground. Now, VCC got some really good players in there. Got to say, looking forward to seeing Maes van Vliet bowl a little bit later on. I think he's a really, really big talent. He's a real tall bowler. I think he'll get the most out of this wicket. Obviously, VCC missing a few of their international players who have already jetted off to the World Cup, so that kind of hurts them a little bit, but still they've got some good players in there. Good to see Floris de Lange in there. He's been taking a bunch of wickets for them in the competition this year. VRA, well, a couple of names that you might recognise in there, and I've got to say that Shriz Ahmed is a guy that I really love watching bowl. I think he's a really clever bowler. Clayton Floyd as well. Recently we saw him playing for Team Europe in the Western Shield. Let's talk conditions here. I can tell you that at the moment we are using the strip that we used in the first couple of matches of the T20. Now it looks pretty hard, but we have had a bit of rain here. I just feel there's a bit of giving it early. I got to say that it'll probably get better to bat on as the day goes along. It maybe dries out a little bit. So I think it's a pretty good toss to win for VRA to send in VCC in this one. We've also seen the new ball doing a bit early. So I think the first kind of 4-5 overs is really crucial to see if you can crack the top of that order. Conditions-wise, well, at the moment, so far, so good, though there is a chance of a thunderstorm later on. Now, for example, if there was some rain, VCC, as the top-ranked team, they would go through to the final. Ultimately, they could win the whole thing if there is some rain around, and they had a 7-2 record through the initial stages of this tournament. VRA 5-4 through the initial stages. Really excited for this one. Corey Rucker's with me now. He knows plenty about these 2 teams. Let's go over to Corey now. As we get ready for the first ball, the news from the toss is that VRA Amsterdam have won the toss, sent in VCC. Let's get ready for a cracking day of cricket in the Netherlands. Corey, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Vinny, Sandhu. Good morning, everyone around the world. It's ECN action, and it's a bit different today. It's T20 Finals Day here in the Netherlands, VCC Voorburg, which recently just hosted the very impressive tri-series between Ireland, Scotland, and the Netherlands. Well, we're here for Voorburg versus VRA in Qualifier 1. These 2 teams finished 1-4 on the table, as the players have made their way out to the middle. And it looks like ball number 1 is going to get underway straight away. Here we go. We'll start with the dot ball. But yeah, welcome everybody around the world. It's the top 4 in the Netherlands have made it through after 9-round games. And, well, the table ended up with VRA at the 4th position and VCC Voorburg in the top position. That's why they're meeting in Qualifier 1. Qualifier 2, we have Harbs Krijnhout, who we've seen on the network before. They'll be up against HCC. So looking forward to that. And obviously, there's a bit of weather around as always in the Netherlands, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. But it should be a good day of cricket. Fletcher overseas for the VR8 this year. Bowling to Gagani here. They'll open up proceedings with the old traditional 5 wides. Bit of a minimo to start. A lot of swing there from Fletcher, but he starts it down the wrong line, and that's a nice way for VCC to open their account. Didn't have to do too much, and 5 runs to the total. So a warm welcome to all our viewers around the world. Now we've got plenty of live cricket going on the ECN network today. Continental Cup happening over in Romania. A couple of upsets over there. We've got some cricket in Estonia also. Cricket everywhere these days. Well bowled from Fletcher. That one naturally just goes across him. Didn't swing that one back in. Yeah, VR8, they'll fancy their chances here today. Obviously playing VCC Voorburg. Some big players missing for both sides. I think just off the top of my head for VCC Voorburg, the likes of Levitt missing at that top order, obviously on the way to Miami. A couple of names on the other side. Teja Nidamanuru and Vikramjit Singh, obviously for VRA Amsterdam. Vivian Kingma, another one missing for VCC also. And got him! Swings it through the gate from Fletcher. Well, it's been a bit of licorice all sorts. 5 wides, 1 across him, but he gets this one full and straight. It goes straight through the gate. And the first wicket will go. Gagani's going to have to go for a duck. And the score is 5 for 1. He just looked a little bit late on it. Swung back. Traditional left arm seamer's delivery. And what a start this is for VR8. Gagani, well, welcome to the network. That's Derek the Duck who's going to waddle you off. It's a good player, Gagani. He'll be disappointed. Gavin Kaplan comes out at number 3. Used to play cricket at Harbs, I believe, but now these days at VCC. We've got plenty of statistics we can go through as well, because these teams have played 9 games to get here. And the table did end quite close in the end. Excelsior and Punjab just missing out on getting themselves into finals day. Fletcher, so far in the competition, 11 wickets. That's his 12th. Average of 16. Economy of 6.7. He might be the holder of a Dutch passport as well. I've heard a little rumour. Don't fully know. Probably should have done my analytics. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Kaplan's come out at number 3. Maybe worth touching on a little bit as well. VRA had a washout yesterday, so they'll be pretty fresh. VCC played a full 50 over match versus VOC, who continue to lose. VOC just having a shocking year. Kaplan, first ball. Lovely looking stroke, but that'll be dot ball to cover. It looks like it's just the deep third man and deep backward square as the 2 boundary riders. Looking at the conditions today, outfield you'd imagine would be a little bit slow due to the weather we've had in the Netherlands. We seem to not be able to catch a break or get a whole week of sunny weather here. A lot of rain in the past 2 summers. Well bowled, timed through mid-wicket, and a bit of a missed field, so they'll scamper through for a single. 1 run to Kaplan as he gets himself off the mark. Yeah, Fletcher's had a really good tournament. That was his 12th wicket in the T20 series so far. Look out for Shariz Ahmed and Clayton Floyd. Obviously, the 2 spin twins will come into this lineup and bowl pretty soon. They won't have Vikramjit Singh to bowl, who's actually taken 14 wickets for VR8 this year. Obviously, at the club level, a little bit more effective. Julian Demay, a familiar name, actually the leading wicket taker in the country for T20Is. Look out for him in this afternoon's fixture. So, last ball of the very first over. Looks like Cedric Delang going to be on strike. The young opener, extremely talented. Look out for him in many Dutch under-19s and Dutch circles in the years to come. Almost put the old commentator's curse on him as he plays and misses. Good start for VRA. They've got a big early wicket, and the score at the end of one is 6-1. As I do welcome back good friend and co-commentator for T20 Finals Day, Vinny Sandu.
Thanks very much, Corey. Morning, everyone. Yeah, really excited for this. Heard so many great things about KNCB T20 Finals Day, and this is our program today. VCC Voorburg Cricket Club taking on VRA Amsterdam in this one 1-4. RBS Kranhout versus HCC later on, 2-3. The winners will meet later on. So it's a huge day of cricket, isn't it? And there's a lot at stake as well, not just the trophy, but also that ticket to the ECL.
I think for these four teams, that ticket to Spain is what they're all playing for. Let's be honest, there's nothing better than going away with your club team to Spain for a week or maybe even 2 weeks if you make the finals. And they've all got a big chance. Harbs have been there before, obviously, but for Voorburg, VCC, VRA Amsterdam and HCC, a huge opportunity today. These four finished on top of the table, just edging out Excelsior, Punjab and Hermes, who I tipped, who let me down to get through to final stage.
They were pretty close. But, yeah, very competitive competition, obviously.
Yeah, you had Excelsior, Punjab and Hermes all basically on 10 and 9 points, only 1 point off making it through, Vinny.
We'll test your depth as well, though, with the international players not able to take part. Here's Abid, who's bowling over number 2.
Yeah, good bowler as well. Ashir Abid, left arm seam, likes to swing it. Similar to Fletcher. They've got a very good bowling lineup, VRA. You still have to think about Clayton Floyd, who's going to come into this lineup to bowl a bit. Udit Nashir as well, another good left arm off spinner, and obviously Shariz Ahmed. Shariz Ahmed maybe a little bit unlucky not to be on the plane.
A little bit of width there, well knocked down and prevent the run. So how are you feeling in this one with 1-4? So you'd imagine that VCC go in favours with that 7-2 record, but really not too much between these two sides. Also, I think it was a good toss to win. I feel like this pitch might give you a bit more assistance with the ball early on.
I generally think I know VCC have finished top of the table, Vinny, but it feels like a bit of a shirt. This feels like a 50-50 game. There's good players on both teams, and anyone could win this.
Driven away this time, he does find the gap. This will go most of the way to the boundary. Come back for 2. There's some thoughts of a third. Might have been there if they'd run a little bit harder, but they're happy with the double in the end. Yep. Loving the atmosphere, though, so far. The music, a little bit of Hollywood about this one.
Yeah, it'll build up. T20 Finals Day. I've been lucky to be involved in a fair few of them, Vinny, on both sides of the ledger. In Holland, it's always a big day, and you've got 3 clubs from The Hague have made the top 4. So I reckon if the sun stays out this afternoon, we'll get a bit of a crowd in.
Whipped away this time. Forward of square. Long chase for the fielder out there, but again, will be 2. They're happy with the 2. What do you think's a good score then here at the club level? I mean, we saw the kind of 150, 160 being the par, I suppose, in the international, similar kind of conditions.
I think similar sort of score as well. We've seen some big scores this year. At the start of the year, we were seeing a couple of 220, 240 scores against certain sides, but at this level, I think 150, 160. VCC do go into this as slight favourites, obviously because they are top of the table.
Interesting from the supercomputer. This one's hit away with some authority by Kaplan. That's a really nice shot. Just a little bit too much width offered by Abid. He goes to the boundary. There's Mays Van Vliet doing the fielding off the field.
Well, a little bit about Kaplan, Vinny, South African heritage. Yesterday, quick fire, 84 off 65 in the first top class game. So he's a man in form and seeing him well. Obviously, this VCC side, that batting lineup is extremely dangerous. Let's have a closer look. Noah Kroos coming out, number 4, easily could have been on the plane to Miami also. And you've got Ryan Klein there listed at 5.
Nice shot again. Just held back slightly by a bit. That's going to run away pretty close to the rope. It's a great bit of fielding. Almost fielded from the 3rd row. Saves 1 run. And I love that desperation in the field. That'll be the end of the over. 17 for 1.
It's one of those perfect days because there's a little bit of wetness on the outfield. A great day for a slide. Great day to be a hero in the outfield. Look at this. That's a 10 out of 10 effort.
Really is. Pulls it back just before he takes out the rope and then takes out several other structures. 2 overs down in this one. Oh, pretty interesting start so far. We've had that early wicket.
It's going to be a long one, Vinny. You ready for 120 overs?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit strange to get back into the, I suppose, more hours in the day. Got to say, I loved my day off yesterday. Caught a little bit of cricket from around the continent. How about Gibraltar getting over Romania in the Continental Cup on their home turf?
For people that don't know the European national cricket scene, Gibraltar beating Romania, that's pretty massive, actually. Credit to them, 16 off 3, and they got it done.
James Fitzgerald continues the tradition of Gibraltarians pulling out some big shots at the back of an innings to pull off an upset. Here's Fletcher coming back for a second over. First one wide and full, but just inside the allowable kind of width to be a legal delivery. I do like he's going full here, giving the ball a chance to do something.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from your tall left arm. And he's got the one wicket, got a perfect delivery to Kagani through the gate. Yeah, I wonder how much yesterday affects today as well. VRA had a washout, so they're pretty fresh, you'd imagine. They'd be raring to go for 2 games. VCC had a dogfight. They played a full 100 overs to the last ball.
Yeah, that could be relevant, you know. Good areas from Fletcher, just dabbed by Kaplan down to deep third.
It's probably more relevant at club level as well, because you can imagine these players after a win like that probably enjoyed themselves with a little pecan shandy, and obviously aren't at the elite level just yet, so I'm sure that they've not had too much rest. But it's a big day today, because if you do win the early fixture, you've got to wait around and play the later one also. So a bit of mental fatigue could definitely come into it. Great we're doing this finals day as well.
I'm super excited.
How excited for all these players as well.
DeLange hasn't had too much to do yet. This is Cedric DeLange. There's a few familiar surnames as well with Tom DeLader in the side for VCC.
You know what today does as well? Actually opens up the selection pool for the Western Shield. Because now you're probably going to have about 35 new faces that are going to play on the network for the very first time.
Yeah, really excited about that. And some players that we do know reasonably well. Ryan Klein's an example in VCC, listed about at number 5. Clayton Floyd, of course, for VRA. Driven, but finds the field. So it's kind of, to me, it's almost about a 50-50 of players we've seen on the network before. Maybe slightly less than 50-50 in this game. But you've got players we've seen a little bit of. For example, Udit Nashir, you've got Shiraz Rasul, Shiriz Ahmed, you've got Clayton Floyd for VRA. In VCC, you've got Ryan Klein, you've got Noah Crows, I think we've seen before, Philip Bossave.
Yep, very good player, Philip. Good to see him back in the country.
Reese Van Vliet, obviously. Steps across, tries to open up that leg side, takes on the fielder. Sneak through for a single. DeLange's off the mark.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. DeLange just needs to get himself in here, work a couple of singles. Kaplan's looked good in his short stay. Obviously, probably batted very well yesterday, striking at 130 in the top classer.
A lot of people multi-screening today, you can understand that. We've got 3 concurrent broadcasts right now. We've got the night series later on as well. So much going on.
So is that 4 events again today?
4 events in the day.
When are we going to crack 5? Must be getting close.
Well, technically it is 5 if you consider separate events in Estonia with the men's and women's. Just whipped away to the leg side for 1. That'll take us to the end of the over. So starting to feel a bit more comfortable, I think, against Fletcher. That's the end of the 3rd over. 20 for 1.
Yeah, nice start to this game. VCC Vorburg obviously just hosted the Tri-Series. They've been very busy indeed. And their players and ground staff who are here for the whole week have been right into the cricket. Now they're on the field themselves. Having a look at that lineup, look out for Noah Cross next. Honestly, I think that out of most of the players in the country, he was probably next in line as a bat to go to the World Cup. So look out for him at 4. Obviously, we've seen Ryan Klein, Philip Bossavane. A very good team, VCC, and they'll realise this is a big opportunity. With the weather around that is potentially forecast, Vinny, you might be staring at, this could be a final almost.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There is a chance of a thunderstorm, and there are some thoughts that might miss us, it might hit us, but you're probably around about end of when this game's scheduled to finish. So VCC finished on top of the ladder, so they kind of have the ranking. But if they were to lose this game, and they're out, then you're left with 2, 3, and 4 there in it. If it was the rest of the day is a washout, then whoever finished second, in this case, it's RBS.
Is that the clear ruling?
I can't imagine it would be anything else. You could check
so
that.
4 doesn't, because they're in the final, get the ticket?
No, top.
Ba-bow. So it's number 2.
Yeah.
So if it rains for the next two, the higher ranked team. So Harbs right now are going, give us that typical Dutch weather.
They've got their VRA jerseys on,
but only
and
if
their pom-poms at home.
Yeah, but only if VCC are to lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be a good result for them because they would be the highest ranked remaining side in the competition. Anyway, time for some spin, and Isles with some left arm orthodox in over number 4.
Yeah. Haven't seen too much with this young man. Looks like he's bowling before Floyd and Shariz Ahmed, so they must have some big raps on him.
Some of the players here, they'll be enjoying some of the novelties when they watch this back, such as the win predictor, which is up there right now. BCC still ahead, but only just. This time Kaplan walks at him, and as he's on the walk, he's able to continue for a single.
Kaplan's looking good, Vinny. Just looks like he's set for a big one to Langen out. Left-handed batter versus left arm off spinner. Might try line this up. How was your day off, though, anyway? Did you
really
get up to
had a great day off. I caught a little bit of the cricket. I caught a little bit of the football. Of course, FA Cup final day is a big day in England, so I caught a bit of that. I caught a bit of the ice hockey World Championships at the moment as well.
As you do.
As you do. It's kind of an all-Europe final as well, with the host Czechia taking on Switzerland tonight in the final. Bit of width off, and this is going to spin past Sheikh, who's in the circle. And again, very comfortable to take, and that one just kind of skidding off the surface.
Yeah, VCC just steadying here after the early wicket on the third ball of the day. Nice little shot that. Skewed away for 2.
I think in England it's called Soccer Saturday. They have,
it is, yep.
And they have
like 20 screens up.
Yeah,
can we do that one day?
Let's go over to Estonia now, where Metaguch has just hit a 6.
Could we actually do a soccer cricket Saturday?
On a day like today, you definitely could. This time a thinner edge is going to create a bit of a chase. This probably won't go all the way to the boundary. Probably a 3 if they run all the way. In fact, good chase that time by Abul Khair Sheikh. Keeps it to 2.
I think Kaplan can go there. It's a very big boundary, and at club level, not many people have cannons of arms. But 2 more to the total. Mita
Gooch in really good form over there in Estonia, by the way. Scored her first runs on the network. Player of the match yesterday, and was involved in a match-winning partnership today. Estonia women are 2-1 up in the series against Malta. There's a lot going on. And what about Romania getting knocked out of their own tournament, by the way, last night as well, with that last 3-ball blast from Fitzgerald. So, Romania, the Continental Cup, not even in the final.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it, Vinny?
Take on Bulgaria for bronze. Elevates over the leg side. Fielder comes round, but won't be able to get there in time. I'll just take a long single. End of the 4th over. And VCC, after being sent in by VRA Amsterdam, the 26 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, so 26 for 1. Nice little partnership brewing here.
And I should also mention that we are open worldwide on YouTube today. Not many games that we are. So if you are in India, this is your time to get into the YouTube chat and ask us anything. Because quite often, unfortunately, our Indian viewers, because of exclusivity rights, aren't able to access the YouTube broadcast. So, hey, if you're in India and you want to get in touch, now's a great time to do it. ECN, European Cricket Network. And if you are watching on ECN on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the network. And you can find out when the cricket's on, which is every single day.
Every day of a very long year. Covering more games as we expand as a group. Very exciting time indeed.
Okay, this is Elijah Eales, who's going to bowl for the first time. First one just ticks away a little bit.
Does that name ring a bell to you?
Well, I remember a very famous former rugby player from Australia called John Eales.
Son of.
I have heard that. I'm sure he'd be tuning in.
Do you remember John
Hello,
Eales
John?
back in the Bledisloe Cup?
I remember
He was
John Eales.
He was iconic.
He was a pin-up boy for the sport.
Won a couple of big trophies.
Yeah.
The biggest.
Well, he'd be watching. So what do you want to say to him?
John, it's been a pleasure having you on the network.
Hello, John. Could have been more creative than that, probably. Anyway, here's Elijah. And this is going to be lifted up over the leg side. It's going to be a bit of a plonker, I think. Fielder coming around and takes a sensational catch. Well, that is an unbelievable catch by Udit Nasha out there. I thought that was plonking for all money, but the fielder was able to go full-length dive. And what a moment early here on T20 Finals Day in the Netherlands. VCC lose the first, 26 for 1.
Oh, what a time to do that. Udat Nashir takes a blinder. It's because we've got the cameras here today. That is 10 out of 10. Yeah, what doesn't show that he ran about 40 metres to get there is that deep backward square leg. What a catch.
I thought that was hitting the turf for all money. That was a brilliant piece of outfielding. Big open spaces, and he had to traverse across the wilderness to turn that into an opportunity. 26 for 2, then Cedric De Lange fresh out of luck, out for 6 off 10 balls. Noah Kroes, the captain, comes to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, Noah Kroes is a very talented batsman. Looking forward to seeing how he goes about it. Easily could have been selected to the trip for the World Cup. His time will come, though. A very good keeper. Plays his cricket for Melbourne University. Premiers over back in Australia. Obviously been in the Dutch system for a while now, probably a year plus, and a crafty player. What a catch, Finn.
That was something else, wasn't it, really?
He covered so much ground. And to do it in the floppy hat as well just adds a little bit of mayo that I was looking for. So 26 for 2 now. VRA have started this one quite well.
Yeah, that's an early runner for HCL Software Player of the Day, I think. It really was fantastic bit of outfielding. But anyway, Kroes comes in, still in the power play. And he's going to be off the mark immediately.
Yeah, so this is the partnership. Obviously, VCC, they'd love these two to bat deep. Still Ryan Klein and plenty other good players to come, but these two probably stick out the most for their batting ability. 27 for 2. Nice start from Eels as well. Decent pace behind him. Just putting it in a good area. Nice way to start your day when you get a wicket like that as well. You're pretty thankful for the fielder.
Absolutely. Pitched up like that length, but it's also met with a pretty solid looking off drive. Fletcher comes around to his left to do the fielding.
Yeah, Kaplan's looked $1 million since he's come to the crease today. Nice timing there also.
Like the old floppy as well.
They've got a good number out there.
A couple of them on.
I think
no sign of actual sun, but still.
You got about 5 floppy hats out of 9 people wearing hats. Pretty impressive indeed. Well bowled again. So that's a dot ball to Kroes. Still 1 ball left in the over. So 28 for 2 of 4.5. So 1 ball remaining in this 5th over. Nice start from VRA's. Just putting the ball in the right areas. There hasn't been too much movement, so to speak. Fletcher got it to go a little bit sideways early, but just think this wicket's a little bit stoppy maybe. A lot of rain around in the Netherlands the last couple of weeks. So 28 for 2. 4.5 overs gone. Defended there from Kroes, so he looks like he's going to set himself to get in at the moment. It's only 5 overs gone on what will be 120 overs of the day, and the score is 28 for 2. That's a supercomputer. It does say this is very close indeed. Vinny, good start from VRA.
Yeah, well, VRA started slight underdogs, didn't they? 39%, but they crept ahead now, according to the supercomputer. 28 off the first quarter. Still expected 143, according to the supercomputer, of course, which is smarter than any human being. Sign that artificial intelligence is taking over. But let's say hello to everyone. Hello to Viking Bay, who's watching from Germany. He said, what a catch. And it certainly was. It Nashia with an incredible piece of athleticism out there. And if you have any questions or comments, then please do get a little bit interactive with it. Here's Isles. Pretty solid first over, only 6 came off it. This game's a 50-50 right now. First one is driven. There's been a lot of balls knocked down in that infield. I think the standards from VRA have been pretty good. And you mentioned the fact they didn't have to play yesterday because they got washed out. So they look really fresh and up for the fight, don't they?
Does make a big difference. VCC have an extra 100 overs in their legs from yesterday. Nice fielding game. Kaplan's still looking good. He's timed a lot of drives in his 15-ball stay.
keeps it a little bit low, but playing with a straight bat by Kaplan. He's kind of holding things together at the moment, isn't he, for VCC?
Yeah, just doing his job. Obviously the number 3 bat. Kroos against the spin. Look out for him with his sort of sweeping and reverse sweeping. Can hit it to peculiar areas. I think the good sign for here for VRA, still they have no Shariz Ahmed, no Clayton Floyd. Expect them, they'll both bowl 4 each. So there's a lot of overs from very good bowlers to come.
You mentioned also start of the day that only one of the 4 teams today, Harbs, has actually been to an ECL before.
Yeah, they were the sort of lucky loser in a way. They lost to VOC a few years ago, but due to VOC winning the competition, second place in the Netherlands got to come, and Harbs came across. I can't remember how they went, though. Was it difficult?
They had some moments. They kind of bowed out on finals day. Didn't quite make the group final. As this is hit out towards deep square leg. They're going to take on a slightly dicey 2, but they'll get there. One player I'm looking forward to seeing for Harbs crying out later today, Tomas Vise as well. He's listed in the...
Is he listed?
Listed in the side
No.
that I got anyway.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to do some... Because I'm pretty sure Toby's retired. Has he come? Is he coming today? Oh, I'd love to see Toby. He's a good man.
Unless there's another player of the same name.
Could
that
be.
Happen to be playing for the same club. Tossed up and turns into a filthy full toss. Fielder comes around, can't quite get it before it bounces. Bit of a nervous moment there for Crows, but he'll get back for 2.
Are you sure Toby's playing today? I'm going to have to dive into the almanac because I'm sure he's retired.
Well, this is the lineup that I've got as the potential squad.
If he is, it's a massive in. He's a serious player.
I'm lucky that I'm here to give you the scoops, even though you're meant to be the resident expert on the ground.
I'm going to give you the scoop here, as that's another 2 out to deep mid wicket. 3 2s in a row. Toby's Vise so far in the tournament, 0 runs, 0 games, 0 matches. So maybe the big gun's being called in finals. Don't know if you can do that. Is that a technicality?
I've got 11 registered on the system for Harbs, and he's one of them.
Beautiful story about Toby's Vise. I opened with Chris Gale once, was reverse ramping Wahab Reyes, and he's like, who's this Wahab guy?
Yeah. I love it. It's like, this one just continues in. I wonder if there's a little bit of a feather on that. Through to the keeper. But in the end, it's the end of the power play. Not quite run a ball pace from the host so far. 35 for 2.
Yeah, on another day, I think Noah Kroos might have been going back to the sheds. This one just skidding off the wicket a little bit. And that is not too far away from the top of middle.
Well, we've got Rod Crows in the chat saying, hi, gents. Hello from Qatar. Great to hear some nice Aussie commentary on the Dutch T20 finals.
When I'm doing the Pro Series games here, I'll be honest, sometimes they're lonely, long days, but Rod Kroos is in the chat for me always. Hello, Rod. Hope you're well.
Good on you, Rod. I think we know who he's cheering for in this one. Noah's on 7 not out of 7 at the moment. Trying to build some sort of a partnership with Kaplan. Klein's listed next. Philip Wasservat next after that. A fairly conservative start, I suppose. We've seen plenty of ebbs and flows in the internationals this week, haven't we? So we won't read too much into the first 6 overs.
Here comes probably the biggest test in this game at the moment. You're going to have Clayton Floyd come on, and you're probably going to have Shariz Ahmed come on. And the way VCC are going, it'll come down to how they play these two, if they get a good score or not. It's not going to be easy. Floyd obviously has featured for the Netherlands the last few years at the T10 level, at the national level, 50 over level, Western Shield. As a Team Europe representative, he's a seriously good player. His opportunity starts now, and he's going to start with the dot ball. He featured in the Pro Series as well, Clayton Floyd. I'll rate him quite highly. Moved, obviously, to VRA this year. Played his cricket HCC the last few years before going across the ditch, as that's going to be another dot ball. From all reports, he's enjoying his time out there at VRA. So 2 dot balls to start. Obviously, the field spread now as well. Kaplan and Kroos, they'll be looking to run pretty hard between the wickets. So that's pushed into the offside. Big pocket of space. Big shout at 2 straight away, and they're going to go. Kroos is quick. Oh, boy, he's rapid. He stole an extra single there. That wasn't too far from Nasir, who took that amazing catch down to deep cover about 20 minutes ago. 2 more to the total. I think that's going to be a feature at this ground today. It is big boundaries at VCC. So Kaplan, 19 off 19.
Floyd pitches up, Kaplan bangs it back at him. So Kaplan has looked pretty well put together, but he's not quite run a ball pace at the moment. I suppose the real test will be if he can kind of break the shackles in these middle overs. But you mentioned Floyd, you mentioned Shariz Ahmed as well. Probably one of the best young bowlers I've seen on the circuit. Kaplan will move to 20 with that push to deep mid-wicket.
Be interesting to see a VRA get through and HCC get through, because Floyd used to play for HCC. And let's just say I heard some rumours on the grapevine, left and, well, he enjoyed his time there. Might be a bit of bad blood in the final.
Well, if there's blood on the wicket, let's play cricket. That's the way I used to say it.
You got to love club cricket. You got to love club cricket. There's always these sort of inner stories and players playing all over the place.
Oh, he completely gets that sweep wrong and almost pops straight up for the keeper, but just creeps over Luke Scully behind the stumps. That'll be the end of the 7th over. Floyd only goes for 4 in that one, and the score 39 for 2.
Yeah, so that one just catching a little bit of glove.
Could have easily just popped straight up in the air, in which case keeper's taking a simple catch.
Coming in now does look like Shariz Ahmed, Vinny, and well, his season so far, 16 wickets for 181 runs, economy of 6, 11 average. And when Daniel Doran went down with the injury, if they would have had a big discussion, Saqib Zulfikar or Shariz Ahmed. I think even if they did go the other way and pick Shariz, he would have done it fantastically well. He's a good player. We've seen a lot of him. He's played for the Dutch before. He's still very young. He's going to have a long career.
Yeah, he's a player I'm really excited to see once again. Hello to John Gray, who's saying good morning to us. And there's quite a few people, the kind of NASA-like screens, up 3 screens right now. Cricket from Romania as well as Estonia and here in the Netherlands. So Crows 8 off 8, Kaplan 20 off 21. Now's the time, I suppose, when they do have 8 wickets in hand. 3rd into the innings. Got to kind of start picking up more than the runner ball somehow, but it won't be easy against the spin twins.
It's a funny one. I know what you're saying, but I don't know if Shariz is the option to try and hit him for big sixes. I think they'll be pretty happy with 6 and over versus him. Maybe Floyd, they can get the odd boundary away. Shariz Ahmed, in the last couple of years in the Netherlands, has been a force to be reckoned with. He takes a lot of wickets, Vinny, with that sort of top spin, back of the hand delivery. Very confident about his game these days.
Hello to Bertus de Jong, who's come up with a comment in the chat. I'll read half of it. First, let's see Shariz bowling to Kaplan for the first time. Turned away around the corner, just a single. But he says there's a supercomputer saying 35 for 2 was a 50-50 power play. That's not what the supercomputer is saying, because it might be 50-50 now or thereabouts, but it started with VCC 61% favourites. So actually, the power play very easily won by the fielding side, VRA.
Yeah, it's been brought down. VRA ahead in this one at the moment. Tough to know what a good score is here today.
Well, that one keeps down a little bit from Shariz.
It just doesn't feel like it's a 170, 190 day. It feels like it's going to be gritty cricket to win this title. Yeah,
I also think the pitch out there, a little bit like we saw from this pitch the other day. I don't think it's really coming on very comfortably to the bat. It's kind of almost looks a sticky wicket almost. Retaining a bit of moisture, not quite as hard as we saw with the wicket later in the week. Gets this one out to deep mid-wicket. Again, they're looking for 2. They won't quite get the 2. I think just getting those 2 or 3 twos and over versus a single is the difference between getting a runner ball 6 and maybe pushing that 9 or 10. I totally get it. You don't want to be taking unnecessary risks and kind of risking cracking the order right open by trying to hit 4s and 6s and manufacture them if they're not there. But it's why it's so important, I think, just to kind of manipulate the ball into the gaps if you can and turn those 1s into 2s. This time he'll pull away and adjust to single. So an eerie field, actually, to the first phase of this first semi-final.
Yeah, I think at the club level, though, Vinny, as well, it's if they do build that platform with 7 overs left and still 2 wickets hand, Ryan Klein to come and others, they won't be too worried. I think it's easier to go at 10s and 11s and 12s at this sort of level. Obviously, at the national level, which we saw with Ireland, Scotland and Netherlands, teams struggled right throughout, actually. The bowling was impressive all week. Another single. So 6 singles. They might think about 2 as that's been a big pocket of space. It'll be the old traditional picket fence, Vinny. 6 singles off the over. And the score at the end of 8 is 45 for 2.
So who's happier with that over then, with the 6 singles?
Depends on your matchups. I don't know. I think if they try and attack Shariz Ahmed and start trying to access the offside more and play some big shots, they've a big chance of getting out. I think you take Shariz for none for 27, none for 28. You take that as a win. And then you maybe try and target a couple of the other bowlers who you might fancy. They have used 6 bowlers early, so it does mean that VRA have plenty of options. But I just don't think Shariz is the bowler in that lineup that you go, we're going to take him for 45. He's just not that type of cricketer. I think if you take him none for 27, none for 28, maybe not 6 and over, 7s, then you'll be pretty happy. But also very difficult. Floyd's not easy to get away either.
Here is Floyd. Pitches up. Can they scamper off for one, hoping there might be a second, but it's only a single. Good outfielding, good kind of pressure from VRA. It's just the start you want, I think, when you win the toss and bowl against the hosts. Yeah,
and VCC, obviously, we know are missing some batters, some big batters who are off to the World Cup. But nonetheless, it tests teams' depth today. The depth is going to be really tested for a few. Actually, you'll like this. I've got a little side story. Got a message from Scott Edwards about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know where he is? I dropped him at the airport yesterday at midday.
Dubai?
No, he goes, I'm just passing back over the Netherlands.
Oh, is he?
He texted me at 9 a.m. this morning because they've flown to Dubai and then going all the way back.
And I think they've got Wi-Fi on the plane there, right?
Yeah, so he's texting, he goes, I'm coming back over the Netherlands. How's the game?
On the walk this time, Kaplan. This looked pretty good so far. Just wonder at what point, there's probably a point where he'll crack and go for something a bit more expansive.
Not yet. They're just building. Ryan Klein next. It'll come, Vinny. Don't you worry. You and I have got 120 overs together today. So 48 for 2. Gross also has got himself in here with a lot of singles. Let's add another one to the book. How many singles in a row is that?
I can tell you.
It might be a record on the network.
It is. Well, there was 2 of the last with the 7th, and then pretty much the whole of the 8th was singles.
And there's all this over singles?
Yeah, so we got 12
in a row.
Singles in a row. All right, now I'm invested.
Single.
Build the fence.
Oh, man cat. Well, Floyd forgot that he was a bowler for a moment
I actually have seen Clayton stumble like that before a couple of times, but never in his bowling stride.
Not easy to stumble as a spinner.
He does like kind of change his release point sometimes. Maybe he just went to a slightly slippery spot.
1. Keep it a 1.
And we're at 13 singles in a row.
This has to be a record on the network. 13 singles in a row.
Bringing the fans back 1 run at a time.
Why have T10 cricket when you can have 13 singles in a row, Vinny?
Oh.
I reckon we might get 17, 18 here.
We're scoring with a fork here, 4 at a time. All right, 13 in a row. My money's on 14. And it is. Well, the run continues. The 50's up. And stand up and applaud with one hand only. It's the end of the 9th over. 51 for 2.
If people are new to our network or watched a lot of our cricket, I could not. There's no way we've ever had 14 singles in a row. There's good batting, has to be said. Just doing their job at the moment. 14 singles in a row.
Well,
where does it end, Vinny? Could we hit 2-0?
I mean, with spin, it's all set up for like. It reminds me of the middle overs of a 50 over. I remember that I used to play a lot of 50 over cricket, and it was almost like everyone's just happy to concede the one. They're happy just to take the one. One of the big reasons they started just saying, look, let's cut out the middle 30 overs and just bowl the first 10 and the last 10. Anyway, Crows, 14 off 14. 137 still predicted at the moment. We're at 14 singles in a row. Here's Shariz over number 10. Well, this has hit pretty well.
Yep.
Let's make that 15.
I'll make you a deal. Live deal on the network. If we hit 25 singles in a row, I get the rest of the day off. Deal or no deal?
I was going to say 20. But anyway, that's fine.
I don't think
I'd even say I'll give you 5 overs off to grab a coffee if this is all 5 in a row singles.
Again, that's probably odds on at the moment.
Something will happen. There'll be a dot. I think Most late result is a dot that isn't a single.
I like this. Come on, Kaplan. Nudge a single for the commentator. Yep. Oh, no, it's in a pocket of space.
Nah.
Oh, no. Crosey's quick. Yep.
There you go.
Well, warm up the coffee.
Boil the kettle.
16 singles in a row.
16 singles in a row. Sweet 16.
That is a genuine picket fence.
Bring the boundaries in, I say.
Watch how good this commentary is. Single to the leg side. I'm calling it now.
One that keeps down a little bit and he pulls away under edge for one is what I'm going.
Oh, no. Single
Ooh.
to the... Oh, it's a dot. Oh, no.
It's all over. It's all over. You had a good run.
It was a great time. Well, we're in the grind.
Now, I did say the most likely result to break the run would be a dot. Now, this is the one I thought would happen last time. One dot brings two. Sure is causing a few issues. Just not an easy guy to pick. Changes his pace very, very well. Almost an end to the bat job there.
So 2 balls remaining. Shariz going about his business as always. Very economical. So 53 for 2. 2 balls remaining in this over. They'd love to pick up another wicket here, VRA. Break this little partnership.
Well, see, traditionally, once you play a guy in for a while, you then kind of go up, but it's going the other way at the moment. Sure is. Great over from him so far. We've had 2 singles, 3 dots.
Wow, putting themselves under a little bit of pressure now. If they were to lose a wicket here, oof.
They've invested heavily. A bit like the early stages of a long-term relationship before you get ghosted. But anyway, last ball, the 10th coming up. And there's that pull away. In fact, this could be a rare 2. And they're going to take it. Still well fielded out there. End of the 10th over. And VRA looking the good so far. The hosts 55 for 2 after 10. Let's welcome you into the commentary cube. It's a little bit Antarctic, actually, where we are, but I trust us, it's pretty pleasant. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo here with Corey Rutgers. I know we've got viewers all around the network. 3 locations right now. Portugal tonight. Believe it or not, in 24 hours and 3 minutes, we've got our first ever ball of ECS England as well. Now, Birdie's in there from Hornchurch. Apparently, in his game yesterday, they had the opposition 7 down. The opposition needed 2 to win. They took 3 for none to win. So a lot of people saying Birdie probably won't be appearing in the morning because he might be celebrating. But there's a lot to celebrate here in the Netherlands with the top 4 clubs going toe-to-toe for that ECL spot. And, of course, the T20 trophy. Yeah,
it's massive to a lot of these clubs. And in the last few years, not many of them have tasted T20 success. VOC have had the wood over the country. That's different this year. So we're going to see probably, well, for the first time in quite some time, a new champion. So VOC not making the top 4. What's going on there? Where's it all gone wrong then this year? Couple of poor management decisions, I reckon. And, well, I'm pretty sure they finished 8th and they won't be seen for a while at the top. But it's a good opportunity for the rest of the country to potentially put your hand up, win a game for your club, win a couple of games, and you go to Spain. I've always got a soft spot for VOC, though. On the walk now, Isles gets switched down to the city end. I'll just get a single here. We're into the second half of the innings now, still 8 wickets in hand. Yeah, VOC, first ever ECL champions. They've got a beautiful place in my heart. I hope they come back strongly next year. Yeah, I think they're in that rebuilding phase now. I reckon that VTC, probably the standout club the last couple of years in 50-over cricket. They'd love to imitate that here in this T20 Finals day. And I hate to say, Vinny, a little bit of sprinkling of rain. Well, that's one thing. That in Netherlands, the last 2 summers, boy, we've had a lot of rain. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 overs constitute a game, or is it 6? 5, but both innings. Yeah, but so what I'm saying is VCC, if they're a long way behind here, maybe could see some Dutch rain dances. Anyway, finally an expansive shot, and he's hit it straight to the fielder, and that's pressure building up. Kaplan not able to go run a ball through the first half of this innings. He holds out. Shriz Ahmed takes a good catch low down, and Isles breaks through. The partnership broken. It's 57 for 2. Yeah, can you believe 57 for 3, Vinny? And Yeah, the big wicket goes. They were building and building and building, but to lose a wicket right now hurts. And a little bit of rain falling. VRA on top. They desperately don't want the rain to hit.
Yeah, 57-3. Their partnership broken at 31. It's 31 of 37 balls. I suppose this is the issue. It's at some point you had to make your stand, right? I know it's not easy. You've got really no easy options, I think, to attack. And the first real attacking shot has caused a wicket. So VCC really get a lot invested in Kaplan, but there's no real return. 28 off 30 for him with just one boundary. We've only had the one boundary off the bat so far. And it came off the bat of Gavin Kaplan. This is Ryan Klein. Probably a perfect choice to come to the crease for this situation.
Yeah, he's a very good batsman, Ryan Klein. He hits the ball harder than most people here in the Netherlands, and he's got a job to do. You're right, Vinny. A big wicket goes there. Bit of rain around falling, but I don't think the covers are being called for just yet. It's going to be that sort of day, isn't it?
Well, if you meant the sort of day where we get a violent thunderstorm, then maybe you're right. I mean, how about the rain we had on Friday afternoon just after Game 6 of the international series? That was proper rain. If that had come 20 minutes earlier, here's the thing. Netherlands probably would have won the game.
If it
they were
came
ahead
any time in that game, I think Netherlands would have won on Duckworth-Lewis, but just wasn't meant to be. So Klein getting himself ready. He flies off tomorrow to Dallas. So it's his last day in the Netherlands before joining the national squad for the World Cup.
I heard he's flying economy as well, so hope he enjoys his journey.
It's going to be a long one for the big man.
He could just flash those pearly whites and probably get an upgrade. Many of the attributes that people find irresistible, like Ryan Klein. Gets off the mark here with a single. Now they're going to have it too. Wasn't really there, but taking on the arm and winning.
Just a big boundary, isn't it? So you can chance your arm a little bit more as it still sprinkles here, but the umpires are happy to continue. I like that from the umpires. Don't think this shower was in the forecast. It's more this afternoon that's a worry.
Kind of good old-fashioned slugfest at the moment, isn't it, really? An arm wrestle between these two teams. Only room for one of them in the final. Tossed up. I like the natural shape of Isles. He's your archetypal left-arm spinner. They might get an overthrow here. That's very alert running from these two. Very experienced players.
Yeah, very good from these two. As Kleiny pushed that one to the left of the fielder. Throw came in quickly. Isles couldn't get it back, and they'll sneak another one. It's been grafting cricket, hasn't it? They just need 1 or 2 overs with a couple of boundaries to maybe steady some nerves. Nice start from Klein. I know it's just 2 balls, but good timing.
Last ball of Isles. Third over. Jammed out by Klein. End of 11. And VCC still tracking at about that 5.5 and over. 61 for 3 after 11.
Yeah, the VRA pulling away just a little bit on the supercomputer, as you can understand. So 9 overs to go in the very first innings. Couple of sprinkles of rain falling over the ground, but looking at the weather conditions today, we're not expecting anything till maybe this afternoon. Fingers crossed it misses us also.
A bit of ECS news as well with Hornchurch. I don't know if you're aware of this. They've recruited Jack Hogarth and Bryce Alchin for their ECS campaign this week. Of course, both of those were rivals in the ECL for the Scottish club Forfisher. Bit of a side story there.
Yeah.
Good to have that interaction with the chat.
Yeah, fair enough. Who's playing in that?
The 3 teams that have been to the ECL, so Hornchurch, Wimbledon and Tunbridge Wells.
Yep.
And then Spencer Cricket Club, who are the natural rivals of Wimbledon, and then Twickenham. Home of rugby, and also very old cricket club there.
Well, Benny, get ready for your 3rd left arm off spinner of the innings. We've seen a bit of this man, Udit this year. Yeah,
Udit. It's a guy we have seen playing for the Netherlands 11 in the Euros of Cricket, the ECC. Great team out there. It's a very light sprinkling of rain right now. Gets forward up in the block hole.
Spin to win, isn't it? A lot of spinner. I mean, 4 different spinners in this lineup, and they can all bowl a lot here.
Especially because the conditions they're probably more seam bowling conditions than spin conditions. But I think the kind of tackiness of this wicket is finding it to have the confidence, finding it hard to have the confidence hit through the line of the ball. Also fairly big boundaries.
I think that's the combination. It's fairly big boundaries. The wicket's not exactly a flat track pulley sort of wicket. And the spin with the pace off, you have to generate all the power to try and get it over the rope. So we're seeing a lot of ones and twos. And that might be the story of the day. Whoever graphs the best could potentially go on and win the T20 Finals day.
So Nasir, again, if he works, you can probably keep him going.
I think they'll maybe use him for a couple. Still got the pace, obviously, of Fletcher that will probably bowl at the end. And, well, Eels we haven't seen too much of despite picking up the wicket. So plenty of options for VRA, who have got a bit of a new look side this year. A couple of movements in the off-season. Well, that's high in the air. Big moment because Klein's found the man and he's going to have to go. He'll be super disappointed. Nasir drags one down. It wasn't a wicket-taking delivery you'd imagine, but it is in the end. Pulled away from Ryan Klein and a nice, safe catch out there by Eels. That's a big wicket.
It's a really good catch. It was flat. It's not essentially great catching conditions. A little bit greasy, a little bit of rain around, but Klein, again, just fresh out of luck. Seems like every time they fire a shot, they find an outfielder. Look at that one. It's almost gone. It's kind of burst through the right hand. It's just kind of stuck in the left, hasn't it? The old crossover. But anyway, VCC fall into further trouble here. 62 for 4.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket because Klein is sort of the type of player that if he faces 20 to 30 deliveries, he can turn that into a 50-60 score. Have a look at the hands here, Vinny.
Yeah,
I think it was the other way. Left hand.
Yeah, left hand.
And the right hand somehow helps.
I think, it sticks in his left hand, but it's to his right. So it's a bit of a weird one. But, hey, wicket to wicket in the end. And Warburg lose Klein for only 4. 62 for 4. Michael Molinar comes to the crease at number 6.
Yeah, pressure on Michael Molinar now to play an innings of substance. Noel Cross is still there doing his best work, but right now VRA pulling away with this. 62 for 4. VCC need to find a way to get the score going in the right direction. Just pick up the odd boundary. That's what there's left. The singles have been good, the twos have been good, but just have not been able to find a boundary at any stage.
Can Molinar be the catalyst for a turnaround this year? Just kind of capitalising on the pressure that's been built by the bowlers around him. They bowled really well as a unit here. No one's really let the side down for VRA.
Yeah, not too many loose balls, Vinny. Just doing what they do best. And I love the versatility of this bowling lineup so far. Plenty of different options. I wonder how Noah Cross feels right now, because you'd be thinking, I can't get out.
That's what I mean. He's in a rock and a hard place. He's invested. He's almost... Yeah, he needs to lift his scoring, but you can't do that without inherent risk.
I think now they're in a situation where he might have to do a lot of this. They'll get 2 here, very, very good running. There'll be a lot of that, and then maybe after the 15th, he looks to expand. They're looking at 130, maybe max. 111
predicted at the moment. Again, don't judge it until both sides batted it as well. It's just good running, though. Might have been close, actually, at the bowler's end if there was a direct hit. Let's have a look at it. Safely home. Hello to Wayne, who's in the chat. Always good to see Wayne watching from Australia. Again, they want 2 here. Same idea. This time the outfielder's on top of it. So that's the end of the 12th over. Nasir. Another tight one from a spinner. He takes 1 for 5 in the 12th. And it's 66 for 4. Now, Wayne, I haven't forgotten that you and Wayne are meant to have a bit of a one-on-one games night at some point.
Yeah. Pistols at dawn one day.
I think that'd be good to have you guys going head-to-head. Maybe one day we'll get Wayne to the Cartermore Oval. That's my dream. When he wins the World Series of games, he'll be able to easily just kind of pop across to Malaga.
Yeah, he's one of our faithful viewers. Has watched a lot of cricket on the network, enjoying T20 Finals day here. Looks like Floyd to continue, so plenty of left arm off spin, right arm leg spin. I like this sort of combination of VRA. I think spin to win at club level is a massive thing as well, especially on big boundaries.
Floyd gets knocked down the ground for 1. So I suppose if Crows is the glue that's holding this together, does that mean that Molinar's got a bit more of a licence to attack and risk his wicket in the search for that boundary to break the rut?
Yep, I do agree. I think that you can be a little bit of one player is taking the higher educated risks and one player is batting through. Crows could easily go 50 in this innings off maybe 40 or 42 balls. But then you have someone else come out for a cameo. A quick 20 off 10 here changes the game a bit. The problem is, Vinny, the boundaries are big. The wicket's not quick. It's not a fast wicket. So to generate the pace off spin isn't going to be easy. You have to really get it out the middle.
We've had one boundary in this entire innings. And that was now 64 balls ago. Miss Fields can allow a single here.
HCC, RCC, and Harbs would be sitting at home or watching somewhere right now. They'd be taking note of this, pace off. And even if you're a seamer, if you're going pace off into this wicket, things like that, you're going to find recipes for success.
It's a long way across, manufactures a sweep shot. And this still won't go to the boundary. It's a great bit of fielding out there. Might be Shiraz Rasool who dives away.
Well, we're saying only one boundary. They've saved maybe two or three like that. They have an amazing catch as well. They've been very good today, VR8. Lovely shot from Cross. I told you before he likes to play the sweeps and the peculiar sort of strokes.
Very ambitious from Shiraz wearing the sunglasses, despite the sun being nowhere to be seen at the moment. Soft hands. Push and run for a single.
Can you see why Kroos is putting a higher stare? How compact is he? Just very, very, very solid player. 26 off 27. VCC really grinding this innings out.
Floyd, last ball of the 13th over. And it will be stroke to cover, no run there. So 71 for 4 off 13. So that's 71 runs off 78 balls so far to start finals day. Hello to Sana, who's jumped into the chat. And she's got a question. Maybe I'll handball it over to you, Corey. Who are favourites to win today? Any predictions for the final? Well, first, I'm happy that comment didn't get deleted, but go ahead, Corey.
For the final today, I'm going to go... Everyone knows me in Holland, so I could create a few enemies here, but I'm going to go...
Oh, you already have.
HCC to win the day. If no weather intervenes. The men in yellow, I think they've got the least amount of players that have gone to the World Cup. So I think their 11 that are rocking up today are the 11 they've been playing with. Tony Stahl, Boris Gourlay, Hitter Overdyke, a couple of old friends there. I think they'll go very close.
Yeah, so I think
They're my favourite. You?
So, yeah, well, I suppose you know better than me. I'm excited with RBS if Tobias is available. But this is a really relevant thing for people to understand. In the 9 matches, typically they've had their international players available, but because the international players have gone to the World Cup, it does change things a bit. So VCC, who are batting right now, are a really good example. I mean, talk about some of the players that would have been playing for VCC maybe after this ball that are not available to play today because they're on World Cup duties. This is partially knocked down, but I'll still allow a single.
Yeah, let me get you... I think I might miss a name or two, so I want to get it exactly right. But obviously, the big name, I think, obviously, for VCC, Michael Levitt, the opener. He's been in red-hot form, destroying attacks everywhere. Him not batting in the power play is a pretty big loss for VCC. And obviously, there's a couple others. Vivian Kingma, VCC as well, missing out. So be disappointed. But every team's got a little bit. Harbs, Wesley Bracey and Kyle Klein, two very instrumental figures. Teja Nidamanuru and Vikramjit Singh for VRA. But HCC are the only one. I don't think they're missing anyone.
Sure is. Operating again.
Sorry, I stand corrected. Tim Pringle did join halfway through the season and played a couple for HCC. So he's missing for them as well. So every team, obviously, depth is going to be tested. But yeah, I don't know. I think the men in yellow will go on and win today. They've got a very good social media page as well. So if they are listening, I'd like that free promotion.
Like it. What about the slip coming in?
Rate it.
In the 14th over. It goes up in the air. Fielder caps under it and takes the catch. And once again, the pressure building and is broken with a wicket. Molinar tries to take the game on, but he'll become Shiraz Ahmed's first victim. And the score, 72 for 5.
Well, this is the thing, Vinny. He's got a fair piece of that. That sounded pretty good off the bat. He's probably hit it 68, 69 metres, and there was still 5 metres to go. So Yeah, I mean, what can you do? They're trying their best, but it's just going to be a grinding sort of day. He did get a fair piece of it, but he'll have to go on a nice, safe catch.
Yeah, good technique there as well. And so Molinar has to go. And that is Johan Small, the captain. That takes it down the ground. Philip Wasservat will come out at number 7. Now, he's a really interesting bowler as well. It's a player we've seen a fair bit of. He's been around the traps, hasn't he, of the Dutch squad. And I'm sure he's keen to contribute with the bat here to get a few more to bowl at.
Yeah, Philip Wasservat played his cricket recently in New Zealand. Good to see him back country. Look out for his leg spinner, a really talented leg spinner. I think he'll suit this wicket as well. But yeah, look, there's players missing, but that's the way cricket goes. I know Kampong in the Hoofda Classer, undefeated 9 games, 1v4, batting first, 36 for 7. So, I mean... Can happen. Cricket's this weird mistress, isn't it? It feels good, but sometimes it's very tough.
She'll shake you and she'll break you.
Yeah.
Anyway, Wasservat gets a chance to try and change the narrative. I suppose we'll see if VRA have similar issues with the bat in the second half. If one hits him on the pad, maybe a fraction outside off was my instinct.
Well, it had to. That's the only thing that could have saved him. I had my finger up in the box. I thought that was out.
I felt he just got outside the line. What's the front pad?
He's not that far across with that front foot there.
Look at the line of the ball, though. It's a tough one. It's close.
Yeah, maybe outside off stump.
I had to use my X-ray vision skills, but we'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there. He gives the batter the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, fair enough. Good umpiring, I'll say.
Tossed up a bit. Wasservat gets a small piece of it.
Another over complete here at VC Vorburg. 73 for 5 off 14 VRA. Well, they're ahead in this. The rain is still a little bit around the ground. Bit of drizzle right now. VCC. If it did start to get a bit heavy, I think you'd be in the dugout saying, umpires, get them off.
Yeah. They won't be rushing out there.
If there does rain in this game and they do go off, they go through.
5 over minimum, you said it. 5 over minimum to constitute a game. They're not done yet, though, let's be honest. And VCC have got some pretty good bowlers up their sleeve as well to defend whatever they put on the board.
Yeah, so Noah Kroos in between a rock and a hard place with how he probably goes in the next 6 overs. Eels looks like he's going to get the ball back. Elijah Eels picked up a wicket early thanks to some marvellous fielding. Gets his opportunity again here. The rain does get just a little bit heavier, but the umpires are keen to continue. Obviously, it is T20 Finals day. More cricket, the better.
They go back to pace for the first time in a while with the Eels.
Do you want me to give you the recipe for success, Vinny, today?
I would love it. I'd gobble it up.
Because of what the set boundary sizes, the wicket and everything, that 6 over power play for the rest of the day will determine games. You have to be able to go at 50 or 60 in the power play. You have to attack the power play massively. And then if you nudge ones, it doesn't matter. You make 150,
get
160.
Get anyone to nudge ones in the middle.
You have to go at the power plays
I get
today.
what you're saying. Yeah.
It's super important.
Takes bravery. He's trying to get a bit funky here. It takes a big step, and that's why he won't get it wide. Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. I suppose at this level, top level of club cricket in the Netherlands, you do have a bit of depth with the batting. So I wonder if you even consider something a little bit radical, like a pinch hitter at the top, just really take the game on. At least one of your openers to be out there specifically for that reason. It's an interesting point you make. Anyway, we are going to get another boundary here. Crows, he breaks the run, doesn't he, with a slash behind point and 4 runs. Cue the music.
Yeah, what a shot from Kroos. The square drive over pitch. Not too much pace on the ball to work with. Looked like a leg cutter, but he gets it behind point for 4. An important boundary in the context of this game. We haven't had many.
First boundary in 76 balls.
I don't think, I know Elijah Eels is a good bowler, but I think they should have just kept going with spin because it seems against spin it's extremely hard to get the ball away.
Yeah, and they've got heaps of options. They use 7 bowlers so far. I'm a bit surprised they haven't. Again, it's not against Eels. It's just
the surface.
Yeah, the surface. Don't give them the pace to work with. And every time we've seen the batters try and elevate and try and actually attack, it's backfired. It's gone straight to a fielder.
Yeah, look out. I think Harbs and HCC will definitely have the spinners in play later today. 79 for 5. Best case scenario, Vinny, they get to 120, a run a ball, and then bowl out of their skins.
Attritional is how I would have called this first 15 overs or so. Most of that pushes into the offside for a single.
Another 2 as well. Brilliant running. Can't call the singles too early on this big boundary. That's great running.
I was too busy reading the chat. And yeah, it's good running. And that's going to be a key, I think, as well, if the boundaries are hard to come by. I mentioned it earlier. Turning those ones into 2s.
So 81 on the board. Last ball of the 15th. Nice shot, but he's going to find points. So 15 overs gone, 81 for 5. I like what the VCC players are doing at the moment, Vinny. They're around the ground just standing at the covers. And it's one of those ones standing there, keeping the eye on the umpire. Just let them know. You let us know. We'll get those covers on pretty quickly.
I know it's tough to call because it's a new day and everything. But I'm wondering, maybe let us know your thoughts in the chat. What's the minimum score you can see VCC defending here? Might throw that to you, Corey. Can they defend? I mean, can they defend 110?
Yeah, of course. It's club cricket. Anything can happen in club cricket. I've seen 100 runs defended a few times. And they know how to bowl here. They've got a very good bowling lineup. Ryan Klein might be bowling a couple today. Philip Bossavane. There's plenty of options for them. Kaplan will probably roll his arm over a little bit. Flores Delaya.
I like this comment from Dabberanks Scarpunk saying the winner of the IPL would lose against the winner of the ECC. Totally different levels of cricket.
Yeah, well
Thanks
said.
for your observations.
Yeah, good observation. Handy.
Dan Lincoln would be happy with that. There's a reverse, and finally we see something taken on, but it's not going to get to the boundary. It's going to be a long 2 for Crows.
And this is another example why the scores we might be thinking 150, 160, but they're inflated because that's a great shot. Over point, gets a fair piece. On another day, that skips for 4. Right now, it's plugging for 2. He's a good player, though, isn't he?
Yeah, look at the Brown taking the sting out of that ball.
It's a right option as well against the left arm off spinner with backward point in. I think the way we see Cross bat at the moment is telling us what he thinks par is.
Oh, mix up and gone.
Oh, given not out. We'll have to have a close look. Bossavane with the dive.
Well, I thought his goose was cooked there. I mean, there was miscommunication in the middle. Crows always wanted the 2. Bossavane did, then he didn't, then he did. This will be a really interesting one. Let's have a look.
Well, we don't have the beauty of the third
I thought
umpire.
it was out from here.
That is out by a mile.
And he's
that's
comfortably out.
I always wonder with the umpire's positioning there as well, if the umpire can go on the opposite side, Vinny, and go to where the throw's coming from, so that he's probably got obstructed from the bowler there.
Maybe, yeah. But then you also get risk. You are actually taught to do that, but also you might get hit by the ball depending on the angle.
Look at the positioning. I just think he's like, the bowler's a little bit blindside, but that should have been given out. That one's been missed.
Yeah, you can see they actually breaks the bails there. Benefit of the doubt, I suppose. No technology being used.
Note that one down, Vinny. 83 runs on the board. Bossavane should have been given out. If this partnership blossoms and they get to 130, could be a big moment in this game. Quick one this time from Isles. Oh, I think he's...
It might have hit him in a sensitive area.
Well, I know Noah lives at the bakery he likes to call the house. I don't think there'll be any bakery soon or any buns in the oven because he's taken one right to the unmentionables. Well, he goes for the pull and oh no.
Yeah, he was open for business there, wasn't he? Got more than he bargained for.
Well, I know Rod Croce is watching and commiserations, Rod, if you ever wanted grandkids in the future, well...
This is where we normally see... well, either the magic spray or we see... normally we see distraction tactics from the teammates coming up, bending the legs. Just
he's in strife.
It's only a spinner. I mean, really.
No, it does not.
Quicker ball from
What do you
Miles.
mean? Only a spinner, Vinny. It doesn't take much. And you got to feel for Rod Cross, who's watching from Qatar, father of. Well,
back in my day when I was playing that kind of delivery, it would actually bounce off for a briskly run too. But we just did things a little bit differently. Anyway.
Never helps when so many people surround you and you've got agony going on in the mindset.
Well, I mean, it is a Sunday, so there's every chance we might see Noah singing soprano in the Hague Church Boys Choir later on this afternoon.
So he shares a house with Michael Levitt and a few others, and it's called The Bakery. And I don't think there'll be a baker's dozen for a while now.
Anyway, he's all right, which we knew he would be. Just needed a bit of time to compose himself.
Yeah, here comes the loose stroke. Mindset's gone. You're not too sure what's happening. You've got a bit of hazy eyes, and maybe he's going to try explode for one here. Last ball, the 16th. No,
pushed down the ground, yeah. Well done. And he'll get to test out his new rearranged furniture from the other end now, because that's the end of 16, and it's 88 for 5.
Well bowled from Iles as well. 1 for 26 off his 4 overs. Very, very effective today. Looked good. I like the look of that young left arm off spinner. Another one in this lineup. 4 overs to go. 24 balls. 10 and over if you can somehow. That'll still get you up to something.
Hiles, pretty tidy set from him. 4 overs down. Well, now I think it's got to be a bit of Sydney or the bush here. You got 5 wickets in hand. Throw the bat. You mentioned, okay, last 5, you mentioned Crows in particular. You're saying...
My worry would be, though, if Crows gets out throwing the bat right now, all of a sudden you'll have an over or 2 of 5 or 4. He is still getting it to go at about 6s by himself. It's a tough one. I know
6s get him to 112. But the question is, do you want to risk, say, making 100 and collapsing to make 125?
Yeah,
or you're happy with kind of a 110, 115?
I think he just keeps going with the educated risk. You know, the reverse ramp last over, the reverse Malachi was a good option against the left arm off spin. It's on now if he wants to play it as well, as it's going to be Udit Nashir to bowl from the city end.
You're chasing 120, let's say, or less. You know, as a batting side, right, we know what we need to do. We can just kind of bat the 20, run a ball, minimum of risk, and that's that.
Yeah, but runs on the board in a final. Adds a little bit of weight to it. I think Bossavane's got a genuine licence. Can hit the long ball when he gets it out the middle.
Well, somebody's got to go. That's the thing. So you're happy with Crows kind of...
Crows can bat through for me, and with the odd 4 here and there, Bossavane can go.
Nashir from the city end. Has that
good
approach, doesn't he?
That's fine, because, look, he's going for it, and if he doesn't get out of the middle, you get 1 anyway. Cross will try and run a couple of 2s, maybe another reverse Malachi. But at the moment, Villarreal, they're in control. It's been clever bowling, a lot of spin used. I like it. Spin to win.
I had a question about the use of replays. Well, in the T20I, it's slightly different to here. To give an explanation. This is carved away, going to want to here, but it's picked out the fielder, so it's only a single. In the T20Is, their setup isn't quite the minimum setup to allow replays here. The umpires, if they wanted to, I suppose they could. They've got the option to use the replays. They've said, no, we're happy just with what we see on the field. Keep it the same as what it would normally be, I suppose, in a regular match here in the Netherlands. So that's what they've chosen to do.
Oh, great keeping.
Really
How's
good,
that miss leg stump?
Really good keeping because it slides on. It goes between the batter and the stumps, and Scully does well just to kind of read the line of it. I think that foot stays down. But yeah, excellent glove work.
Great keeping. Easily could have slipped through for a few byes there. He read that well. Nashir's a good bowler as well. They've got such good versatility, this attack. 2 left arm quicks, a right arm seamer, plenty of spin options.
And tempts him, tosses up. They've got a single. Just looking, there's 3 overs to bowl. So you've still got 1 for Floyd. You've still got 1 for Shariz Ahmed. And then...
Well,
and Nashir's still got 2. So you could go spin all the way to the end. To be honest, I would. Why would you change it?
One of these rare occasions, I would actually... at least 2 out of 3 for spin. You just see how hard it is.
Yeah, why would you give pace at this stage? I mean...
Well, we don't know if they will. 17 overs complete, 93 for 5.
I think you stick with it.
What a nice rounded attack, though, at club level to have 2 left-arm seamers, a right-arm seamer, 3 left-arm offies, and a right-arm leggy that's sort of a top-spin bowler over the top.
Well,
and they don't even have Vikramjit Singh here to bowl.
There's been 2 boundaries in this 17 overs. They've both been to pace.
Yeah.
So that means that your spinners have bowled, let me add them up, they bowled 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2. So you've had 12 overs of spin, and you haven't had a single boundary.
Yeah, that's actually a remarkable stat.
So
and it will be Shariz Ahmed.
You're mad if you go away from it.
That's an amazing stat. 12 overs of spin, no boundaries. Don't often see that. Credit to the VRA bowlers. They've done everything they needed to. Huge 3 overs in the context of Qualifier 1 coming up here. Shariz to Noah Kroos. Noah gets funky. Bit of an appeal, but not out. I think Noah obviously loves the sort of sweeps and reverse. If he does get it out the middle, maybe he'll get 4 over backward point.
VRA 72% now.
Not too sure what's going on here. A bit of a talking to.
Maybe did he follow on down the wicket? Of course, in normal ECN cricket, bowlers seem to just run in front of the umpire whenever they want, and umpires warn them and nothing happens. Obviously here it'll be slightly different with the turf pitch. Kroos on 41.
What will be interesting as well, Vinny, is Kroos really wants to. He wants the strike back. He's going to come. Good bit of fielding. Could be trouble. He'll make it. Good running.
You need to do more of that. Honestly, I think if you're not going to get the 4s, which it hasn't been happening, you need...
He has been trying.
Yeah, he's been trying, but I'm saying that maybe you can then get the field to come in a bit to try and stop that 2, and then you open up your chance to maybe be able to hit it past them for 4s.
I've got another one for you, Vinny.
Go on.
This wicket will be used all day. So it's going to get more difficult and more difficult and more difficult. So bowling could be the key to success today.
So pulled away, but no chance for 2 this time.
That's a funny one because he wants to pull it in the gap for 4, but because he's trying to look for the 4, he's hitting it too hard to then get the 2. It's such a tricky game. Kroosi's done unbelievably to be 44 or 43. He needs a cameo from someone. He just needs someone to hit a 6 and a 4.
You see, you said it would be more difficult, but typically the other day it got better to bat on as it dried out a bit. Now the question is, will it dry out a bit or not?
40 overs. We're going to go into 120 overs today, Vin. That's breaking commentary records.
I've done it before.
Have we?
6 days a game, 6 games a day in Spain. Now they want 2 here again. I don't think it's there. They're going to take it on anyway. I suppose you force the thrower to give you a perfect throw.
At this level, it is on. At this level, to get a fielder to charge in and nail the throw isn't so easy. Brilliant running again. We're looking at 14 balls to go. If they can somehow go 2 a ball, 28, 126, that's still game on.
Ugly 120.
It's a
couple of early wickets. Yeah.
This is probably the most grafting innings I've seen in a long time.
I commentated the women's T20 final in Italy in 2021, and we had 1-4 in the innings. At least got one more than that. 50 off 20 overs, that one.
Oh, another shout or 2. No one might go here. No, just settle for the once. 99. Shariz Ahmed's bowled well. Oh, what a class act he is. 1 for 18 of 3.5.
Where would they be without Kroos, I suppose?
Well, that's the big thing. Kroos played a beautiful knock here. Has he hit a boundary? 1. He's hit 1 boundary, so he's done a lot of running. I'm sure a bit of fatigue is sort of setting in now as well.
Yeah, that's true. People don't realise when you're running so hard all the time, pushing for 2s. It does take a lot out of you. Last ball for Shariz, and he gets swept away, kind of into the gap. Again, that's really well covered down there.
Oh, they're going to go for 3. Brilliant running.
Really good running. Took on the throw, thought it was worth it, knew he wasn't going to the danger end. So Kroos will get 3, he'll get the strike, and the 100 comes up for VCC. It's been hard work so far, but VCC now 102 for 5 after 18.
Well, if you wondered how far that boundary is, there was the 3 that went to his left by about 15 metres. It's a massive throw. So brilliant running because it gets Kroos back on strike. Great work. 100 up, 12 balls left. Yeah, good fight, this. This game ain't over just yet. VCC are a very good bowling team, Vinny.
No doubt. I mean, look at who's in their side. You've got Ryan Klein there. You've got Mace Van Vliet, so you got two real class pace options. You got Boissevant with his spin. Forrest DeLange has been taking a lot of wickets as well. But I just think that VR8, because of all these spin options they've got, they've just been able to stick with what's working rather than to be forced to go back to pace. So I think that bowling depth has been a real boost to them. Is Floyd coming back? He gets swept away. Again, some work for the fielders out there.
You can see for Croce that obviously people think, oh, you hit straight thing, but his power is square. He's timed a few of these sweep shots. 49 or 45. This is a 10 out of 10 innings for me, considering the conditions, the situation he was in. To get his scoring above a run a ball, brilliant batting. Deserves a 50 here.
He won't get it here. That's him in the back hip, I think.
Yeah,
We'll get a leg by. I want to say hello to Penny, who said she's enjoying the spin. Isles from Cornwall, CC, Auckland, New Zealand. So hello to all of our viewers down in that part of the world.
Yeah, if you're a spin man or spin woman, plenty of spin today.
Spin person.
Yep.
Boissevant.
Got to go, Boissevant. Get one out in the middle.
He's going to go it.
Oh.
And he will. And it's going, and it's gone. Maximo! And finally, we have one leave the building. Philippe turns it on and puts it into the tents.
Well, finally one's crunched. Tell you what, our scorers didn't flinch. If that was a little bit lower, they would have cannoned into a couple of laptops. What a shot. A couple more of those, and all of a sudden that score's looking a lot healthier.
They should have flinched. In fact, I had the popcorn out waiting to see what sort of chaos was going to happen there. But anyway, it's game on now.
Yeah,
he's trying again.
This is what they needed. Someone to have a little cameo. 16 off 12. You make another 6 here. This is a cameo.
Does he go moonball here? It's going to be caught, I think, little outside edge on that. So, yeah, Floyd, he does get the breakthrough there. It'll be 6 and out. Philippe, though, has the right idea as the balls are melting away in the first innings. 111 for 6.
You know what I love about Floyd there, Vinny? A lot of spinners after getting hit for 6 would dart it in. He just slows it up. It's the fruit ball. He goes shopping and says, well, come fetch this. Little edge, little bit of a fumble, but good catch in the end.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of those ones, even though it had a pretty significant deflection because he's so far out of his crease, the keeper, Scully, has a bit of time to adjust and actually read it. It becomes more realistic to be able to react to a slight deflection. But, yeah, Boissevant does something that no one else has been able to do so far. He hits a 6. And with 8 balls remaining, we'll see Lawrence Boissevant come to the crease.
Yeah, Lawrence gets his chance. And Philippe in the end, what was it, 16 off 13? You take that.
16 off 13.
Take that. On a grindy sort of day.
Jeez, it was a clean hit, wasn't it?
He got it. He did get it. I think Floyd slows this up again. First ball. I think he goes real slow.
I didn't really have time to say it, but I thought he would. You know, we've seen him do this a lot. Clayton's one player we have seen a lot on the network.
Oh.
Going to go up first ball, and there's the boundary. So there you go. Come the moment, come the man. The Boissevants representing for VCC. 115, still over and over to go.
They just needed this over, and it's finally come. All that work that Noah Croce has done has now been rewarded a bit. So fair play to him to still be there, to give him this platform to play shots like this at the end. 7 balls remaining. You make 15 out of the 7 balls. 130 from the position they were in. Very good.
Might as well go this one. This is pretty much a free hit without being a free hit here because you shouldn't run out of wickets now. 7 balls to go. Floyd, last ball of his spell. It's full toss, hit straight.
Got to go.
They want to.
Easy.
And they will get it with no problems at all. Floyd finishes 1 for 29. 1 over remaining, and the score is 117 for 6.
Perfect over for VCC. They get a couple of boundaries, 117, and they get Noah Croce on strike for the last. So 6 balls remaining. If they make 12, set 130 on a big outfield with a good bowling attack, game on.
Yeah. Maybe get a couple of nibble away, nick off a couple of early wickets, and suddenly it's game on.
It just isn't a 160, 170 day. With the big outfield, the slow outfield, and a pitch that isn't flat. It's a good wicket, but it's not a road, you'd say.
Interesting that VCC started 61% favourites, and now VR8 are 61% favourites. So we've seen a reversal of that through the first 19 overs. And what do you think about them going back to pace in the last?
I can understand it. They've got their paces for a reason. I think Noah Cross would be happy also. Fine leg in the ring, short third in the ring. He might be on for something funky here. You might see a ramp, a reverse scoop, something like that. That's the way he plays.
Eels is the man who's going to bowl over 20.
Shot.
Yeah, it's going to run away, and that's going to be 4. I got to admit, I don't like it. I just think it gives them the ability to create something. And Crows is going to pass 50 with that stroke, and he brings it up off 47 balls.
Well, what a talented man this is. His time will come with the Dutch. He'll be one of the frontline batters in a year or two. He was so close to being selected. 4 to the total, 53 or 47. He's batted beautifully in this innings.
Eels, good young bowler, you can see that. And he is going to funkify it as well. This will run away, but it won't quite make it to the rope. Fletcher comes around and he'll keep it to 2.
I know every player plays in their own way, but Noah's very similar to Scott in a way. Scott Edwards from the Dutch. They both play in Melbourne, quite remarkably. Melbourne boys with Dutch passports, Dutch family heritage. But they love playing the reverses and things like that and getting it behind the wicket. So I think here I'd be tempted to have mid-off up and have that third man back.
I would, yeah. I mean, I would have probably done that almost regardless of the player, based on what I've seen so far. Now he's going to pull one out towards the fielder and he'll be gone. So Crows does pass 50. Certainly leaves his team in a lot better shape than they were halfway through this innings. But he'll be the 7th to 4. Eels breaks through with the second wicket and the score 123 for 7.
Yeah, well batted, Noah. Unfortunately, he finds deep mid-wicket there. I reckon he might be disappointed not to go another reverse or 1 over 45 because they're both up, but he finds deep mid-wicket. He'll have to go first 50 of finals day. He's captain today as well, so a captain's innings. He'll give a bit of advice to the new man coming in, and that's Tom DeLater.
And Nasheer's going to finish bowling 2 overs, 1 for 10. And well, obviously Eels is a really talented seamer, but I just think that the whole innings has worked because you haven't given the pace to the
I think the
batters.
Just the 19th over put them off a little bit because Floyd got caught twice with 2 boundaries, maybe put them off. But look, Eels, he's gotten 2 wickets caught in the rope so far, putting in the right areas. The thing is with the pace for Vinny, you can also bowl pace off into the wicket.
Yeah,
you don't have to be pace on. So mid-off will come in now and third man will go back. Tom DeLater, another DeLater on our screens.
Yeah. So we've got the King and the Prince. What are we dealing with here?
Junior Prince.
Okay. 3 to come. Late on this first one from Eels. It's come back well after that 4 and a 2 to start the over.
Got to get back minimum at this stage because even if you get body on it, you're getting 3 singles and every run's going to count. Well bowled from Eels. Good length. Does look like it was late.
Yeah, good contest. Only room for one of these 2 teams in the final later on today. Oh, he does get batted at, but it's not a lot of bat. It bounces in front of Scully, who knocks it down single. So 124 plus this, as Laurent will have one more chance to advance the score.
Yeah, 1 ball remaining. So 1 ball remaining. Bossavane asks for centre just so he can line himself up before he tries to hit it over the fence.
All right. Seatbelts on. Last ball time.
2.
Does hit it. Well, 2's a minimum.
3. Just keep going.
Well,
oh, there's a fumble. You've got to go.
Well, they're going to try and take it
Oh,
off.
I like it. They might get it here. Oh, he could have got there. Well, because he's in his crease. They're going to get 3. Brilliant running.
Yeah. Was it because he doesn't run straight away? And I think that's what happened. I think DeLater never leaves his ground, waits for the ball to hit the stumps, then takes off. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Media.
We need to see more of this. You just keep running. You cause issues.
But it's funny because DeLater actually doesn't run. I think he stays put. Look at this now.
Smart. Oh, he's out by a mile.
He's actually out.
Well.
Yeah. So that should have been 2 and out. Was it given out or not? Let's have a look.
No, I don't think so. How's he missed that? That's out by a long way.
Yeah, he's definitely taken off early there. So, let me see. Yeah,
Well, if they go on to win by 1 run, Vinny, you can explain
It's been given 3 runs.
If they go on to win by 1 run, you can explain why, not me.
Well, buy 2, get 1 free. It is 127 for 7 then off the 20 overs. And if it was the 100-metre sprint at the Olympics, he would be watching the rest of it from the grandstands. Anyway, let's go back and have a look at this innings. And it wasn't quite what we're used to really on ECN. A little bit of a wrestle, a bit of old school about this. Fletcher, wasn't he good early as he was able to swing one back and castle the opener, Jagani. And then we saw Kaplan come to the crease. He held things together pretty early as well.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? It was clever from VRA. I think they bowled exceptionally well in the middle stages, and obviously VCC Vorberg were trying their best to get the runs flowing. It just wasn't too easy for them. Noah Kroos, he was the man though. He batted beautifully in this innings, I thought. Controlled the tempo himself. Didn't have too much support till Bossavane came out the back end. This was the highlight of the first innings though. What a catch.
What a brilliant catch that was. It hit Nashir, getting Cedric Delanga before it could do too much damage. Got to say, I think they caught pretty well as well in this innings, but really it was kind of death by 1,000 cuts in the middle, wasn't it? There was that long run of kind of picket fence ones. They were occasionally able to steal 2, but not that often. You could see that VRA, they were up for the fight here. I suppose they come in as underdogs. And that one somehow stuck, didn't it? Out there, went in the left hand. Late in the piece, we saw Molinar come. He went trying an attacking stroke. But yeah, it was an interesting finish. I think that last few overs, finally were able to break out of it a little bit, weren't they? As they were able to get 46 in the last 5, so kind of 9 and up. And what looked like it might only be around 105, 110, turns out to be 127.
Yeah, 127 definitely plays an early wicket or 2 or a good power play. This was a big moment. Bossavane 6. I just think all of a sudden gave them that little bit of belief they might have needed. A couple of 4s also did help them trickle up to that 127. Noah Kroos, he batted beautifully for his 50.
Yeah, he did, and he deserved it. Yeah. Even though it doesn't look that pretty, I suppose, look at the strike rate, but someone had to make them, though. If it wasn't for that, we really could have been looking at a kind of a bit of a rout. So he provided that stability. This was the last ball where, again, we saw what we thought was him holding his crease. He didn't do a great job with that.
How's he not spotted that?
Umpire has a good look at it and basically says, oh, let's get out of here, take the 3. It's 127 for 7 off the 20 overs. And so 128 will be the target for VRA Amsterdam for a spot in the final. 55 for Noah Kroos leads the scoring of 49 balls, but he only hits 2 4s in his innings. In fact, there were only 4 4s and 1 Maximo in the entire 20, apart from that 28 for Kaplan, 16 for Philippe Boissavat, and Laurent Boissavat with a late boundary in 9 of 3. It was scramble for every possible run towards the end of that innings. You can see none of the other batters able to contribute more than single figures. Bowling wise, now they used 7 bowlers and really kind of turned and burned with 4 spin options in there. 2 for 20, Elijah Eales takes the figures. Single wickets for Fletcher with his left arm pace. And then the spinners with 1 apiece with Isles, Floyd, Shiraz Ahmed and Nashir taking 1 apiece. And look, a lot of them going roundabout run a ball or less. So pretty complete effort so far, I think, from VRA. They're close enough, they're near enough. And if the weather allows it, they'll be out chasing 128 for victory. And a chance at the ECL qualification in 2025. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Goya Ruckers. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Super Sunday, multi-screening over 4 locations here on ECN. We'll be back shortly at VCC for the second half of this first semi-final in this ECN KNCB T20 Finals Day.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're at VCC Voorburg for T20 Finals Day here in the Netherlands. An exciting day for the top 4 in the country after 9 round games. And after the 9 round games, top of the table was VCC. They're taking on 4th place VRA. And at the halfway stage in this one, an interesting affair, 127 on the board from VCC. An attritional first innings. Noah Crowe's 55 off 49 with only the 2 boundaries, but he did a good job for his team as the skipper to get them up to something that I think is going to be competitive enough. It'll all depend on this power play and all depend on the weather. Rumours have it a bit of a storm might hit us late today, but a bit of rain on the radar in about 5 to 6 overs time potentially, which would still constitute a game. So I've got a Duckworth Lewis sheet in front of me. I'm sure the players do also. And permutations galore as to what could go on in this game. So Ryan Klein looks like he's got the ball in hand. That man on your screen is flying off to the World Cup tomorrow as one of the members of the squad. Think a travelling reserve, and you never know, maybe potentially gets a game or two if some things happen over there. Umpires just getting ready to say play. Looks like it's going to be Shiraz Razul. Used to play his cricket out at ACC, been at VRA for a while now. Opening the batting, and he's going to be partnered up by Luke Scully, wicketkeeper, opening batsman. You're just looking after 5 overs, which would constitute a game. None for 25 would mean that they are ahead. So due to the low score in the first innings, VCC, if rain is to impact this game, are going to need wickets. Ryan Klein is a man that can definitely do that. So deep point, deep backward square. We're all set to go. Looks like he's got a fresh haircut. He's ready to rumble. Send a lot of him on the network. Who's ahead in this one? We'll find out shortly enough. Ball number 1 in the run chase. Shot. And it's going to fall just short of that deep point on another day. Might have found him out as Bossavane does the mopping up. Razul, just the single. I think the power play is oh so important in the context of this game. If they get off to a flyer, and they do get 5 completed overs in, if they can get to 40 or 45 VRA against the hard new ball, you'd imagine they'd have to fall over their own feet to lose from there. Ryan Klein coming back from an injury in the last couple of months. Gets a good opportunity with the ball here. Short ball pulled away. That's also going to go to the sweeper. Some lovely shots to start for the 2 openers who have gone themselves off the mark. Still a bit of a sprinkling of rain, so I will keep you up to date. Hopefully it doesn't affect this match. The rest of the day will be pretty interesting to see also how it pans out. Slight change to the field. Deep mid-wicket goes back. Point comes in the ring now. Slip goes out to sort of backward point. Well bowled there from Ryan Klein. Came across a few years ago, started at Harbs Krijnhout and then moved to VCC Voorburg. And it does look like that rain is just coming down a little bit heavy. I'm watching the umpires closely. No movements at the moment, but I think they might be playing with a little bit of fire here. VRA, they'll know the equation as well. They might feel ahead in this game, but if it does rain, it could hurt their chances. Well, all happening here. Shot. What a shot. Pumped away for 4. A little bit short from Ryan Klein. Shiraz Razul gets a short ball and gets it away. Another thing for VCC here, they might not want to rush through these 5 overs if they aren't getting a wicket with a potential bit of heavy rain around. As it starts to come down a lot harder. Just watching the umpires have a little look at each other here. We could be off. Oh boy, controversy on finals day. Fuller delivery, just the single. And I'm curious what happens here. It is coming down now. I reckon they're going to come off. And VCC, if they are to come off, will not mind that at all. What do the umpires say? It is starting to come down. Looks like they're going to get on with it. But turf wicket, bit of rain around, finals day. Harbs will be watching this closely as well. A VCC VRA win would help RBS quite a bit. Because if the afternoon fixtures go out, you imagine second place would go on. Oh, that is an absolute seed from Ryan Klein in the conditions. That one has jagged a long way. 1 over complete in this run chase. We got a bit of a storyline coming here. The score is 7 for none. And they're calling the covers on. Well, this is unbelievable. Permutations galore. And this is good news, I would say, early doors for VCC Vorburg. The rain has hit. It's coming down hard. Vinny Sanders joining me. Controversy on finals day.
The heavens have spoken, Corey. And it's not great news, is it, for VRA? And
wow,
it looks pretty heavy at the moment. They're going to have... So remember, minimum's 5 overs. There is Duckworth Lewis in play.
And this is club cricket. Look, the covers are still not on right now. It's taking them a bit of time to get them out there, and it is raining.
I will say that the cover system here is probably superior to what we normally see on the European Cricket Network. we could do a highlights package of just people trying to get the covers on and almost getting blown away.
Vinny, the permutations on this shower are massive. If this game loses a bit of time and VC, because you've got to fit 3 games in today, this could be the shower that progresses VCC to the final.
Yeah, exactly. But will it stop? I mean, the one thing I will say is you only need around about 15 minutes worth of play, maybe slightly more than that. Let's say 15 to 20 minutes worth of play to get to your 5 over minimum.
Not if I'm VCC. I'd be a couple of slipping in the bowlers run-ups and whatnot. Oh, wow. Interesting scene. So as you can see, the covers are coming on, the rolling covers. Harbs and HCC, how do you think they're feeling watching this? Because it impacts all of them as well.
We're going to the radar, okay? I'm going to pull it up.
Go to the radar.
Let's see what's going on here. But at the moment, what I know the other day is it starts with a trickle, then it starts pouring down, doesn't it? And we're kind of in that middle phase at the moment.
I can tell you from being in the Netherlands the last couple of years, especially the last 2 years, it has rained cats and dogs in this country. And looking at the radar, what's it sort of looking like, Vinny?
I'd say that there's a lot of blue out there. There might be some non-rainy periods, but then the other thing is, can the outfield kind of get in better shape? And it is coming down quite significantly harder now. So yeah, obviously you don't really have the scope to play in too much here with the turf wicket. And it has gotten significantly heavier now.
Oh, it's pouring cats and dogs. Well, this could be one of the most unfortunate things. You'd have to say at the moment VRA are ahead in this game. After 5 overs, Vinny, VRA would only have to be none for 25 to win.
Yeah.
But we might not get the 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? You only need, like I say, you need 20 minutes, but there's going to be a cut-off for this game, and I don't know exactly when it is, but it will be around about 1 o'clock or something like that, I'd imagine, which is about an hour and 10 minutes away.
And if I'm VCC, I'm not too rushed at the moment. This is maybe a blessing in disguise. Cricket is a funny game. The weather gods do control a lot of it. But this flash sort of shower, if this hangs around for a period of time, this looks like it could be a lengthy delay. So you're going to have to take the water off the covers. It's not a slow process. The outfield's going to have to be fit enough to play. Unfortunately, it's the Netherlands and it's not the most sunny country at all times, but a huge moment in finals day. And I just think HCC and RBS are sitting there watching this thinking, please don't interrupt our afternoon also. I know they're looking forward to these fixtures.
Yeah, we can see the news not great at the moment. Except if you're a VCC fan, because they did finish top, and they deserved that top record. They were boasting a 7-2 record, significantly better than the other teams in the competition. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a delay here. The rain has eased off a little bit in the last kind of couple of minutes or so. But what we will do while we're waiting, we'll try and get you one of the ECN Classic. I know that a lot of people would love that ability to take that walk down memory lane. And have a choice of a few games here. We've had some great games this week, of course. But I have a bit of an idea that we could take a trip back to 2022 and the ECC final. But first, we're going to just keep an eye on what's going on here.
Well,
now, those big covers coming up to
the bowlers
cover the
run-ups. Yeah, it's the bowlers run-ups that they're going to need a little bit of assistance on, because you need to cover that. And here come some of the VRA boys who have probably realised we need this to be okay.
Shades of Ireland in the Spain in the rain game. Remember that in the ECC last year, who really didn't want to wash out. That was going to sink them when Spain were taking on Germany in that one. Hello to Chris Schinkel, who says, "G'day all, short break and scoring for me." He's actually next door to us, isn't he, Chris? Who's scoring today? Also hello to Ben. And
oh, what a shame,
hello to
Vinny.
Wayne as well. Yeah, it's the last thing you want to see.
It's a big day on the Dutch calendar, the T20 Finals day, and of course weather has to get in the way. So it looks like one bowler's run-up's about to be covered potentially, or maybe they're doing the sides. Just a lot of issues here. But unfortunately, the weather gods once again have interrupted a potential good day of cricket.
The windmill not really turning over the top right of screen as well. So I mean, the other thing you'd want is a bit of wind to kind of dry the field out. But, it's not exactly what you want to see. Of course, plenty of cricket here on the network today. We have action in Estonia, of course, the men's and the women's. And tell you what, those series are on a knife's edge as well, the men's and the women's in Estonia. So you could always turn over now, catch some live action there. You could also go on to the Continental Cup. And it was a big upset yesterday, Gibraltar knocking Romania out of their own competition. 16 they scored off the last 3 to do that. So that's also what's happening. And also Group B is underway in the night series in Portugal. But I've been looking forward to this for so long. But that's cricket sometimes. The weather gods don't really kind of talk to the cricket gods, unfortunately. We've got an interruption here. Looks like it might be a lengthy one.
Well, because of the rain also on Friday evening, a lot of the fixtures in Holland yesterday got cancelled as well. And it's just this battle in the Netherlands recently. The last 2 years, we've had a lot of rain on cricket days, but today's the big one. This is disappointing.
Yeah. It is. But you know what? We're going to give you some live action. Well, not so much live action. We'll give you some pre-recorded action while we wait for the rain to stop here. Hopefully the players will be back on soon. I'm going to take a walk down memory lane to the ECC final in 2022. It's a really good game. Netherlands 11 taking on the England 11 in T10 action at the Cartama Oval. So hopefully back here soon. But for now, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Ruckers on the ground in the Netherlands. While we wait, you can enjoy this ECN Classic.
Tournament referee Rob Kemin has done a wonderful job as well. Vivian Kingma to start off. Let's get ready to go. It's this the moment we've been waiting for. 119 matches. It comes down to this match number 120. It is the final. Bat versus ball. Here we go. Let's get ready to rock. Harrison Ward to face the first. In comes Vivian Kingma. Well, he comes and he stops. Doesn't feel right, so he'll go back to his mark. It's going to be precious moments here. Of course, there are a lot of pressure, nerves, excitement, big crowd, and they're split with who they want to be victorious here. Doesn't get any better than this. European cricket coming strong, coming stronger together. Here we go. Struck down the ground, doesn't get it past the fielder, and wait on is the call. I think Ben Clayton's a little bit surprised that Harrison doesn't want this one. Doesn't want to take any early chances. I think that's going to be the key here. Get a good start to England. Remember how they won last year, chasing that big score against Belgium. 149 partnership between Ward and Dan Lincoln, their captain. Kingma, first ball was a dot. This one is down the leg side, a very good take behind the stumps from Asad Zulfikar. Kingma just losing his line slightly to the left-hander. Have to give praise to the ground staff here of the Cardamom Oval. Haven't they done a marvellous job? I mean, in the heat wave that we've had here in Spain, they've kept this ground looking immaculate, green, lush. It's played beautifully. The pitch has been brilliant as well. And thank you very much to David Cooper and all his staff. Similar delivery to before. We'll take the single and comes the throw. But Kingma, he has his back to the ball. And well, he's lucky he doesn't get clonked on the shin as he makes his way back. And now I think looking at that reaction there, I think Vivian is feeling a twinge. I don't think he's 100%. That would have been a concern from Sebastian Brandt, who does go over to his opening bowler just to check that he's okay. Makes a little fine tune to the field. Third man goes back on the boundary to Claydon. Good delivery. Have a look at that. Look at the follow through. He's not right. We saw some of this from him last time that he played in his second over. Well, as he follows through, you can see he's feeling some pain, and that's when all of his weight comes together on his front foot. Just keep an eye on the follow through here from Vivian Kingma. Good delivery. There you see again, he follows through, and then as he puts the brakes on, there's small little steps. I think there's definitely knee issues. I remember this from late on in the group stages when he missed a few matches, and he was available for the final. Sebastian Brandt goes over to him and says, "Hey dude, come on, keep fighting it, we need you to be good." Gets this through, good take, once again. The thing is, how much of this can you take? You know, it's that the momentum, the thud every time you bowl, all of that pressure, all of that force. So your knees are acting as the shock absorbers, but if they're not right, they hurt. They're going through the pain barrier here for his team, as Vivian Kingma. Claydon having trouble getting him away. This time he hits it straight down the ground, and he holds his shape, and he's going to get 4 runs. And nobody straight, mid-on or mid-off, can't do anything about this. So a boundary after a few dots, just a little bit too short. He holds his pose nice and straight, and it's a nice clean hit. Cuatro carreras, sí, says Stefan Gooch. And that was the end of the over. So not a good finish from Kingma, but still, having said that, he'll take that with only 6 runs coming off the first. Beautiful moments at this time of the match here, as we start to see the blue skies slowly disappear, the sun starts to come down, floodlights are on. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful finish to not just the day, but the finish to these 5 weeks that we've had here in Andalusia, the region of Malaga, here in Cartama. And what a way to finish, with a full house in as well. A great crowd, great support. And cricket lovers from all over the Costa del Sol coming together for this one. Down the leg side, and this is Ryan Klein. We haven't seen Ryan Klein bowl hardly at all. The reason is that he does have an injury himself, a hip injury, and as a result of that hasn't been bowled at all. But in the final, of course, you're going to use him. It is International World Ryan Day as well, as this one gets played out. Well, he did pretty well, didn't he, in Ryan Day earlier. I mean, he scored 62 of 23 deliveries. Well, it worked for him with the bat. Now, can he perform with the ball on Ryan Day as well? The words Rai and Anne come together, which mean small king combined. That's what he's looking to do here. So, it's going to be interesting. He's just changing his run up here, so I do think that he does have a niggle with that hip, so he's shortened his run up. So this one gets played out, and they'll take just a single. Line. Yeah, definitely got an issue with that hip, so just a couple of paces now. This is being well struck, but again, Harrison Ward does not want to take the single, playing it cautiously. So another dot. Yeah, he's got to be careful. Look, he's already, I mean, he's struggling already. So you got the opening bowler, Vivian, is struggling. Klein also, and I think he's just going for the motion just to complete this over. Really, they want him fit, they need him fit. He's going to play a very huge, a very important role with the bat. So it was a bit of a gamble, but I suppose they've been keeping him and they were hoping to keep him fit, ready for this one, but it's not quite worked. Klein once more. This is well hit, chase on for the fielder, but doesn't quite get the middle. So he's looking to finish it off pretty well. Again, 2 decent overs. Kingma, last ball of his over was a boundary. Ryan Klein will be hoping that that's not repeated in this one. So, well, does try and go for it, but doesn't. So it's just going to be a single. So the first 2 overs have been pretty good ones for the Netherlands. And despite the 1 boundary that we've seen, and that was Kingma, 4 off his last over, they keep it pretty tidy. The score at the end of 2 overs is 12. So a pretty low-key start. But England have shown already that they're quite happy to see out the opening attack and then really launch the assault in the last 5 overs. We've seen them do that, and then they normally can pick up around about 80 runs. Against Spain in the last 5 overs, it was 83 runs. The split there was 40 and 83, so they're more than capable of doing it. They've got some big hitters. Now they're going with Kingma here straight away to finish off. So let's see how Kingma fares here. His first over was a good one, just let himself down with the last ball, but unlike Ryan Klein, he's sticking to his big run. So here he comes, Kingma to Ward. And this is being hit well, he gets it over the man at point, and this is going to be 4 carreras. Well, the fielder does as best he can, can't he? He's leaping in the air, but he can't do anything about this. Kafi coaches get the feeling, but choca la gaya 4 más. Así me gusta, and you can see there Kingma thinking, so close, just out of reach. So back-to-back boundaries from Kingma, the last ball and the first ball. And he's got him, bowls him all hands up, and being in Kingma, he gets the wicket, but he also feels the pain. Oh well, this is hard to watch, but even the wicket and the top wicket of Harrison Ward isn't enough to get him jumping for joy. He's certainly feeling the pain, but I tell you what, he may be feeling the pain, but there's joy at the moment for the Netherlands side, because Harrison Ward, we know how dangerous he can be. He wasn't able to click against Spain, and he's not able to click here against the Netherlands as well. He'll go for 8 of the 7 balls that he was able to face, and that is a huge wicket. Well, issues and concerns, of course, for Kingma. I mean, there's the stumps. He knocks them over. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra 5 ball, or as I like to say, Chak de Phatte. Dande chak dite. That's great. But you can see, well, he might have knocked the stumps over. Or the dande chak dite, but apne dande bahut dukh diya. He's hurting. He's feeling the pain here. And Sebastian Bratt is with him. Of course, they're probably chatting to him and saying, "Hey, are you sure you're okay?" A man who can do no wrong at the moment. Well, there's some Netherlands supporters. They're pretty happy, waving the flags around. Man who can't do no wrong at the moment. Andy Rishton comes into the attack in terms of with the bat. Let's see what he can do here. Kingma to Rishton. Rishton goes for it and he's going to get it. Balle, balle. Inna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, I don't know if Vinny Sandhu is still in the VIP section of the ground. Well, if he is, well, Vinny, this might be one for you.
Well, I just escaped, and lucky I did, because that would have been headed in that direction. Rishton.com. Somebody register that. He has been on fire today when it's counted. And Kingma goes the journey. He's digging deep here, Viv. And now he gets blasted. It's well knocked down, though, by Ellen Bass. What a start to this final. I mean, it's hard to make comparisons. I know we've done something like over 2,700 matches. I can't ever imagine a match as big as this, with the crowd, with the atmosphere. The first time we've had an ECC final under lights, and I am pumped. How could you not be?
How can you not be? Look at those scenes. I mean, this is cricket in Spain. This is cricket in Europe. And, well, we told you it's going to grow, and it's growing all the time. This is a marvellous crowd, and they're watching what is going to be a very competitive contest. Vivian once more. It's in the air, it's upish, and oh, it's a matter of millimetres on the Iba has to chase it down, and Clayton Floyd can't get there. It's an agonising jump for the fielder, and once again it was Ellen Bass who tries everything to get there. It just hovered up there for a moment, but just out of his reach. Great effort, and then Clayton Floyd can't stop the ball from beating him to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, just a game of inches, isn't it? Viv has one more ball, and he'll be giving it everything.
So, Vivian Kingma, can he finish well?
Well, he'd want that second breakthrough. Last ball of the power play. And it's hit back to him, knocks it down, but it'll just be a single. It'll be the end of the over. So it's 28 for 1 after 3 overs. And Rico, a little bit earlier, I had a word with the England 11 skipper, Dan Lincoln. That's right, I'm here with Dan Lincoln, the England 11 skipper. Well, Dan, congratulations on making another ECC final.
Yeah, we're very happy. It looked like at the start of the week that we might not make finals day. But the boys turn it around midweek and go, what's that, 7 on the bounce now? We're pretty happy.
Yeah, and so you should be. I mean, some of the new guys coming in, what's their experience been like this week?
I think they found it tough in place. I think we all have, even the guys that were here last year. You've really got to buy into what these guys are doing. You've got to watch, you've got to learn. And these guys play this format all year round and they're phenomenal at it. And so taking a leaf off the tree and listening to what they've got to say and how they go about it, I think is the right way to go.
And of course you made the championship week last year. How's the standard improved in the last 12 months?
Astronomically, it's massive. The improvements are fantastic. The ball striking last year was great. It's even better this year. The bowling that the sides have got is great. They're coming in and got different skills: left arm, right arm, leg spin, off spin. It's everything. And the fielding, you've seen some of the catches, I'm sure, that have gone out on the streams. They've been brilliant. Well,
Dan, big congratulations for making the final and best of luck. Back to the action.
Well, thank you very much to the captain of England there, Dan Lincoln, and Vinny Sandhu putting some questions to him. And yeah, I think I have to agree, the improvement has been exceptional between this year and next year. Half a chance here, maybe, but the batters do really well. Good understanding between them getting there. And yeah, and as Dan Lincoln said, I think the hitting has remained as clean as ever. The bowling has got better, but some of the fielding has been great. I think that's why we sometimes are not surprised that we don't see as many runs being scored as sometimes we expect. Fielding has really improved, and we've seen some dynamic catches in this championship. Clayton Floyd, talk about being dynamic. He's been absolutely dynamic. The number of wickets that he's taken, he's just been exceptional. 32 wickets in the championship so far. And is there a bit of bat on this? Clayton starts to go. I think I did hear a sound. Just have a look at this. Goes across. I think, yeah, there may have been something. Goes right the way through, actually. To see again. I don't think the LBW was on anyway because it was outside the off. Well, this has been hit beautifully, and this time he gets it absolutely right. And well, watch out, the Iceman. This one's got your name on it. Well, Tyrone Peters, I need you in Croatia. Don't you get injured. Well, what a hit this is, and it's the officials now that are in a spot of trouble. But look at Rob Cumming there. Sir Rob Cumming, he says, I'm a sir. I don't get up for no kookaburra. I just stay seated, cool, calm, collective. Not like Tyrone Peters. He's jumping up and down. Good hit. Rishton in the form of his life. Drags this one down. He runs hard. Looks for the second. No Rich. Here's the shout from Claydon. So once again, after the early departure of Ward, the England team starting to rebuild, and Ben Claydon and Andy Rishton are the ones doing it. Claydon is the man who just seemed to get better every time he goes out there. Quicker delivery here from Clayton. Fires it in. But Claydon is up to the mark, gets a single from it, and that will be the end of the fourth over. The score moves on to 40. So that one, 41 in fact, with that last single, just slightly behind with the scorecard there at the moment. So a tidy over, just 12 from it.
Yeah, pretty tidy. 41 for one after 4. And now look at that batting to come. Lincoln and Bevan, that's the engine room. Godsel's been good as well in this series. They are jam-packed into the Cardamom Oval. Well, if you are in the crowd right now, give us a big wave. I'm up here in the commentary box, and I know that it's pretty noisy down there. You know, there was music, there was everything going on in that break. We had
singing, a bit of dancing, we had those saxophone being played as well.
Yeah.
Never seen anything like it. And well, what's that all about? When there's some saucy headgear out there as well. Oh. Naughty but nice is what I say.
I'll have what he's having. Yeah, here's Saqib Zulfikar coming in over number 5. And he gets that one whistling past the bat of Claydon. England 11, they've done it the hard way so far, haven't they? They have to win all 3 games on finals day. Netherlands just need to win 2. Oh, pretty close and gone. This definitely turns back. This turns back down the line, and it looked like it was heading down leg, but I honestly think it pitches in line and it straightens. I think it's a good call, and Saqib Zulfikar breaks through. He was on the sweep. That's always risky to a ball that pitches on the stumps, and the Dutch break through again. It's 41 for 2.
Well, they're up and about. They're liking it. I don't know if everybody will like this. Keep an eye on that. And does that come back? Well, that's the question. Does that come back, or is it going to go on to miss the leg stick? I get a feeling, yeah, all right, Vinny. I think you've got a good shout there. The umpire has to decide, is it online? Yes. Is the ball going to go on to hit the stump? And I think looking at it again, I think the umpire's spot on. I think that is going to clip the leg stick.
Has to turn it down the line. I actually think it gets a fair piece of the leg stump there. I think it's a very good decision. Doesn't have long to look at that. But like I say, you take your life in your hands if you are going to sweep balls that are on the stump. So it is Claydon that has to go for 16. It's the second wicket to fall. Saqib Zulfikar breaks through with his leggies. It's 41 for 2.
Yeah, well bowled. Go with the spin. And he gets the flight. This is all about the flight. It's the flight that does the damage. Well, talking about doing the damage, this man who comes out, well, you were talking to him a little bit earlier, is the captain who comes out, Dan Lincoln, and he's done a lot of damage. 41 for 2. And Saqib Zulfikar gets the breakthrough from the second ball that he bowls. So Lincoln, the captain.
What sort of Lincoln will come out? Orthodox Lincoln. He just knocks it down and takes 1, and they may get 2. They won't, because it's thrown so hard. It goes to the outfielder pretty quickly, so just a single. Rishton and Lincoln, you've got Bevan to come, you've got Godsall to come. This is the engine room, I think, in these middle overs.
Yeah, this is very, very important. Just got to keep it nice and tight and nice and tidy. And Saqib has been very good. But Rishton has been pretty useful as well. Well, this one is spiced up in the air. This will be a chance. And it has been taken. That is a massive moment. Now, they don't get any bigger than this. I mean, if there's one wicket that you really want, is the one of Andy Rishton. He has been on fire. He certainly has been, well, for me so far, has been the player of the England team. He's done everything with bat and with ball. He can take the match away from you. And, well, he was the player of the match in that performance against Spain. And here he is. He gets out for 14. He just doesn't get this right, does he? The head goes up in the air. The ball goes up. Offers the chance. No mistakes. And that's the thing here. You got to take your chances. And they do take it. I mean, you can ask Spain about that. And maybe that's probably the only blip that he had in their performance. And, well, that was enough to give the match to England, you would think. But they keep hold of the catches, and that's so important. And Richton knows how important a person he is with the bat, and now he's gone. I think a lot now relies here on Dan Lincoln, the captain.
That's the hot zone, isn't it, out at deep mid-wicket today. We've seen a lot of action. Richton had a bit of luck there earlier, but he has to go for 14 off 6. And so, England 11, they're going to go for Godsall before Bevan. I think they think of Bevan as a bit of a finisher. They see him coming in over 6, 7, something like that, so a bit early, just before the halfway point. But fielding's so important. Again, fielding under lights, slightly different experience. But that was a really, really good catch.
Massive moment, wasn't it, in this one? So Saqib doing the damage, and he's bowling really well. Just loving the length that he's bowling.
Here's the thing. He's fooled batters with bounce twice. So on the sweep, it goes under the bat, I think, for that LBW. And then that one bounced a little bit more. Let's have a look at some of the players that have impacted this tournament. Musa Ahmed, Ryan Klein and Corley. The 3 top batters in the Netherlands, but Lincoln, Richton and Ward, the top 3 for England 11 this week. And you've got Dan Lincoln there at the crease. He's been striking at 245. And this is after he had a pretty modest start by his standards. I mean, here's the thing. The way things are looking with the format, it could be in the future that teams just play 4 group matches and then they have to play finals. I mean, England, they would have been on playing home if that was the case. Anyway, it's the last ball of the over, and the score after that is 44 for 3. I want to say a big hello to all of you guys, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me, and you know what? Bring him in.
Somebody lurking. There's
Corey
somebody
Rutgers.
lurking.
Well, you know, Corey, I know you've agreed to do a few overs. We'll talk a bit in a minute, but I know it's a tough one. Corey, of course, the national coach of Spain, but also a big part of our team here at ECN. We love you in the commentary box, and Rico, we'll get Corey on. But you know, as well, 2 Spain supporters here, I know that it'll be a tough night, but still, you can be really proud of your efforts.
Very, very proud of this man, and very proud of our boys. Very proud of the keeper Rocco. They've done us really proud of that. I think they've added the spice and the Spanish touch to this competition. They really have.
Oh, Corey's crying. I'm just trying not to get it on the equipment because we've already seen what happens when it gets
you're
wet.
not going anywhere. You're staying here. It's my turn to use my lanyard to go to the VIP zone. I'm going to get myself a little drinky poo. You can stay here. Maybe you can talk to Corey. I can't handle it. If Corey starts crying, I'll start crying. I don't want to cry here.
Just make sure you're back by the golden ball, Rico, okay? Because that's what I'm picking in this final.
Did you see the graphic?
Oh, it was
the graphic? No, honestly, 118 to 118. You think I'm joking?
I'm not. No, now I see you. I'm joking. So if the supercomputer picks it, that goes a long way. Okay, look, back to this match. What a great over that last one was from Saqib. It was fantastic. Only 3 from it, 2 wickets. And now we'll get the single as Rico steps out for a second. And obviously, Rico, I've got to say to you, you've done an amazing job during the series as well. There's nothing quite like it in world cricket to have such a volume of matches. And Rico's pretty strong too. He just lifted Corey up. And now, well, let's get back to the action. So, England trying to get going. As we've got another special guest in the commentary box, Indy, who headbutted a ball last night, and it's good to see him back. And anyway, let's welcome back Corey Rutgers to the commentary box. Corey, welcome, and well, it's nice to have you as, well, not really a guest, you're part of our team, but it's I know we'll talk briefly, maybe in this over, about the Spanish, and then we'll go back to the game. But it's a very, very exciting one. Back in qualifier 2, here's Brat. Well, high-ish. No ball called, in fact. So slow ball gone wrong for Brat. Well, it could be a run out here. Oh, it's a tough one. It was a really tough take for Asad Zulfiqar on the bounce. They hustle back for 2. Musa almost had a chance to run Lincoln out there.
Yeah, good fielding from Musa Ahmed at backward square leg. Gets the throw in quickly. Was it dipping? No, that's a no ball.
That's a no-y.
Yeah, definitely a no-y.
Hangs up there. You can just tell by the way he hits it. And Brat with his trademark teapot.
Tell you what, a better throw there, Vinny. He was in a bit of trouble.
He knocks his own wickets over as well on the way back. Yeah, so Well, maybe we'll wait for this ball because we are getting towards the end of this over. We've got a couple to come from Bright, so we'll go back to it now. So how are you feeling? How are the guys?
Yeah, just upset. Proud, very, very proud of what the guys have achieved over the last month. We started in Group A and finished in the Championship week and have gone down to two very strong nations in the Netherlands and England.
That's true. Well, leg glance, but they got the fine leg in play. Kingma almost makes a meal of it. He looks 20% fitter now. He goes the long way. Well, this could be out. This is one of the most amazing run-outs you'll ever see. He goes the hard way, and he has gunned down Gotzel.
Well, I tell you what, Sebastian Bratt's pickup on the half volley might be one of the best pickups you'll see, because Kingma has fizzed this in from fine leg. He's thrown it about 60 metres, and that is an unbelievable pickup off the half volley, Vinny.
How do you even try this? Because normally the non-striker is the quicker of the two because they get a bit of a head start, and the batter doesn't because he's hitting the ball. But we'll have a look at this on the replay. It's a remarkable bit of fielding. Well, firstly from Kingma, who takes it, rolls, but comes up throwing. He comes up firing. Well, the crowd, they're going to like that. He takes it, no problem. And then he fires it. And I think it's the last thing Gotzel's expecting. He hesitates slightly.
Oh, the camera crew weren't expecting it either. I don't think anyone knew where the ball was going, but Sebastian Bratt's take here is phenomenal. Watch this.
It's off the grass as well. That's as good as it gets, really.
That's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it comes off the grass, which is a really unpredictable surface.
So that is sensational from the Dutch captain. He's done his nation proud there. Vivian Kingma and Sebastian Bratt. That is fantastic cricket. The Netherlands with their noses ahead, and well, when you get excitement like that, we don't have to talk about my game, Vinny.
Yeah, true. Okay, agreed. But here's the thing. I mean, if it hits the surface, it's got a more predictable bounce. The pitch surface I'm talking about, because it's concrete, it's a more predictable bounce, but it's going to be a steepling bounce. That was an incredible pickup. But what about the throw? Even to try the bowler's end is ridiculous from Kingma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Bevan, though. These two hold the key for me now. The 50 came up, but it cost Gotzel his wicket. And now, with a wide, the score moves to 51.
Yeah, good fielding from Kingma, who's down in front of all the Scottish and Spanish players who are enjoying a couple of beverages, and well-earned beverages. That's been a good competitive championship week.
You know what? Victoria Stavazis shares just gone up 6% in early trading, tell you that much. It's, Lincoln and Bevan, these are their finishes. That's what they think they can get the most production out of. Goes straight and goes pretty long. Maximo! Lincoln doubles his score. Well, it's a new Lincoln. It's a retro Lincoln. He's playing cricket shots and he's playing them very well.
Yeah, nice shot. He skips across, gets a half volley and pumps it straight. Yeah, these two are the key. So dangerous coming down the order. It just shows how quickly this game can turn still.
Misses his length. Misses it by a fair bit. Maybe it's a challenge delivery, you could call it. Hoping for a miss hit there, but never came. Brant's gone for 13. A remarkable run out in the over. Slower ball. And, well, this could be out. Oh, this is going to be out, I think, as well. And Bratt, he does it all himself this time. And Lincoln, well, there was some hesitation. He looked up, and obviously Bevan was coming.
Yeah, I reckon he's gone, Vinny. It was one of those ones, Lincoln blocks it down, and he sort of didn't know whether to run or sort of block the ball even.
Watching it's not going into subs. He sees it's going forward. Bevan, to be fair, went straight away, but he's made a bad decision. And you can see there, he's run out by a fair distance.
I love that Sebastian Bratt takes just that extra step just to steady himself. Very smart from the Dutch skipper.
He knew he's going to win the race. Bevan's already walking. He knows he's gone, and he's gone by about half a metre. So unbelievable work by Bratt twice. And Bevan, well, I think he's run out for a diamond here. I don't think he even faces a ball in the final. Tom Bevan, well, I know he's a fan of the old bat throw. That one might not ever be coming back. And Bevan goes without facing a ball. And Bratt with a double strike. Bevan, he takes off. He thinks he can get home, but immediately he regrets it. He goes for a ducks, 57 for 5.
Well, that's what you get for not putting a bit of sticky tape over your Glamorgan helmet.
I don't mind that. This is maybe an army helmet coming out as Keith. It looks like he's coming to the crease.
Yeah, no.
From one extreme to the next.
Brilliant from Sebastian Bratt. He leads with example, and two bits of brilliance in that over.
Yeah, I mean, look, what does Bevan do wrong? He just probably thinks the ball gets further away from the stumps.
I think Dan Lincoln hits it and runs a bit. He blocks it down and he goes.
I think it's on both the batters kind of. I mean, Lincoln looks up and he sees that Bevan's kind of like keen if you are, you know.
Yeah.
And so then then it goes. But I mean, credit to Brutt. You actually make that run out by the first 2 or 3 steps to get towards the ball, and he certainly didn't waste any time. Well, Rishton, maybe something's happened in the, in the change rooms that we probably can't show. But anyway, here's Saqib. Well, Lincoln tries to get a bit funky, and he's a bit lucky here. That could have easily gone down the throat of Brutt.
Really good bowling from Saqib Zulfikar. He's been so sensational for the Dutch in this whole tournament, bowling that wide of the off stump. Keast is out there now, needs to get funky. I think on 57.5, very similar to when they played us. And unfortunately, we had a really bad over and it twisted the game, and that's the sport, so they're not out of it yet.
They've had a bit of a habit of making ugly totals, though, making kind of ugly 120s and finding a way. It's a long way to 120 from here. They'd have to go about 15 and over to get there.
Well, they're going to be facing some seriously good bowlers at the back end as well.
All right. It's Saqib. And there's the top edge. Where's it gone?
Just a 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that Asad Zulfikar, the keeper, looks up and he's searching for it because he's got no idea. Get a couple of bits of luck going England's way this time now.
How's your finals day been, though, Vinny? First time I've seen you. Busy, enjoying? The VIP area, can I just say, is sensational.
Do you want some accreditation?
Oh, you betcha.
I'll think about it. You've earned it. Yeah, I've had a great day with the crowd. Now this is in the air and this is hanging. This really should be caught, and it is. And it's Shirazul that takes the catch. And so Lincoln tries to get a bit funky, gets outside the off stump, but he gets the top edge. Once again, it's the extra bounce of the bowler, Saqib Zulfikar, that does Lincoln here. It was a good pressure catch under lights by Shiraz Rasul in the third man position. And so the captain has fallen. It's 59 for 5.
Tell you what, Saqib Zulfikar is having an absolute barnstorming final. He tries that favoured skip across sweep shot, doesn't get it. Top edge and a really good catch from Shiraz Rasul. It's under the darkness of the sky, and well, it would have had a lot of top spin on it as well. You can see Saqib screaming out catch, and he just holds on to it. So a big wicket. The Dutch are on top, and well, will we have a new champion in 2022?
I'm not going to call anything now because anything can happen. We saw England defend 93 just yesterday. It seems like a long time ago. But the pressure is on, and you'd expect the pressure to be on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, but they do bat deep, the English. They'll still believe that they can get a few more runs here. So, a sensational final here. The two most deserved nations have made it, Netherlands and England. Credit to these two sides who have played some fantastic cricket this week. Right now, the Dutch, they're ahead.
They are ahead, but plenty more to come. There's the HCL software pick ball in the VIP area. Saqib, this one probably would have been a wide. Would be hit for a single.
It's good bowling because as a batsman, you don't know whether to leave it or not.
Yeah.
So if you keep it out there, most batsmen will just get a bit of a toe on it. People might think it's defensive, but in T10 cricket, that's sensational bowling. Look at the fan zone, Vinny.
Yeah,
look at all the supporters.
It's only a bit of it. It's absolutely pumping at the moment.
Well, I'll be there soon, I reckon. A couple of Victoria Cervezas.
Yeah, you've earned them.
A couple of tissues as well.
Saqib bowled really well, but this is hit well, and it's going to set the task. Well, the fielder does very well, Musa Ahmed, because that was heading for the fan zone. Now they're going to take on it too. Well's a run out if he goes to the other end, but he'll slide back. Well, you needed Kingma to go bowler because there was a slight kind of misunderstanding between the fielders. I mean, firstly, Musa does very well to stop it, but the throw came into the keeper.
Sensational from Musa, Vinny. He saves 3. He saves 3, but there could have been a run out.
Yeah, so have a look here, and then he says, all right, let's go. And he's like, actually, let's not go. And lucky he didn't, because he would have been run out for sure at the keeper's end. Swing and a miss this time.
Look at those figures, Vinny. That could be man of the match in the final figures. Saqib Zulfikar ends with 3 for 7.
3 for 7. And he does it with skill, he does it with class, and he does it with that extra bounce that he gets. He's such a good player.
We've seen multiple leggies throughout the whole championship. I think he's been the best because he has just extracted this bounce, which has been phenomenal.
And of course, he's got the top spin. He's got the one that goes the other way. So 61 for 6 after 7 overs. Well, here's some good news. Coming Monday, we will still be on the air. If you'd like to tune in to our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. We'll be in Croatia. I'm having the week off, but Rico will be there. Tyrone Peters will be joining him. I know you would have been there, but something's come up, so that's okay. But we're starting with, how about this? Zagreb Sokol versus the Zagreb Assassins. and they have the best logo I think I've ever seen. Ljubljana versus Belgrade. So Ljubljana from Slovenia and Belgrade from Serbia. So it's a kind of super ECS. It all starts the same time as the usual ECS. Starts a little bit earlier in the day, 6:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India.
Oh, hold on. Look, I think Ryan Klein's about to bowl off about 3 steps.
Yeah, because he can't move. All right, here we go with over number 8.
What? Okay.
Well, he was really struggling through his first over.
Has he bowled one tonight?
He's bowled one. He bowled one that only went for 6. And that, I think, it was the second over, I believe. Yeah, it was the second over.
Was he coming off the long run there?
Yeah, it looked to me like it was a shortened run then as well.
Okay.
I was making my way through the VIP area. Too high. This one actually hits him in the hip. Wow.
Vinny.
Ryan Klein will know exactly how this feels, and he's actually checking if he's okay, because I reckon this hits him right at the point of the, well, in the point of something.
Whoa. Tell you what, Magic Spray Mary might enjoy this trip visit to the crease. This could be fun for all involved. This has absolutely clattered him in the crown jewels.
I said the hip.
Oh, nah.
But it was right. He gets up, though. He doesn't want the Magic Spray. We're going to get back to the action. Pierce. Well, mind the swelling. Next one will be
arguably
a single.
Arguably, you'd like the swelling.
All right, keep it
I haven't
clean.
commentated.
You're only here for 5
I'm a guest commentator. I'm not a real commentator anymore.
Well, again, appreciate the interactivity.
It's good to be back. I forgot that I was coaching a game an hour ago now.
Whatever you need to do. 7 stages of grief. Hit back at Klein.
This might be the greatest over off 2 steps you'll ever see.
You know, we've actually seen it work sometimes when the run-outs have been affected and bowlers have been forced to bowl off a short run, because not much can go wrong. You can replicate it. There's less variation in your run. Wow, this is an audacious stroke from Keys, and it just misses the off stump. And Klein, he can't believe it.
It looks like he's seen a ghost. And they're just missing the off. Oh, wow, it's sort of decked away a little bit.
I may have even hit it. I'm not sure. It deflected away from the stump. Now he goes more orthodox, and he's going to be gone. Out. And Saqib Zulfikar takes the catch. He's having such a good final. Well, the Zulfikar triplets are integral to this Netherlands side. And right now, they've got the reigning champions on the ropes. Keist goes for 3. It's 63 for 6.
Well, I tell you what, they are on the ropes. Unless they get a big over, Netherlands will go into their batting innings pretty cock-a-hoot. And Kleine, who's coming off about 3 steps, still extracting something out of the ball. And you can see the Dutch supporters loving it. He just cloths it, the bat twists in his hands, and a nice safe catch out there for Saqib Zulfikar.
With that wicket, actually, 63 for 7. Didn't count my wickets right, and that means England, they're running out of them. Saqib, he takes it with ease, doesn't he? And the Dutch, well, they didn't make the final last year. The Belgians did. Keys tries to get a bit inventive, then gets a bit more orthodox, but he can't clear Saqib Zulfikar at deep mid-wicket. Klein with the wicket again, just conserving his energy, but putting it in challenging areas. And the score 63 for 7. 8 overs down now.
Yeah, you got to wonder, will they be able to get that second or a big over in at the back end?
Yeah, well, Corey Rutger's here with me. I know you've done a lot of commentating for us over the last few weeks. I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure, and I love working with you, love having you as part of the team. You're a feisty character, but I think it's good. Your cricket brain, I think, showed in the way you coached Spain as well. And obviously, we'll see you again soon. Well, this ball, we won't see that again soon, because that's into the dark. Maximo, and well, they are going to fight back. You better believe it. Pierce really copped one, and now he sends one out of the ground. Maximo time as England start motoring along in the 9th with 6, takes them up to 69.
This is the over. This is the over. They have to find a way and take it for maybe 20, 25 even.
Can they get in the 90s? Can they?
If you get to the 90s, you'll start to believe a little bit.
Especially if you bowl and field well. Get the big fish early.
Yeah.
They defended 93, like I said yesterday, England 11. Goes quicker and fuller.
Missed out.
Yeah. So there's been a bit of a trend today, I've noticed. I suppose at this level, batters aren't expecting bad balls from spinners, and we've seen some really awful balls get wickets. Some real long hops, for example, because maybe they're just trying to overswing. You still got to get it in the middle of the bat, right?
Well, Russell's got a job here. Does he hit out, or does he just get Pierce on strike? I think he's got to be looking for some boundaries. They're only on 70.
One goes out there and he misses out. So Floyd, he's got a definite tactic, I think, to new batter to try and lure him into a shot.
I had a great chat with Floyd. He has perfected the donkey drop. We call it the donkey drop. Watch this, loopy. and slow.
Bit
and
shorter.
Oh, nice shot.
This is into the gap though, and well, it's Mungo o'clock. Set your watches, Maximo time. England are fighting back. He challenged him to go after it, and he placed it into the gap. Well, that was one thing, but he actually had enough to get all the way, and Mungo Russell gets off the mark with a sixer.
Well, he tries the donkey drop, but he gets it a little bit too straight. Another 6. We said this over had to go big for England.
Well, see, the donkey drop goes up and down. That one didn't really go up. I think it was too short. Mungo was ready for it. Still had to create the pace. Floyd might go the quick one here. Does. Spears it into the stumps. Mungo will get a single here.
77, 7 balls left. I mean, perfect scenario. They can get 23, maybe get to 100.
Could do. Golden ball final, anybody?
Oh, maybe. You never know.
Oh, more than maybe. Yeah, the bat versus ball wall had them tied.
Really? Oh.
I think actually it's more about he's actually just grabs it himself there. I don't think that was any attempt to run out the non-striker.
He's got to open the batting after, so you don't want him to have pulled a hammy.
Yeah,
he looks a bit stiff, doesn't he?
Probably take the last over off and it wouldn't be the 8 minutes, which would mean he couldn't open. Anyway, this is hit down the ground. One hopper to Brutt. So it's the end of the ninth, and England fighting back with 7 wickets down. They get 15 off the Floyd 9th over, and the score is 78 for 7.
Yeah, 78 for 7. Floyd gets hit for 2 sixes there, and that'll be disappointing. None for 27 for Floyd, which is uncharacteristic. He's been sensational once again in 2022. But yeah, big last 6 balls. I imagine who might bowl this one? Sebastian Brutt, maybe Ollie Ellenbus.
Normally it's Brutt.
Usually it's Brutt.
Will bowl it. He bowled the 6. He went for 13. There was just one high-no ball in there. And it's also a 6. There was also those 2 remarkable run-outs, if you remember that.
There's a plug if you've ever seen one. HCL Software, how you doing?
Well, the Dutch bowlers will be hoping that it looks like that when it's coming down to them. The Dutch batters, I should say, in the second half of this game. Here's Brutt. 10th overtime, big swing and a miss. On the fumble, they'll go. And then there's a double fumble. And Assad will be disappointed. But I've noticed this from the English, not just the English, they will go on any keeper fumble because it takes out the element of hesitation.
Well, you might want to ask Harrison Ward about that, who got run out off a wide yesterday when it went to the keeper. But yeah,
he was at the non-strikers end then, and basically the striker never went. But I think it's a definite tactic. At this stage, you got to go on that.
Yeah, at this stage, every run is oh so crucial. Big 5 balls in the context of this match. Can they get, let's say, 2 boundaries out of 5?
Still get to the 90s here. Steps across, in swinger. It's called 2, but I don't think it's on. Pearce, probably the more senior of the batters now. So he'll take the strike. Well, Shuvo, in the comment section, he has said could be a low-scoring thriller on the cards.
You never know. I mean, England are going to need some wickets in the power play. And we know there's every chance that they can, but they're going to have to bowl out of their skins, you'd imagine.
They will, but anything is possible. They have got to that 80 now. 4 to come. Challenge ball, it's hit, and it's hit pretty well. This is going to be 4. So Pearce, he's shown a lot of grit and determination in this innings. He moves to 14, and he hits through the line of the ball. That's a really good cricket shot.
Yeah, that is a good shot. A little bit of width, and he really throws his hands. It's like a reverse helicopter almost.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's really trying to manoeuvre that a little bit squarer so it doesn't go straight to the fielder. Pearce has been invaluable here. Can England take some momentum into the second half of this innings? Slow ball, and this is going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Pearce moves to 20, and England get to 90, or a couple more like that. Maybe they can still bring up the 100.
Well, he goes that slow on ball, but unfortunately it's a half volley. So he picks it, he gets it, he swings hard enough. A great cameo at the back end. 100 still possibility here.
It is. Can they get another boundary or 2? Well, that's not good at all. And that's got him. Now they're going to get up and run. Pearce doesn't have his bat anymore, and he almost gets run out. And he'll never get 2 with no bat. Wow. So Brutt, that's actually the second one of those he's bowled. So if he's bowled another one, then he's out of the attack. This is just, well, Pearce has been under attack. That one was a bit higher than the one going, and it's out of the ground. Well, Mungo has come, and he's made a difference. Rishton likes it. The England 11 like it. The crowd like it. And that 100 seemed a long way away. Now it's in touch. 98 with the ball to go.
Yeah, they're going to get a chance to defend 100, you'd imagine. Holland will still feel like they're ahead in the game, but what a great comeback from England.
Yeah, there's the fan zone. There's the England camp. A few more smiles now. And so, Brutt, He's kind of his own worst enemy, isn't he? He would have been out of here if it wasn't for that high full toss. Now he has to deal with Mungo Russell. What a cameo this is. 98 plus this. He's going to get 99. They'll probably try for 100. And, well, they're going to race back, and it'll be Zulfikar. That's Zulfikar that does it all by himself. So 99, almost there for 100. But got to say, what a last couple of overs with 7 wickets down. They take 15 off the ninth. They take 21 off the last. It goes magical, and it sets Netherlands exactly 100 runs to take the trophy.
Look, Netherlands will go into this probably as favourites, but I tell you what, finals cricket, under pressure, everybody watching, and you got to go at 10 and over against a very good English side. Not easy. Finals are always low scorers.
Yeah. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here. It is KNCB T20 Finals Day in the Netherlands. As you can see, the cover's still on. Voorburg, the hosts, VCC taking on VRA Amsterdam in the first semi-final. Voorburg won 27 for 7. VRA, they were 7 runs off 1 over in the second innings before the rain came in. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Super Sunday. Got Corey Rutgers with me, but not a super result for VRA fans because unfortunately we've just had official confirmation that this first semi-final is abandoned, and that means VCC go through to the final.
Pretty crazy last 40 minutes. The rain actually probably stopped twice, and then every single time VRA got out there to take the covers off, it just started drizzling again. There was 2 occasions they got this close to getting back on. We needed 14 minutes to bowl 4 overs was the word, but unbelievable bits around the ground. Everyone knew the equation. VCC played it perfectly. As soon as the covers went on, they were having a coffee on the inside. They weren't rushing out to get the covers on. They get the free passage through the final, but like people will say, is it fair? I think it is. On the table, they won 7 out of 9. VRA won 5 out of 9, so they go through.
That's why they had that top seed. You can see it there. So Voorburg, the first team through to the final. And so the way things are scheduled, and look, fingers crossed the rain can clear, and I know there are some wet patches around the square and stuff that the ground staff are concerned about, the umpires are concerned about, but we are meant to start the second semi-final in around about 45 minutes. Harbs Kreinhout taking on HCC of The Hague. So 11:30 GMT, that's at 1:30 in Central Europe and 5 p.m. in India. The second semi-final is scheduled to start at that time, but really what we've learnt today is that we are at the mercy of the weather gods, Corey.
And to be completely honest with you, this has been Dutch cricket for a while. The weather has played around with a lot of fixtures in the last 2 years. Right now, if I'm Harbs in the second semi-final, I'm thinking, free passage to the final, why not? But then if it does rain again tonight, it will be VCC's day if the rain keeps falling.
So, yeah, that's exactly right. So VCC, they survive. They're only 4 overs away from potentially...
I think if they got the 4 overs in, they'd lost. I don't think they were going to win.
Potentially. But, so... where we're at the moment is we're going to have to wait. It's lightly falling. There's still that thunderstorm warning, which was meant to come in around an hour or so. But it is unpredictable. The rain came a bit quicker than anyone was expecting. So we'll take a break here. Don't forget, there's other cricket happening all around the continent today. We have the Continental Cup final taking place pretty shortly. Hungary taking on Gibraltar in that. We've got the ongoing men's and women's ECIs in Estonia. And don't forget Portugal tonight as well. So plenty of options. Hopefully, if you set an alarm to come back in 40 minutes, hopefully we've got some good news for you that we can get that second semi-final on. But for now, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. Hopefully see you soon with some more cricket from VCC. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to the Voorburg Cricket Club here in the Netherlands, as it is KNCB T20 Finals Day. Unfortunately, the weather is still not cooperating. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I've got Corey Rutgers here with me. And well, luckily we're undercover. The rain, it's been persistent, hasn't it? I won't say it's been particularly heavy, but it's just been nagging the cover still on. Obviously, semi-final one had to be abandoned. Right now, we're meant to be starting the second semi-final, which is Harbs Kleinhout taking on HCC. But as you can see, no chance of play at the moment.
Yeah, and I guess it's similar circumstances to before. If we don't get on, unfortunately for HCC, it might be a complete drive to not get on the field and get knocked out. I guess for Harbs, look, you want passage through, but you want to play. You do want to play. You're a competitor. You play in the league. You want to play. This is the way the tail of the tape was going to be. But obviously, if we don't get on Harbs, we'll then play Voorburg. But I'm a little bit worried, to be completely honest, Vinny. We are potentially on track for a 3-game washout, meaning Voorburg win the ticket, and fair enough, but it leaves a bit of a sour taste.
Yeah, true. I mean, obviously they've earned that top spot by having a superior record to everyone else, and it's not just a net run rate thing. They were clear.
They won by a couple of games.
They were clear at the top of the ladder, but yeah, Harbs, okay, it's fine for them if they get through the second semi on a washout, but that doesn't really help them in the final. So I think they need the rain to clear. And, yeah, well, unfortunately, that's the situation right now. Plenty of cricket happening around the continent. I know we're about half an hour away from the start of the Continental Cup final in Romania, with Hungary taking on Gibraltar there. Gibraltar, a bit of a bolter last night. We've got cricket in Malta as well, men's and women's series, really interestingly poised here. But we're not going to leave you without any cricket. We're going to try and do what we can to stop the rain from falling. But we're going to take you back in time now to the ECL in 2022, to the 8th of March, in fact. And this is going to be a real great chance to see one of the teams a couple of years ago that are meant to be playing right now. Hopefully we are back soon. If we are, we'll let you know straight away in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and also you can keep following our website and our social media at European Cricket. But we're going to take you back to the 8th of March 2022, and this is going to have Harbs Kleinhout in Group E of the ECL, match number 10, against a team we know very well, KNCB Badalona.
Ooh, good game.
They've got some big names in there. Julian Demay's in there. Tobias Vise, who is listed in the side today to play if we can get on. So we're going to go take you back to the Carlton Oval to show you this ECN Classic. Hopefully some good news here from the Netherlands very soon. But for now, let's take a step back in time. Demay is going to open the bowling for Harbs Kleinhout. The Crows hoping to keep their unbeaten streak alive, and likewise KNCB Badalona. So wherever you're watching around the world, get ready for a Royal Rumble. Here's the first ball. Just comes back with the arm from Demay. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and welcome into the commentary box for the first time today. Spanish national team coach and former Harbs Kleinhout player. So he's the perfect man to be next to me. And that man, of course, is Corey Rutgers, as this one's up in the air and it's gone. And Corey, Maximo, first points to Mohamed Baba.
Well, what an exciting way to start this match. And hasn't this man had a good tournament with the bat? Big Baba, when he hits it, it stays hit. And he gets one in the wheelhouse, gets every piece of it. 6 runs. And yeah, looking forward to this contest, Vinny. Tough one to call. Could go either way. Will someone produce a bit of brilliance and get their team over the line?
I'm sure we're watching this one with a lot of interest as well, for many reasons. This one's just a bit too wide. This is what he'll do, Demay, won't he? He'll attack that kind of wide hole, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
Occasionally he'll miss, but he only gives away one. I think he's trying not to get too straight because he knows that someone like Baba could take him out of the ground. Just knocks this one into the offside. No run. So how do you see this one, Corey? I'm interested to get your insight.
Well, we know there's a big battle going on later, but I think all the other players, I mean, the man at the non-strikes and Isan probably hasn't had the tournament he would have wanted so far. He's been good with the gloves. I think he might have a big game. And for Harbs, that middle order, who's going to stand up there?
He gives him no place to work with here.
But the big thing in this chase later is if Harbs do lose an early wicket or two, they've been so reliant on Toby Svise, they need somebody else to go, hold on, I'm going to make some runs as well.
Yeah, true. Well, Brunt played a good support role. He made 40 earlier today, but yeah, aside from that, there's been too many contributors with the bat. I suppose you could also argue they haven't had too many opportunities because of the form of the openers. Pretty good first over this Demay. Got taken down the once, but still only 7. I think that's a win for Harbs. Still a ball to go though. Last balls of overs.
Oh, so important because it sort of carries into the next over as well.
Momentum. He wants him. He goes high, and that's going to fly. Well, that's over our heads. Maximo. Bubba can't be held quiet. He scores a dozen off the first over, and it's 13 for no loss.
Jeez, there's something about the way he strikes the ball. Just at the very end, he snaps his wrists through it, and that went absolutely miles over us in the commentary box. So in the end, the first blood goes to Pack Care. Good start from them. Well, you've got a few colours on today, don't you, Vinny? You've had a good day?
Yeah, well, I do have the orange on. I thought, don't get to crack out the orange shirt very often.
Didn't know it was a peacock day.
Well, it's just a regular shirt. You know, I like my block colours. I've got my Dutch-inspired shirt on today.
There's the Pack Care boys. Well, they've had a good tournament so far, so they'll be hoping to continue their trend. But yeah, you look very bright today.
Yeah, I've gone the orange. I know Rico keeps complaining that got my coat on. But if you've got a nice warm coat, why wouldn't you use it today? All right, Isan on strike for the first time. Whips this one off his pads. It's a long chase for the fielder, but he does well. Teo Walbra.
That's really well. Keeps it to single, but yeah, Ishan, he'll be happy to get off the mark. He's a good player. I've heard a lot about him. Probably hasn't made the runs he would have liked, but he'll be hoping for a substantial innings here today.
What I liked about his innings before, Teo, was that he kind of played a support role and just gave the strike to Tobias Fise early on. But then when it was his turn, he was able to get a few lusty blows of his own. Anyway, here's a good battle. Manjinder versus Mohamed Babar. This is a full toss. Could have hit it pretty much anywhere. Instead, he hit it straight to Navjit Singh at square leg.
You have a feeling that Babar's seeing the ball like a watermelon at the moment. He batted so beautiful in the game early today. I think it was 60 off 20 odd.
Yeah, 63 off 21.
Well, when you're in that sort of form, that style of rich, what's the old saying? In vein form, rich in vein, something like that.
I'll have to look that one up. Are you going to be in English?
A couple of Red Bulls before this
you
game.
Get rich in vein.
Hold on. Richard.
What?
There is a saying. Look, moving on.
If I could Google the words you were just saying, I would probably find it. Make the most of it when you're in form. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, let's go with that.
In a rich vein of form. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, rich vein of form. Thank you. Almost got there.
Oh, sometimes with you, it's like trying to do a cryptic crossword. Anyway. Goes leg side. This one won't quite carry. I think that sometimes in form batters have had a bit of luck. I think of Cooper Singh this morning. There's a similar one where if he hits it slightly better, it goes to the fielder.
Yep.
So, I mean, obviously, there's a tremendous amount of skill involved in any form of cricket, even this form of cricket, but you can't underestimate the role luck plays, I think. Isan on strike. Yeah, it just helps this one on its way. Adios, pelota, Maximo. Mohamed Isan. He's got a birthday this week. This was a bit of a present from Manjinder Singh. It was outside his pads. He could just turn it, flicks it away dismissively. 6 more.
Yeah, good shot that, because sometimes when it's actually outside your pad line, it's hard to catch up with, but he got every piece of that, and that will be a confidence-boosting 6. And, well, from all the teams I've seen so far, I just sort of feel this Pack Care team, they have the most firepower, don't they? They have numerous players that can clear the ropes quite comfortably. These two are a very, very dangerous opening pair. Good batting so far.
Yeah, for sure. Just need a wicket to steady themselves here. RBS. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's not a good delivery. It's too full. It's going to go. And it's going to be cuatro carreras más. Pack Care just keep on keeping on. Isan moves to double figures. Joins former captain Babar there. And that's 2 overs down. 25 for no loss.
Yeah, good start for Pack Care. They've had a really good tournament so far, and that's an absolute freebie. He's always going to put that one away. What are you thinking here, Vinny? I mean, obviously they've got the Tobias Fise threat later, but what are they going to want here batting first? Anything in excess of 115?
Yeah, 120 is a good target, isn't it, to a ball? I think also it's just about batting well and seeing how the score goes. I think you can afford to be selective with what you go after. Someone like Babar's hitting the ball so well. He's getting plenty of balls in the zone that he thinks he can clear the boundaries, so you don't want to be too fixated on a target.
This is a good change. Ferdy Vink bringing himself on a lot of slower balls.
Third over. Starts with a little outswinger, could be trouble, and he's gone. So he tried to go across the line. I think this one just shapes away from Mohamed Babar, and that is a big wicket for Harbs Kreinhout. The captain comes on with immediate effect and removes a man who is in form, but he's got to go for 13. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's really good bowling. And that's the outswinger. He draws the edge and he gets the big wicket. They needed that, did Harbs. And, well, big wicket for them. Can they get a couple in a row? Ferdy Vink, he's having a good tournament, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a clever player. And that's a bit of brotherly love as Stefan Vink is the one, Vink I should say, that holds the catch. And so Mohamed Babar, just probably wrong shot selection there. didn't account for the movement. I think a lot of balls have just stayed on a straight line. This one just left him slightly, so it takes the outside half. It's Vic squared that removes Baba. 25 for 1. Let's see who they send out now. Is this Yassine? Yeah, I think they might have sent out Mohammed Yassine at number 3. Player with a lot of experience at high-level cricket, Corey.
He played for Salcott in Pakistan, played first-class cricket. I think it's around 37 or 38 first-class games, and I think 20 to 25 List A games, and finds himself living in España now. One to watch out for. More, I spoke to him earlier, more a traditional T20 50 over cricketer, and trying to find his way in T10 cricket.
Can't give it a whack, though. We've seen that in ECS level for sure. Often opens the batting with Isan.
Oh, okay.
So these two are reunited. And first one is picked up, but they've got good protection there. Probably a good field, isn't it, with Vink just kind of bringing the ball into the left-hander. Gives him a bit more protection on the leg side.
Yeah, good field, I think. Deep mid-wicket and deep mid-on. So if you're going to angle it in like that, you need that protection. And also, a good amount of swing, but nice shot. Nice shot to get off the mark. Always a confidence booster.
Confident little clip. Hello to Jai Sin as well in the chat, who's welcoming me back. Well, welcome to all of you. Goes straight, and this one is banged over. Long off. Isan gets 6. Maximal. Always a good sign, I think, from Mohammed Isan. When he's hitting the ball straight, sometimes he favours the leg side and kind of overdoes it, but that one hits straight through the line. 6 more.
Yeah, that's glorious batting. That's in the coach's manual. They say try and hit the sight screen as much as possible, and that's exactly what he does. He's got himself going here. It wasn't the worst ball in the world, but that's a glorious cricket stroke.
Yeah, it's kind of a challenge, kind of a length. Mid-off was up in the circle. Back to live action now. Bit straighter. Well, this one escapes the keeper. And this is probably going to run away for 4 more. Well, this one, little under edge, I think, onto the pad. Still had enough velocity to get to the boundary. Isan moves into the 20s. Pakar, despite losing Mohammed Baba, they're still going at a very, very good run rate.
Yeah, they're cashing in this power play. A little bit more luck on this one, but catches up with it, goes for 4. And, well, he's really motoring along now. He's 21 off 5. And this is what I mean with this Pakar team. It feels like they've got 4 or 5 players that can really do something. I mean, Mohammed Kamran batted at 3 last game. He's down the order this game.
Yeah, they bat deep. See, when we see him, it's been another full toss. Needs to be stopped is, yeah, but I think they had a conscious plan as well. You saw yesterday when they were chasing 70 odd.
Yep.
That was in that game against Punjab Lions Nicosia. They shuffled their order a bit, and they backed themselves to all go from ball 1. So a bit like we saw some of the teams last week.
They're the Maverick team, aren't they?
Oh, they're
T10 specialists.
They're renegades. Don't play by anyone's rules. Yassine gets a bit of bat on this. Stopped well. Just the one, end of the over. Think not the worst over at all. Still goes for 13 though. Picks up big wicket of Mohammed Baba. 3 overs down. It's 38 for 1.
So we haven't commentated too much this week, Vinny. Obviously, you got Andrew in, and respect to that. But
good to have you.
Now that we've been watching a bit of this group, has this group surprised you massively? Because if you had told me that Marlow wouldn't have a win and the team from Jersey, Farmers, wouldn't have a win, I would have said no chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the group of excitement. That's what I've been calling it. Group E for excitement. We had the group of death.
I don't think it was the group. This is the...
That's what I mean. This is the group of excitement.
I like it.
We spent group of death. Now, I can't use that again. But this group is looking really strong. And Jersey, I mean, they've had a tough draw. They've got 2 matches to come.
Well, everyone in this team, in this group's had a tough draw. I think they've underperformed so far.
Yes and no. Look at their 3 opponents, though.
No?
Well, yes, they have, but not as much as... because look at who they've played, right? They've played Harbs, and they've...
they lost to Cyprus this morning.
Yeah.
Shock result.
They lost to Group Attack Singh, basically. And they got Pakar.
And with Cyprus, the Lions doing so well, and Gek from Corfu also showing the 2 teams that I thought were going to be seeded 5th and 6th, they're really good.
Yeah. Well, here's a man that they're calling Screech, and that one screeches into the grill of Sholton behind the stumps.
I'm glad he's got a helmet on, because they hit him pretty hard.
A lot of people. Yeah, that one just bounces off his thumb right into the gob. Luckily,
we saw that last week. The keeper didn't have it on, took it in the snods.
Yeah. Yeah, nasty blow up the nose. This is going to be just a 1 hopper to Julian Tomei. How good a fielder is Julian Tomei? I mean, he's got the height, he's got the attributes, and seems to be able to cover the ground really quickly. And also, balls that go slightly over his head, he's really good at pulling them back into the field of play. We've seen that several times here, haven't we?
Yeah, I think Julian's mental side of his game's really improved in the last few years, and he just understands the game a lot better, and it's helped his fielding quite a lot.
Vanandak to Isan. tries to go across the line, just threw it too early. A late decision to go. Get away with it. Leg bye called.
I think Echan will be very disappointed. He was a bit early on the shot. Maybe Bodendijk rolled his fingers across that one. A good start from him. They get through for a quick single. Would have been tight, I reckon, if there was a direct hit.
It's the kind of length that you felt should be pullable.
Yep.
But yeah, just misjudging the speed of the delivery. I guess you got to remember, new bowler coming in all the time. Takes a little bit of time to get used to the specific pace. Now, it's a little bit of an edge on this, and this is going to be 4. So things rolling the way of Pakai, the host nation, starting brightly here. 4 more.
Yeah, it's a tough game for bowlers sometimes. Bodendijk's actually bowled a pretty good over, and he'd only gone for 1 of his first 3. That's a good length ball, feather edge, and that's going to go away for 4. So Harbs, they're in that position again. They need another wicket, don't they, just to steady this partnership.
Yeah, check this run rate. I mean, it's not totally out of control yet. Just remember who Harbs have opening the batting. So I don't think any scores are safe. Particularly if Tobias Vise gets going. Tries to go fetch this one. And it'll be a red dot ball. Schultz behind the stumps instead of Tobias Vise. What do you think is with the keeper change here? Is that just maybe to give Tobias a bit of a break?
Well, I know his father, Reinout Schulte, will be really proud because he kept for the Dutch for about 50 or 60 games. He was one of the stalwart Dutch keepers, and his young boy's now keeping. But yeah, Tobias Vise does enjoy getting around in the field as well.
This one's hit, and it's wide of the man in the circle. Good clean-up job, though, from Teo Walborough. As we end the 4th over with a single. Pakai, 45 for 1. Certainly hope that you are having a wonderful time, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's, once again, pleasure to have you in the commentary box with us. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Rutgers, former, or Harbs Grindhout player, former BOC Rotterdam player, and current Spanish national team coach. I bet you've got your eye on a few of these Pakai guys as well, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice week to actually do a bit of commentary and see some of the Spanish cricket. And that's what the ECN does. We find talent through what we produce, and it's really exciting because Pakai are playing some fantastic cricket at the moment.
Yeah, well, they are. Can't take that away from them at all. Reminder that you can follow us on social media as well, particularly at European Cricket. Check it out. We see Yassine turn on the first one. They've got 3 back on the leg side boundary now, just a single.
So Piers Fletcher watching, obviously from VOC, he's just chimed in, good timing. Martijn Schultz keeping, he's in the Dutch under-17 squad at the moment.
Oh, fantastic. So it's good experience for him, I'm sure, being put to the test.
Here's a test for Vinky. Ishant, he's still going well.
Pitches up, takes it on, and launches a bomb. Maximo! 6 more to Isan. We'll mention how he's had a pretty slow start to the tournament. There's nothing slow about the start of his innings. He's 28 off 8.
Yeah, brilliant batting. We did say that he had a slow start with the bat in the tournament. His glove work's been exceptional, but this is good batting. That's just power hitting. Quick hands and through the line of the ball. 28 off 8. He's motoring along. He's the key here. They need to get him out soon.
This is their strategy. They'll keep throwing the bat and back someone to get away. At the moment, it's Mohamed Isan. This next one's just a bit too wide.
Good take.
But we also have seen in the past, particularly in domestic cricket, Pakai, they have had some epic collapses. I think
really?
One game where they bowled out for 69, but then they kept the other team to 44.
It's a pretty good
and
win.
Sometimes it wakes them up.
That was like the final we had last Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I haven't seen you since then, actually.
I'm getting my voice back. Another wide.
Yeah, we lost it.
How about that? Yeah, we haven't commentated together since that final.
We lost it. We lost the plot, didn't we?
Absolutely crazy, wasn't it?
It was good fun. It was good fun. And it's good to be back in here. And I mean, this is a huge clash. I mean, Group E's been exceptional so far, but these 2 teams, one of them will get their first loss after this game. Something comes in once more and respectfully cut away for a single. Good fielding there. A little bit of a fumble. I think that's Reece Mason from South Africa. Moved over to Holland a few years ago. A good young player.
Yeah, it's good to see some youth in this side. And yes, they've been eagerly looking forward to this, especially after a couple of the ECLs were not able to be held because of the pandemic. Of course, we should have seen them before, but now we do get a chance to see them here at Kartama. Very exciting stuff. Goes for this and gets it pretty good. Yassine goes bang. And right hand, left hand, any hand. Well, give him a hand because that's 6 more. Pakai reached 60.
Yeah, nice shot from Mohamed Yassine. And, well, we said that he's not really a T10 format player. That's what everyone says. But, I mean, when you can play a shot like that, We've obviously got something about it. He has timed the ball pretty well so far in this innings.
He wants more, but this time he's mishit it. Fielder underneath it, takes the catch. This one, you could argue, was an easier ball to put away. That timing's funny. It was just off from ECN, and so he's got to go. Promising innings nipped in the bud. He goes for 15, 61 for 2. A nice catch taken out there on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, there's Reece Mason out there. We just spoke about how he's a good young fielder, and yeah, sometimes funny, you can hit the half volley for 6, but you get the low full toss and you can't get it away, so he'll be disappointed to get out now. Good little cameo though, and that's going to bring another danger man to the crease. It's Kanda Ali's walking out past him, but for ECN, maybe a little bit disappointed not to keep going there. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him as the comp goes on. He goes out for 15 off 10, striking at 150. Bit of a cameo there, so not the worst innings you'd see. But ECN, he's still out there, and if he bats any length of time, he's going to end up with a pretty big score.
Yeah, for sure. So, I'm looking forward to seeing this middle order and seeing if they can continue after this pretty good start.
How excited are you for the contest that's coming up probably in about 30 minutes?
Super excited. I'm so happy the rain stayed away. We had a few little sprinkles, but nothing too crazy. A little bit of drizzle. So, well done by Stephen Vink. He's up with a pretty good result. The ball wasn't quite there. And this one just be single. So Ali off the mark. He'll retain the strike. The score 62 for 2. And thanks again for all your contributions in the chat. Got Stuart Verman in the chat asking you, Corey, well, what kind of bowlers do you need in a T10 game? Well, I'm going to say good, but maybe as a coach you can tell me what you'd be looking for in a T10.
As we quick look at the scorecard, ECN 29 off 9. No, good question. I think in a T10 especially, you need people that have a bit of variety. We saw last week, Piers Fletcher used the slower balls well. A little bit of raw speed doesn't hurt, but you need bowlers that think on their feet. They don't always just want to try bowl it on the stumps and try blow the wickets away. You need guys that can bowl their best defensive ball under pressure, have a good bouncer, have a good slow ball. Variety, I think is very important. Or you could just have 5 Mohammed Kamrans, and that would be also very helpful.
That'll do. Here's Screech, gets paddled away.
Here's Screech.
Yeah, there's a lot of people calling Bonendike Screech from Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. We call him Benno's Screech. I've missed it. I haven't. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they're calling him.
Oh, that's a good one. I've never called him that.
What's the guy's name? Is it Dustin Diamond?
No, I can't. This was a little
Saved
bit
by
out
the
of
Bell.
my era.
Come on, don't fake it, mate. You're not that young. Saved by the Bell. With Zach? They had a Zach as well. Tries to leg glance, yes. This isn't really time, but it's muscled. Just using the pace of Bonendike and gets a bit leg stumpish. He gets done for 4. ECN into the 30s.
Yeah, you can see he's setting up early and really favouring this leg side. So anything straight's getting worked around the corner. Maybe they could move backward square leg even finer. Doesn't get this out the middle, but gets a valuable 4 for his team.
Yeah.
They need to get him out soon, don't they?
Bonendike, a few no ball problems yesterday. See if you can get it where he needs it. Yeah, it's a little bit straight, and it's good night, Charlene. This one, top of the hill job. Maximo. 6 more. ECN up and away.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful batting. This is the half volley. I think he tried the slow ball, but it was a little bit too straight. And I mean, if ECN finds form as well in this tournament, this Pakai Care side, they get even stronger. There's Imran. He looks after the club, the president. Pretty excited with that shot. A lot of pressure on the young bowler here. Needs to get a little bit more outside off if he can.
Yeah, it's just pick-upable length, wasn't it, for ECN? He's going to try again. And this one is going. It's going. It's gone. Back-to-back Maximos. ECN within reach of a half century. He's in a hitting mood. He's hitting away, getting some advice, I think. But I'd be saying, you go back to your end. I know what I'm doing. He moves to 45.
Yeah, I wonder what Ali's saying there, who's 2 off 2, while you're on 45 off about 12. Another half volley, just gets enough bat on it this time. A lot of height, and he's in. He's 1 stroke away from a magnificent 50.
I think he was saying, look, you didn't hit that one as far. Please hit it a bit further next time. As he's on 45, and he moved to 46 with this single.
Good adjustment from Benno there. Had to get it outside off, and good adjustment from ECN as well, respecting the delivery. They're off to a 5 inning. They've done it a bit quietly, it feels, but they're on 80 off 5.5.
I mean, they're going at 130 7 pace at the moment. It's pretty good going. How does Ali approach this? Last ball of the over. Now this is going to be 4 buys, and it's just a bit of ball watching from Schulte behind the stumps. Doesn't cover the line. End of the over, 84 for 2. Well, you know, Corey, we were talking about how excited we were last week. Well, this is how excited we were during the final in the last over.
What have you got for me here, Vinny?
5 infielders. Runs. I like that.
Oh, no way! No way! He's missed it! Oh, it's gone!
No way!
Oh no! He misfields and then it goes. They need 2. What's happening?
Corey Ruggers!
Oh, you and I have lost it.
No way! He was so. The microphone's gone off the charts here.
Oh my word!
And he almost. He fumbled.
Wow.
excited.
Is that Hawkman? No! What? No way! Well, that brings up Ishan's 50. What a shot that is. Great batting. He needed a big score. He was a little bit under pressure, and he's done it. 52 not out off 14 balls. And, well, I didn't think we lost it too much last week.
Well, I have to say, I find this one a little bit more believable. Ishan was going to take something up for length. And then, Corey, this is what we had last week, where you just pretty much pinned me in some sort of bear tackle. That's what people didn't see.
I had 2 red balls before this game. Not wise. Navjeet Singh again. Oh, short and hoiked. It's another 6. Well, this could be a crazy big over. It's a brave call. Isan, we'd heard a lot about him. He has raced to 58 not out off 15 deliveries now.
Yeah, so what did he get? He got his 50 off 14. That's right up there. 12's the record.
I'm not going to call it, but I'm going to call it. This could happen.
Well, you're just trying to get the Dutch a wicket. As soon as you mention the C word, always get a dismissal. Isan on 58. Goes again. Toes it though. Doesn't matter. This one's out of here. Maximo. 6 more from Mohamed Isan.
Mate, Navjeet Singh, he used to be a medium slow bowler. Now he's bowling offies. It's a brave call from the skip. There's a lot of pressure here. This could be 6 sixes easily. They're 102 off 6.3.
Yeesh.
Oh, you've got to get a wide Yorker or something here. This is dangerous.
Peter's getting plenty of action out there, retrieving balls on the mid-wicket boundary.
Here we go, Vinny.
Gets it, not that good, and he's gone. It will be another 6 and out situation. And so, important player to get, especially he was up and going, goes 6, 6, 6 and out. And just like that, that's the end of a lightning innings. And Corey put the kibosh on him. It worked, 64 off 17. Good catch by Julian DeMay. And it will be Navjeet Singh that gets the wicket, but at quite a big expense still. I'll be very happy to see the back of Mohamed Isan.
What an inning. 64 off 17, 8 sixes, 3 4. So he hit 11 boundaries out of his 17 balls. And watch this applause he'll get from his team, because they know if he's in form, Pack I Care become a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, of course. They've got multiple ways they can hurt you. We've seen how just taking the wicket of someone that's flying can get the innings back under control, but already, it's already 2/3 the innings gone, still a third available, still 20 balls available. They go to a ball pace from here. They've got 142. A lot of runs to chase, but I tell you what,
they're on for, if they keep anything like this, they're still on for 140, you'd think.
Yeah, Shiraz Ahmed will come out. And so Corey gets partial credit for that wicket. Here we go. Navjeet goes straight away, and this one's carrying Maximo. 6, 6, 6. Wicket 6. Shiraz Ahmed says, I've seen it done, now I get to do it myself. And despite that wicket, they're not slowing down.
Just a different beast, this batting lineup. They just go at everything. And to be honest, the wicket-taking ball was a half volley as well, so he's a little bit lucky. I mean, we could have 5 sixes in the over and a wicket here.
I used to bowl 10 overs to take 1 for 24. He's done it in 5 balls. And this one probably be 6 more. Well, that's a combined 30-30. And it had a wicket in it.
I was close.
So 5 sixes in the over. And Shiraz Ahmed comes out swinging, rolls the dice, picks up double 6s, end of 7 overs, 114 for 3.
Well, if someone doesn't take a wicket in this innings and end up with none for 15, 1 for still technically better. Would you take 1 for 30 off your over if you got a wicket?
You can always clip out the wicket, all right, for your social media. I think that is the key. But still, the 5 sixes are hurtful. And we certainly hope that you can join us tomorrow, day 3, the final day of round robin. We've got some interesting clashes. Pack I Care, just the one game against Yek Corfu, last game of the day, RBS, they'll take on Punjab Lions Nicosia. So both these teams just playing the one match tomorrow. That will be the last match, the last matches before we settle the top three, bottom three. Clever slow ball. I think that might be the key here, 30 Vink.
And for people tomorrow, I mean, looking forward to that third game, Harbs versus Punjab Lions. That's going to be me and Andrew in the commentary box. The first time, groundbreaking, the dream team.
Yeah, you're trying to get rid of me and Rico. Don't forget I make the rosters. I can still change that.
My apologies.
He's after him, and he gets him. Nice shot. Comes down, meets it. Not an easy shot to play. Well, Peter, he's fetching again. And this is a confidence-building one for Skander Ali.
Well, I'm looking at Julian Demay and Teo Walborough, who are at deep mid-on and deep mid-wicket, and they're going to get burnt foreheads because they're just looking over their right shoulder every time. It is clearing them by a long, long way. What do you do?
We've had 13 sixes in this innings. That's 14 now.
Oh, the old traditional leave. Well, if you played the roulette wheel, I wouldn't have said that was going to happen the next ball.
It's gambling for a wide, but have a look at it.
No, that's good bowling.
That's good. So I'm hoping he might get away.
Have
Harbs to get a closer look.
Harbs been a bit guilty of bowling way too straight and a few too many half volleys, or is it just good batting?
I think it's half volleys. That drivable length, kind of off a length, right? That kind of, they're not quite half volleys, but they're better. Because if you're driving up, you can actually get under the ball.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a bit more block hole stuff, I think. But the problem is they've had the occasional full toss. When they've tried that, they've overcooked it.
Yep.
Slower ball. Has a good look. I think he's probably going to the top. We might have a run out here. Well, he has to hustle back.
It's a big appeal. It was the slow ball. It was pretty close, maybe bouncing over.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because it was that slow ball, often will kind of climb. You see, gets him quite a fair bit in front of the crease, but then
it's straight. But
rally puts a little stop sign up and says, "Get back to your end, quick."
You think that's hitting the top of the stumps or bouncing over?
I think that's going over. Caught behind, so doesn't last too much longer. Skander Ali trying to drive outside off, chases this one. He does pick up the wicket in the end. Ferdy Vink has a second.
He's been good this week, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been really good. 120 for 4.
Yeah, Ferdy Vink, he's had a really good tournament with the ball. He's sort of the shining light for Harbs with the ball so far. This time he gets the feather edge. The batsman walked across his crease, and what Vink did really well is he put it wider of him, made him reach it, and he gets the feather edge and a second wicket for him. And, well, Pagar care, they won't be too worried about that because I know the next man is probably going to try and hit another 6. That's Asad Abbas. And he'll go Skander Ali for 8 of 8 with the 1-6.
Yeah, so Skander couldn't really get going to hit the 1-6 in there. He'll be disappointed, but still, I think he'll be pretty happy with the amount of runs that he'll have to bowl at. I think his spin could be an important factor in the second half of this game. Asad Abbas does come to the crease. He's a guy I had listed at 11. So, I mean, they really do shuffle this order around. They don't really have too many tail enders, I would say.
Yeah, Mohammed Kamran hasn't come in yet. He's one of their main batsmen, as we know. And yeah, maybe just a little bit of experimentation. They know they're probably going to finish in the top 3.
They did this yesterday as well. I think they're trying to get batting into everyone. And not just batting in dead situations, batting in live situations. Yeah, I think that's important as well, if you can afford to. Vic has been good, though, the captain. 2 for 19 with the ball to spend. Edged, and this will be 4. So, yeah, unlucky for Vink. He'll finish 2 for 23, and the score 124 for 4. Well, Corey, we talked about the first time we're excited. That was only the start of it, because watch this. This was the last ball of Group D. Sweden needing one to win.
For the Swedes. No, they're going.
They're going. They need to.
Oh, he misses.
It's all over.
The Swedes.
They've done it. Oh, unbelievable.
He misses the stumps. They've done it, Vinny.
Oh, it was a suicidal run as well, but no one was at the stumps. And Albi's Army are Group D champions. They survive where others fell around them, and the Swedish flag flies high at Karsema. A boil over. One of the best matches we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. And Spirithorpe for MSC Frankfurt. You know, they've tried their hearts out, but they've done what looked impossible moments ago. And Jabbar, the hero, as it's Albi's Army 67, Frankfurt 66. Albi's Army winning with 3 balls to spare. Oh, that was crazy finish.
I would say that's pretty casual commentating. That's just another Friday in the ECN.
Let's get back to the game. Here's Manjinder. Well, that has to be one of the most exciting afternoons of cricket we've had.
I just think the way that final ended, it was pretty special. And I just have this feeling that this week as well is going to be special. All these teams have the capabilities. You know, we still haven't seen the best of Marlow and and Farmers from Jersey, but I think we will at some stage.
Yeah, for sure. Two good teams not to show their best at some point. Kind of swings back in. Sneaks away with a leg bite.
It's going to be interesting in this match. I mean, if Teo Warborough or Toby Spise get out early, can Harbs still get up to that 135 mark? That's going to be the real big question.
Yeah. I mean, they put 140 on the board. It's not safe against someone, you know, not Spise coming out to open the batting. It's a good straight hit. Should be cut off both there. Long and long off. Pretty straight there. And, well, Verdi is going to airmail it over the keeper. So an unnecessary kind of show of strength causes an overthrow.
Yeah, the captain wanted to set the standard with the strength and decided to throw it 15 metres over the keeper's head. Gives away an extra run. He'll be disappointed with that.
Well, Julian probably try and throw one for 6 to the other end then, showing how far he can throw it. But all right, so same batter on strike. And this is sliced away, and I think this is 6. I think it's hit the rope, and it has. So Maximo time. Harbs sneaks the strike back, but nothing sneaky about the next ball. He cracks it over point for 6.
Yeah, what a shot that is. And look, I'm no statistician, Vinny, but have a look for me. Has every single batsman in this batting lineup hit a 6 now? Or maybe even 2 each? Because they are just...
Yeah, they have, actually. Really good observation. All 6 batters used have hit a 6.
Well, there you go. I mean...
That's 6 number 15 of the innings.
15
That's
sixes.
90 in 6s.
Wow, wait. I reckon they might get close to 20.
Gives himself room, and he goes all up and under. But DeMay is coming around, takes the catch. Very well done. And so Julian DeMay is the boundary rider, and he just glides around the boundary. 6 and out for Abbas. And Pakai Care lose the 5th. 1-3-3 for 5.
Yeah, it just hung in the air. Didn't get enough wood on that one. Got more aerial than distance, and it's a safe catch in the end. Pretty easy. Not good couple of inches to the rope to work with. So another wicket falls, but the damage is being done by this Paco Care batting lineup because they can all clear the fence, and he's done exactly that a couple of times.
Yeah, but he's disappointed not to clear the rope with that one. I think it was that kind of a length. He got what he wanted. He gave himself some room, but it's still something he could clip away. But he just didn't quite get the contact to get the distance.
Did you say 15 sixes?
Yeah, 15 sixes.
What's the record, actually? What's
28.
Sorry?
28. And come on, Corey, you were playing in the game.
Oh, what's that, 28 sixes?
28 sixes in the ECL 19 final from Scotty Edwards and Maximo O'Dowd.
Oh, don't know. Maximo. I didn't really, did they hit 28 sixes?
28 sixes.
Has anyone come close to that?
Nope. I think we might have seen 20.
What's that? 28 sixes. What, 20 times 20 is 120. 6 times 8 is 48. That's 168.
Yeah, very good. Well done. You did get a B in maths.
I did have 2 Red Bulls.
Break. By the way, I don't think Red Bull are giving us any money, so I could have just said energy drink.
Oh, okay. Noted. I'm only doing 1 game a day. I feel like I've been demoted in the commentary box.
Stop selling out. All right, here we go. Manjinder Singh, last ball of his spell. All right, won't beat. This is Hanif who's come in. Majid Hanif.
You reckon someone will ever crack 36s in a T10 innings? I mean, that's every second ball.
I don't think so. I mean, what do I know? There's a lot of 6s that
Records
day.
are made to be broken, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have thought the 137, is that what Scotty got?
Yeah.
137 would have got beaten, but 156 was scored by 1 batsman this year. Now, this is sliced away, and it's going to be out. So, Hanif makes the first ball up. It doesn't waste too many. Considering the resources they've still got to come, he becomes a victim of Manjinder Singh, who finishes with 2 for 21, 9 overs down. It's 134 for 6.
Yeah, unselfish play there, coming out with a couple of balls left, trying to clear the pickets, but gets the thick outside edge and safe catch by Stefan Vinke, short third man. So Harbs with a couple of wickets right at the end, and yeah, not always easy to hit your first ball for 6.
Yeah, so he finishes with wicket, wide wicket.
Vinny, we've been a couple of days into Group E, and you and I always talk about this each week. Have you got a favourite outfit for the week? Favourite
yeah,
kit?
we do.
Because for me, I mean, I don't want to be biased here, but Harbs, they look sensational. I like the black and red.
I said we had kind of Pac-Man last week. I think they're more Tetris with some of their shapes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, a little bit of Tetris. Give a look at the back there.
Yeah, well said.
Looking at the back.
Any other signs you like the look of this week?
Kind of like the Marlowe one. It's got a bit of the green. They say blue and green should never be seen.
At least they've won something.
Oh, ouch.
Sorry, Conrad.
May's back. Not an easy bowl to get hold of. Ahmed drags him to leg side for 1.
Do you still think spin to win's a good method in T10? Do you think more teams should be operating with maybe 2 genuine spinners?
Yeah, variety. You know, I think it adds a lot to your bowling lineup if you can. You think about how DeMay and Clayton Floyd, and then Shriz Ahmed as well, as a third option for the Netherlands in the ECC, really kept teams under under wraps. This is dragged down, but it's a miss hit. It should be caught, and it will be caught. Manjinda takes the catch. Demay gets the wicket. And so Atif Mohammed gets sent out there at number 8. But again, he'll only last the one ball. And so he becomes a victim of the left arm spin of Demay. It's 135 for 7.
Well, just remember these moments. If RBS get close later in this chase, just in the last few balls, a couple of wickets, a couple of dot balls, it might be very handy later in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's possible for Pakokare to bat the Dutch team out of the game just because of particularly Tobias Wiese and the way he's been hitting the ball. He's looked every time like he might get 100. And Atif Mohammed, he was only 100 short of 100 as he goes first ball, 135 for 7. And hello to Kevin Gostowski, who's watching from Colorado in the USA. He said that the final last week was probably the first full game that he'd seen. He didn't know anything.
What do you think about this? The old Sunnies on the hat job here, Vinny.
Yeah, I know. I think it's an oversight. We've already seen some sunglasses from Pakokare be trampled today, and look, may have to observe a moment's silence for those sunglasses that were trampled on.
You think he's forgotten about those on his head?
I think he's definitely forgotten that he's got his sunnies on his head. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Now what does he do? In the pocket's risky as well. And Jamay's saying, well, here, I'll put him on. This is very sporting.
Oh, isn't that sportsmanship behaviour? Oh, imagine if he put them on now and bowled with them on.
I'd like to see him putting them on and dismissing the batter while wearing his sunglasses.
Oh, that would be... he's given them back.
Well, giving them back.
He's been told he can't put them on. That would have been an unbelievable moment.
Breach of COVID protocol. But I think the Sunnies, they're not safe in the pocket. Don't know how often Adil Shafkat dives, but we could have another sunglasses issue as we get to 4 balls to come. Goes straight past the outside edge. I mean, I've seen some sledging in my time, and that's the other end of the spectrum. That's just being really, really nice to the batter, offering to take their sunnies. Oh, another dot ball handy.
Good bit of turn there for Julian. Getting a bit of purchase and a bit of bounce.
So number 9, feel confident doing that. But think about who we haven't seen. Cameron hasn't batted.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just shows how much depth they've got.
Plenty of runs. Goes third time, gets some bat on this, but I think it'll just be 1. Yeah, Kevin was saying in the USA that didn't know too much about cricket, but he was on the edge of his seat. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? And you know, often I always try and remember that some people are watching cricket for the first time. So if you do have any questions or about the rules or the strategies, anything like that, please shoot them in the chat. Last ball, it's up, and it's away. What a way for them to finish Shiraz Ahmed. He started with a couple of big bombs and he finishes with 1 out the ground. And Pakokare, they look slightly bored with hitting 6s because they're going to finish in excess of 140. It'll be 142 and count up the 6s.
16?
Yeah, 16 6s.
How many 4s?
96.
How many 4s you got for me there as well, if you don't mind?
I've got 5 4s.
So they hit 116 runs in boundaries.
Yeah, so that shows you that's about 12 runs in boundaries and over on average. So I guess when we come out here after the break, you will want to watch the battle of Mohamed Kamran versus Tobias Wiese. Be about as good as it gets on European cricket. But before that, let's have a look at Mohamed Baba. Once again, he was looking dangerous. 2 big 6s from him. And Pakokare, they're saying, what's the big deal? This is how we do it. Spanish style. That was picked up by Ihsan over the boundary. Baba, little wobble at the start as he went for 13. But then Mohamed Ihsan, the very talented keeper back, well, he picked up the pace.
Yeah, we spoke about how he hadn't had a big score in this tournament so far. And obviously representing España, wanting to do well, and he batted beautifully. Some beautiful shots over long off. And he was joined by Mohamed Ihsan and Mohamed Yassin, I should say, and he played a nice shot over midwick for 6. And all the batsmen coming in seemed to be able to get 1 away. And Yassin will be disappointed he missed out on that full toss there. Probably should have got that 1 away as well. But Ihsan, he kept on going, and at one stage we thought he was going to hit 6 6s in an over.
Yeah, well, his teammate came and finished off the job, but not before he was dismissed. Plenty more action before then, as we saw Shiraz Ahmed come out, and he had a good start. But before that, Skandar Ali just handing out some advice to Ihsan. I think he was just saying, keep hitting 6s. And, well, we of course remember the excitement in the box, a bit of excitement out in the middle. A little cuddle every time you hit one. And Mohamed Kamran had to be woken up during this innings from time to time. I think he'll be fully awake when he hits the bowling crease very shortly. Demay, good catch from him. It's always dangerous around that area. And, see, a little nick behind. So Ferdy Vic, he was one bowler that seemed to be able to stem the tide with some of his variations. Another good catch from DeMay. He tripped the light fantastic round the boundary. But yeah, new batters came, they kept swinging, they weren't too worried about getting out. We saw a few wickets tumble at the end. We also saw plenty of sixes as Qualifier, they piled on the runs. 142, 143 will be the target, but certainly the Dutch team, they're one team that they could chase down this many runs.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was unselfish play by the lower order. There was a couple of dismissals, but they still kept swinging for the team and getting the sixes away, and ending up with a remarkable 16 sixes in the innings, and that's exceptional power hitting. So you think Qualifier will be the happier of the two sides at the halfway stage, but as we've mentioned, Harbs aren't out of it just yet. We take a look at the batting scorecard, and that man at the top, Mohamed Ihsan, spectacular innings, 64 of 17, and then look at some of the cameos as well, Vinny.
Yeah, and they've got those double figure scores, and they're all kind of, except for the zeros and ones, they're all in excess of 100 or exactly 100, and 8 of those sixes were hit by Mohamed Ihsan. So you need someone to go big, and you need some support around them. So a very good T10 innings, and 6 bowlers were used during it, all in double-digit economy. Julian DeMay, well, probably the best of the bowlers, but even he got hit for 6 on the last ball of the innings, 1 for 21. 2 wickets for Manjinder Singh, 2 for Freddie Vink, who I thought bowled very well, and then you see Navjit, he went the journey, didn't he? 5 sixes and a wicket.
Yeah,
There's plenty going on in his over.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, you can see it there. The big tower at the top, 30 runs and a wicket. You don't see that every day. And even though they got those wickets late, the damage was already done, and they ended up with a really impressive 142 for 7. I think that's about 20 over par. I think 120s would be exceptional, and I think you'll take 142 with both hands.
I think it's even more in this game. I mean, average score batting first, 105 during this ECL.
Yep.
What you would say, though, is that both these teams have a lot of firepower, particularly with the bat. So maybe a bit higher for these two teams, but still, that's neutralised when we return, because we're going to see Mohamed Kamran unleashed in the last innings of the day. So don't go anywhere. Back in around about 5 to 7 minutes for the chase. It will be a colossal chase if it's pulled off, but Harbs Kreinhout, they'll fancy their chances with some of their guns at the top of the order. 143, they'll need for victory. One of these two teams will be undefeated tonight, but the other one will taste a loss for the first time. To join us shortly, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're enjoying the action here on ECN. Don't go too far. We'll be back more with some more exciting cricket action just after this. You're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. Thankfully it isn't raining anymore, so Qualifier 2 is just about to start. It's Harbs taking on HCC. Harbs have won the toss. They've elected to have a bowl first, and I can understand that because this is a 13-over game. It's almost like a T10, isn't it? The wicket has been a little bit slow in this morning's fixture. It's big boundaries. Maybe a score near 80 to 90 might play. These two teams are trying to get to the final, where VCC are waiting to see the result of this game. And there's one man in the commentary box waiting for me to get back there. That's Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much, Corey Rutgers. And yes, good news, a little bit brighter, and we are going to get some play here in the second semi-final. Originally meant to be a 20-over match, of course. It was meant to start just over an hour ago, but we do have some some updates with regards to the playing conditions. So we've got, instead of a 20-over match, it's a 13-over per side match. This is where we're at with the day. These are the conditions. So 4-over power play instead of the regular 6. And as far as the bowlers go, 3 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 3 overs. The other 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 2. And this is where we're at as far as finals day goes. So VCC defeated VRA Amsterdam. In a way, it was actually a no result because they were a high-ranked team. They are the first team through to the final. This is the Harbs Grindhout versus HCC second semi-final. And I can tell you that the news from the toss was that Harbs Grindhout won the toss and elected to field. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me, racing back into the commentary box, is Corey Rutgers. Pretty excited to get some cricket going on here.
Yeah, welcome back, Vinny. And well, Vinny, I've done a favour for you. Would you like to know? I spoke to the man above the weather gods and I said, Vinny's done a lot of T20s lately. Can we give him something a bit more T10 feeling? And They said yes. 13 overs. It's a bit more near our mantra. Do you feel better?
Not often I get something that I haven't done before. I have never done a 13-over match.
What do you call it?
T13.
T13?
But you know the number 13 on ECN is always weird things happen, right?
What about Spooky 13? Yeah, let's go on a little bit of a creepy line.
It's a haunted 13. Anyway, there's Connor McInerney. And big raps on him. Obviously, he's a guy that's been involved in the structure in Australia.
Looking forward to this. Heard a lot about this sort of opening pair for HCC. No Tony Starr and Hitter Overdyke. Wish them the best. Not here for the team in yellow, which I think gives Harbs the better odds in this one to get through to the final. We'll have to wait and see, though.
All right, shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. T13 second semi-final starts with a wide down the leg side. Both are opening to McInerney. Wiesmeyer at the non-strikers end. So, yeah, what did you think was a good score? You think around 7 and over or something like that? 90, even less?
I think more.
We saw 5 4s and a 6 in 21 overs this morning.
What's your 13s times table like, Vinny?
Excellent.
What's 13 times 8?
13 times 8 is 98.
I'll take 100 then. I think 100's still a good score. I think you can go at 8s here.
Also interesting to see the kind of pace versus spin dichotomy. We saw spin really effective earlier on. But you mentioned it earlier, the power play is so important because boundaries are so hard to come by. Maybe we could have seen VCC taking a few more chances early, but they also had to contend with some pretty good bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to really cash in this first 4 overs before the field spreads and it gets hard to find the boundaries. Quick one on Connor McInerney as well. South Australian product, Vinny. 15 first-class games. He's got a couple of first-class 50s for South Australia. So we've got some real high pedigree cricketers here.
And out of all the states in Australia, that is certainly one of them, South Australia. Now we love the Redbacks. Beautiful ground, Adelaide Oval, to play some cricket at as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's also got 1 first-class wicket, so done some good things. His last game was in 2024.
Do you think that's fair, or what's your feeling on the supercomputer's pre-match prediction?
Yeah, it's more about the people that haven't made it. I'm not too sure the reason, but Tony Starr and Hitter Overdyke not being here for HCC, I think that is a fair reflection. And a big in for Harbs. Hasn't picked up a bat in 18 months. Tobias Vise. Look out later if he gets going.
Can't wait for that. This is pretty full. Maybe just swing down the leg side with your movement we've seen so far. Yeah, good look at it. At the umpire there, laying both up.
Yeah, just got that one to do a little bit too much. It's a big wicket. I think Harbs know all about it. Usually in the Dutch cricket scene, you know there's certain openers and players you need to remove early.
And you feel like this tall left-handed batter from South Australia, they want to get him nice and early. We're very lucky that the weather's cleared up for this. It was pouring cats and dogs an hour ago.
They were expecting a huge thunderstorm. That never came, but the meandering rain continued for a while, didn't it? He's a good kind of zip, and he's a good deliveries to a right-hander at the moment.
Yeah, Bota gets it through. First time I've seen him live. Looks like he gets it through at good clicks. Lihan Bota, that is, on your screen. Just losing his line a little bit at the moment.
Hello to Ryan, who is in the chat saying was playing cricket yesterday. What better way to relax and watch some cricket than to tune in here?
Mr. Bota, 2 first-class games also, so a bit of a first-class battle at the moment.
Muscled off the back foot. Now with the rain, I can't see this going all the way to the boundary. He's quicker than your average field. Good running, though, from these two. They come back for a comfortable 3.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Little bit of width, if anything. And just times it through the gap for 3. Bit of Chris Rogers about that stance. Nice shot. Yeah, very thankful that the weather gods have given us a bit of a chance here. It was raining cats and dogs. The sun's actually shining now. It's quite warm around the ground.
Now, hopefully it lasts, because obviously, if this goes through to the final, we want there to be a final. Wiesmeyer, right-hander, faces up. Gets a ball up in the block hole. So, both are bowling the first over. From this end, there's 2 overs each end in the power play. Then we'll have 9 more overs. And I suppose this is where that T10 mentality comes in, especially not overvaluing wickets and making sure that you're able to kind of find ways to manipulate boundaries even if the bowling's good.
Yeah, well, Boris Gourlay in that lineup at number 3 has played a lot of T10 cricket, so he'll be giving some good messages to the batters, you'd imagine.
This is hit off a standing start as well by Wiesmeyer. He'll get a single and takes us to the end of the first over. An HCC after being sent in by Harbs Kreinhardt. 8 without loss after 1.
Yeah, 8 is probably where I think they want to try and be for their 13 overs if they can and get near 100. Not going to be easy, but with 10 wickets in hand, I think you've still got that more of a licence in a shortened game. I'm just thankful this match is on. I really did. I was a little bit worried that we we're going to have 3 washouts today. We've already had 1 washout technically. Hopefully we get through this one in time.
Got a feel for VRA Amsterdam really as well, because they were in a pretty good position in that game. But I suppose when it came down to it, they did everything they could do on the field, but they didn't have a superior record to VCC.
I know you were busy during that rain in the first game with some other work while we're having a break, but I was watching the byplay between VRA and VCC.
I wasn't taking note.
I tell you right now, I'm here for it. When the brief bit of rain stopped, VRA were out doing the covers and VCC were slowly walking down from the pavilion, which is about another 120 metres away. And it was brilliant because VRA, where are you guys? It's not our ground. And VCC said, yeah, we're coming.
The 2 batters were padded up and out in the middle with no stumps.
The stumps weren't put back in. The umpires had said nothing. And the 2 VRA batters were padded up and standing in the middle saying, we're ready to go. So it all happens on the network as it looks like Benno Bodendijk has got the ball left arm seamer from the city end.
Well, this is a little bit short, and the top edge is going to fly over the keeper, who's up to the stumps, running away towards the boundary, but nice little pull back there. Again, they'll get a fairly easy 3.
Yeah, a couple of 3s, and that just goes to show how big the boundary is here at VCC Voorburg. That's probably one thing, like we have our boundary parameters on ECN, but I'd like to see on a finals day. I know it's a good ground, a big ground, but we could have just, not us, but VCC maybe made them 60, 65. These are 70 plus.
Changes the dynamics of the game, I suppose. It suits some players more than others. I mean, obviously, if you're a good runner between the wickets, you don't mind the big open spaces. Some people are built more to play that, we call it small ball. And so anyway, McInerney, like I say, he's a guy that's played a very good level of cricket. Bodendijk wants to remove him early. Keeper up, putting the squeeze on. Tucked away nicely. Deep fine legs back. We'll get a single.
It looks like a player that's got a lot of time, doesn't he? Just flicked around the corner. Obviously, Harbs are missing 2 Dutch nationals. Wesley Barassi and Kyle Klein, probably the bigger of the 2, has a miss because of his form with the ball. So it'll be up to others in this lineup with the ball to step up. And well, for HCC, missing Tim Pringle. Talented left arm off spinner and handy bat, as we've seen also. So both teams just missing a few players for this one.
Pitched up and squeezed away off the inside of the bat of Wiesmeyer. Won't get a run. So what did you do during the break then? You had a little bit of time to
A little bit
get around the ground?
Yeah, got some old friends that have popped up. I used to play at Harbs, Vinny, back in the day. Did you get that, Vin?
I heard you.
Yeah.
Any old... I saw you talking to Julian DeMay.
Yeah, used
from
to
RBS.
good old teammate. Tobias Vise, good to catch up with him as well. Oh, it's going to be a wide and they're going to sneak through for an extra one. Yeah, so spent a bit of the break. You know when it's a rain break and no one really knows what to do with themselves? You just start walking around and end up in about 20 different conversations.
Well, I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel of May madness because we're on the 26th of May now. We still have a fair bit of cricket going on. It's actually a pretty good bit of keeping to at least block that and keep it to one extra run. Con, you're staying here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We've got the women's T20 Internationals, the HCL Tech T20 IW series.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Vinny, especially the double header on the Wednesday. I feel like that will be moving day for the tournament.
Of course, you know those players really well in those two teams. And you were here, of course, we had the Thai team and the Scottish team.
Who's going on
last year, the
Tuesday for
Jersey
me?
team.
Who's taking over on the Tuesday?
It's your birthday on Tuesday. Let's remind everyone now.
Isn't it
set a reminder.
company policy you don't work on your birthday?
You work for free on your birthday.
Oh.
Pitched up and absolutely smashed by McInerney. That's going to be for statement of intent from the left-handed opener.
Well, the South Australian product who's played 20 first-class games goes bang. Only the one List A game. So we don't know too much about him in white ball cricket. He last played for South Australia versus Tasmania on the 11th of March this year. That was only 2 months ago.
Very good use of mathematics by you.
Very good use of cricket info as well.
He's born in Woodville in South Australia.
I reckon he'd be pretty handy with the ball as well. I reckon a little bit of slow left arm later. A lot of the hopes for HCC rest around him.
Goes up over the leg side this time, and it's going to plonk slightly. It'll still comfortably get to the boundary, back to finish the second over. HCC making a statement, end of 2. It's 22 without loss.
That's a bit more like it, isn't it? That's the power play batting we didn't really see in the previous game we're seeing now. You've got to cash in, and with only a 4-over power play, enjoy it as much as possible. It's always the way over here in Holland, Vinny. If you come over to these parts, usually each team have 3 or 4 overseas, but some teams get some serious high-caliber players, and if you don't get them out early, oh boy, you're chasing some leather.
Yeah, certainly, you see the windmill. Iconic in the background, modern take on an old classic.
Have you seen the old list of players that have played first-class cricket?
Oh, yeah.
And then I've got that list.
It's a great list.
Yeah, me and Roland Lefebvre were going through that not long ago. I'll read out some names that have actually... So these are names that have played on Dutch soil, but then gone on to play for their country. I'll give you some names.
It's a long list. Remember, it's like 100 and something.
It's getting bigger and bigger as well. And we're just sort of focusing on the major countries around the world, but I'll rattle some off for you.
All right, so time for over number 3. And this is going to be Matthew de Villiers, who's going to bowl it. Remember, halfway through this 4-over power play.
Yep. De Villiers coming in with a bit of right arm spin. You give me a country, and I want to give you 3 players from a country, but it has to be a major country.
Okay. Fraction short.
Go on.
Knocked away for 1. How about Australia? That's where we were both from originally.
George Bailey, Xavier Doherty, and Ed Cowan have all played in Netherlands. There's 3. Tim David, Wade Seckham, Sean Carey, Peter McIntyre, Colin Miller.
McIntyre.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Tim Zora.
Tim Zura, yeah, of course.
All of these players have played club cricket in the Netherlands, and there's a couple more.
Yeah. Remember, it's long. You could almost make an Australian team out of just Australians that have played in the Netherlands.
A couple of World Cup winners in there.
Yeah.
After each ball this over, you give me another country, and I'll name you a couple more.
Or in the chat as well. Feel free to pipe in with a country that you want to hear. Okay. McInerney having to deal with brisk off spin of de Villiers. All right, let's go. I'm going to out of the box. I'm going to say Sri Lanka next. What do you got for me?
Well, let me just figure out.
Only because I want to hear you grapple with some of the pronunciations. Bit of good weather for seagulls, by the way. Nice work from the crew. Change of pace doing the trick at the moment with de Villiers.
Tulip Mendes, Roy Diaz, Tony Upatha, Bandawula Wanapura.
Yeah.
Pretty good. There's 4.
Good list.
Thanks for coming. All played Test cricket for Sri Lanka or ODI cricket. Played in the Netherlands. Go on.
All right, let's go Pakistan.
Yeah, still trying to work out how to perfectly use Excel.
You and technology. You've come out of the
I'm
blocks
old
hard
school,
with
Vinny.
it. I've seen the printed list before. That's how I know it's quite long. Lifted up, but the long off's back.
Kasim Omar, Mohammed Wasim, Yasir Hamid. 3 more. Pakistan. Go.
Very
Right
good.
on another one.
All right, how about England then? England's obvious.
England's an obvious. Jonathan Trott. There you go. That's the only one I've got on this list.
Only
Surely
one?
there's... Yeah.
It's hard to lure them away from the motherland, isn't it?
It is during a Dutch summer. New Zealand's the one. The amount of Kiwis that have been here, remarkable.
Yeah, correct. That's a good one. Oh, that's my next one. You've got plenty of time at the end of this. Ball, it's the end of the over, lifted up straight, and fielder comes around almost able to make up the ground. They'll get back for 2, and at the end of 3 overs, HCC 26 without loss.
Okay,
give me the Kiwis.
Yeah,
Hit me.
here, Chris Pringle, Nathan Astle, Stuart Roberts, Peter Fulton, Craig Cummings, Shane Thompson, Darren Murray, Lou Vincent, Tahuma Canning, Grant Elliott, Andre Adams, Simon Dool, Lee Germon, Shannon Stewart, David White, Lorne Howe, Matthew Sinclair, Gareth Hopkins, Gareth Stead, Mark Craig, Henry Nichols, George Worker, Nathan McCullum, Anton Devtich, Scott Kugelheim, Paul McEwen, Rob Hart, Paul Hitchcock, Mark Craig, Richard Petrie and Michael Rippon have all played overseas in the Netherlands and have gone to play for New Zealand.
Wow. And so...
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they have a proud tradition of cricket here in the Netherlands, and why wouldn't you want to come and play cricket here?
Yeah, I think most players think England at first, but then you realise the Netherlands is just this beautiful country to come play. I mean, South Africa, Faf du Plessis, Gary Kirsten, Heino Kun, Dwayne Pretorius, Roelof van der Merwe, Tristan Stubbs was playing here 3 years ago. It's quite a remarkable amount of players that have had a season and then gone and played national cricket or played national cricket first and then come and played in Holland.
Like I said, fantastic destination. Both are going to come from the city and now worked away first up.
Oh, I like the Superman dive into the crease. Nice little partnership building here for HCC early in this one.
Yeah, I like to see this kind of intent from the batters also. You're going to have to run well. You're going to have to strike well. Ball will probably pick up a bit of moisture from the surface as well, which makes it heavier and even harder to hit. These boundaries, typically it's around, let's say on average, 70 metres around from the centre. So the straight boundary then becomes almost 80 when you consider where the batter's hitting the ball from.
Yeah, it's going to take a mighty couple of whacks today to get a 6. You've got to earn it. Like the look of Botra. He's got some good pace about him.
Yeah, that's kind of middle length. McInerney tries to muscle off the back foot. McInerney, 30 years of age, so obviously he's an experienced campaigner. We've played a lot at the first grade level in Australia, which is tough cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is good cricket, good level. So he's probably seen it all before him. Yeah, Harbs, they've been a very good T20 team in the last, I'd say, 5 years or so. Always seem to get to finals day. Just haven't won the trophy. Maybe today's the day.
Always late on this pull shot. Might have been right off the kind of Q end of the bat there, but they will get through for a single.
Yeah, pretty brave option to come running down the crease to the fast opening bowler. Can't see his time, and here you go. Running at him. Bit brave, also a little bit silly. He's pretty late on that.
You know, this pitch, typically it's been drying out and getting better for batting, but with the rain we've had and with the moisture around, I still think it's tricky. It's tricky. The ball's not really coming on. Also, you're trying to be aggressive.
Well bowled. Getting it up there. Yeah, these two teams finishing a tie for 12 points, actually. It was just net run rate that have Harbs ahead. So these two are tied for 12. Obviously, VRA knocked out earlier today. They only made 10 points. Excelsior, Punjab and Hermes, Vinny, as well in this competition. 10, 9 and 9. So it was extremely close between the top 7. The top 7 really broke away.
Yeah.
And then a bit of a gap.
Goes short. The batter's not really knowing what to expect off this surface. Obviously, both that gets it through at a good clip. He's batting out of his crease as well. So it gives even less reaction time. McInerney not able to uppercut that one away.
Yeah, really through the hands of that. Missed out on that one. So last ball, the fourth. Good spell so far from Bota.
Last ball, the power play. It's short again. So he's kind of mastered that shortness, didn't he? That one will be over the shoulder, but the other one wasn't, so that's fine. End of the power play, 28 without loss after 4. 7 and over pace through the first 4 overs of this abbreviated second semi-final. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Coy Ruck is here with me. We're thrilled on ECN to be able to present this telecast of the KNCB T20 Finals Day, which is a big day on the Dutch calendar. The rain's kind of dampened the parade a little bit, but still a big prize on the line for the winner today.
Yeah, it's a massive prize. You get to come play in Spain with your club, which I think a lot of people play for clubs in their careers, but you don't really get that sort of trip away together. And then to come to Cardama for the players that have been there, plenty of cameras, the way the field is, and then to potentially win the trophy, although it would mean a lot to a lot of these players.
No doubt about that. So 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the game, because this is a 13-over game. If you missed the start, 4 over power play. 3 bowlers can bowl 3 overs, 2 can bowl 2. We're going to head into the next over, and it's going to start with a wicket. And de Villiers has continued here, optimistically wearing the sunglasses on a cloudy day. Fairly comfortable return catch, and that's going to be the end of Victor Wiesmeyer for 9. The score 28 for 1.
Yeah, sunglasses or not, doesn't matter. He takes a pretty simple catch, and well, that will bring Boris Gourlay to the crease, which I think is a good time for HCC, but nice caught and bowled, and the first one down in qualifier 2.
And you can see he's certainly, he's really bowling quite fast for an off spinner. So that's his tactic here, is with that, I suppose that, I say traditional, but that kind of new age traditional bowling darts, putting the pace on the ball. I think Gourlay, he's a born manipulator, isn't he, Boris? And so I can see him maybe trying to jig behind the wickets a little bit. But yeah, probably not a bad time for him to come to the crease, and he's captaining the side today.
Yeah, I think this will suit him at number 3 with the field spread. He'll try and get funky when he can and put on a good score. A little bit batting light today, HCC, with no Tony Stahl or Hitter Overdyke, which is a big disappointment, really. So there's going to be a lot on these 2 men at the crease on their shoulders. Gourlay's played for the Dutch before in Qatar. A couple of ODIs out there. That's his chance here.
9 off 10 for Wiesmeyer. Kind of sums up the day for a lot of the bats who haven't been able to find it easy going at run a ball. 98 predicted at the moment. They'd probably take that, I'd say, if it was given. He does try and get that little late dab.
Oh, just wondering how the bail came off
Chops it
here.
into the keeper and bounces onto the stumps, but luckily his foot's down. Look, chops it, hits the keeper. Ooh, lucky, it's super lucky that foot stays down.
Lucky he didn't chop it on either. There you go. There's the reverse little tickle. He gets a bit of bat on that because that's scooted through. So they're going to get back for 2, and that should be given runs. Good batting.
Yeah, and well, keeper will be frustrated here as well. It's Lucas Del Bianco in that position that he doesn't kind of get anything on that, or at least kind of block it hockey keeper style.
Well, it's a good option against someone bowling quick spin. Why not get it behind you?
It's like a down edge there, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's why it went below the gloves. But yeah, de Villiers, more medium pace and spinner at the moment, but he's been pretty effective.
Yeah, they'll be happy Harbs with this start. They haven't let the rate get away from them, which is also important. 2 balls left in the 5th over.
Oh, another one sneaks past. Gourlay kind of in 2 minds this time.
Yeah, just checking the front foot, but that's definitely okay. This time, pulled to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding there. I think that's Tobias Wiese potentially back on the field.
Great player to watch, isn't he? He's an enigma. Anyway, that's the end of the 3rd over. The 5th over, I should say. And it's run a ball through the first 5. The score is 30 for 1. Last 3 overs have gone for 4, 2 and 2.
Yeah, wow. Unbelievable, isn't it? But no, big day for Harbs. They've been in finals. They've come second a few times, a couple of thirds. Today could be their day they win the trophy. It's got to be new for a team in Holland.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that they were the lucky loser a couple of years ago with VOC getting the automatic spot in the European Cricket League. So because they came second, they got to the ECL on account of that. A bit like Paris University Club did for France this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Maybe it is. There, yeah, it's going through the last few years. Obviously, VOC won 4 titles from 2018, 2022. VRA, people do forget, did win in 2020, but it was the year during COVID. So it's sort of forgotten a little bit, unfortunately. But it's been a lot of VOC dominance in T20. It's now time for a new team to take over the T20 landscape.
Here's Stephen Vink, who gets dabbed away, and potentially two there. They're happy with one in the end. It's one of the, in shortened games, we often say on ECN, like, anything's chaseable, anything's defendable. These kind of reduced everything, so a couple of breakout overs can make all the difference. Of course, the minimum overs on ECN in our regular T10 competition is 3. Those are crazy, those 3-over thrashers.
I think it's Holland is ready for a new champion also to sort of take over and put their T20 stamp on it. There's a lot of good T20 players in this country. Nice shot, but just a double. 2 teams I'm surprised didn't make it were Punjab and Hermes. I was tipping them at the start, as I thought they had the right concoction to make it. But credit to Harbs and HCC getting to finals day as well.
I'm so glad you brought that up as we come back and see Rink getting jinked away here. Fielder goes around and drops it. Well, he made all the ground that gets 2 hands to it. Boris gets lucky and gets a single.
Well, he goes for the ramp. Not easy, I think, because he's not the quickest of bowlers. And in the end, it gets shelled. He made good ground, but maybe disappointed not to hold on.
It's the thing on a day like today, though, with the long boundaries and the kind of soft outfield. That's, Visay wipes himself out. I mean, they might not even go for 4. That's the thing. The bowler of Vink's pace is medium pace at a push. So it's not like an obvious boundary even for such a risk. He stands and hits this time, McInerney. So when we were commentating in Portugal together in the European Cricket Series, you made a prediction. So I said, who do you like in the top 4? And this was before the competition even started, or maybe it was during round 1. And I sent myself an email in the future with your prediction.
Oh, go on.
And I got it today.
And what did I say back then?
You said...
This a couple months ago.
You got 2 right, you got 2 wrong.
Really?
Can you remember your predictions? First, I'll ask you that. Oh, that's actually super close.
Oh, well, he shuffled across,
He's so
didn't he?
far down that you're probably like, well, you can't get that out. To be honest, I reckon he hits him in front of off. Have a look at it. Tell me your call on this one. He's on the walk, though, but I'd love to know what that's missing. Maybe just a long way until the ball reaches the stump, so it creates that doubt for the umpire.
Could easily be given.
Now, this is kind of miss hit. They could probably get back for 2 here if they're quick. That's exactly what they'll do. And that'll be the end of the over. Goulet will get 2, and at the end of 6, it's 35 for 1. Okay, so your predictions, this is from like the end of March when we were working together, so 2 months ago.
I couldn't tell you. Tell me who I said.
You said VRA Amsterdam.
Yeah.
You said VCC, Voorburg. So I actually saw them playing in the first semi, so you're right. But then you said Punjab Rotterdam, and you said Hermes.
Oh, so the 2 teams that finished 5th or 6th and 7th.
So basically you didn't rate either of the teams on the park right now.
No, well come
enough
on.
To get them in the top 4.
Well, Hermes have let me down. They should have made it. They had a good batting lineup this year. And Punjab, I don't know how Punjab didn't make it, actually. I thought they were a pretty good team. They've only just missed out, looks like, by a game as well. And I think they had a washout versus the bottom place, which only gave them 1 point and probably cost them a spot. So, yeah, fine margins in Dutch cricket. One thing for certain, though, we are going to have a new champion. VOC have won the last 3 years consecutively. So it's an exciting day for the 4 teams. Well, 3 teams left in the competition. Question will be, who's going to step up and will the weather stay away? 35 for 1 after 6. Make that 36 for 1 after 6.1. Pretty sedate, but it's just a different sort of feel this T20 day. It's not a sort of day where you're going to see big scores and big shots. It's grafty, hard-nosed cricket. Old school cricket, Vinny.
Yeah. A little bit of an arm wrestle, isn't it? You earn your runs today. Goulet. I don't think he's eyeing off behind the wicket. It's tough. I mean, if you can get 2 every ball, that kind of reduces the need, I suppose, to be searching for boundaries. Goulet gets hit on the pads, perhaps just outside the off stump, attempting the reverse. Hello to Wayne, and hello to Ben, who's watching at the moment. Now that I'm back in the right chat, unfortunately, I was putting some messages in the Estonia chat. But hello to Jesse Trenfield, who's watching from Australia. Hello to Birdie, I bet you're looking forward to the ECS. I think Hornchurch play on Tuesday for the first time. Hello to Chris Smith as well. And buenas tardes to Monica, who's watching from Colombia. McInerney's enjoyed the pace on the ball so far, but he's kind of been tied up a little bit after a bright start. You mentioned the importance of the 4-over power play in this one. Has been hard to kind of make anything happen since then. Haven't had a boundary since the end of the second over when we had back-to-back boundaries, the only 2 boundaries so far.
Well, going on with this morning's game, De Villiers, the spinner. No one's been able to hit spin today, especially. Another example. That's turning. That has ragged a long way. That's pitched outside off. I think he's taken it down the leg side almost. That's really gone, Vinny. Watch this. Watch this bite.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, this is hit away, and this should be a boundary. It will be. So breaks the shackles, goal. See, for all his funkalicious stroke play, he can actually stand and drive pretty powerfully. And I just think that might be the play here because those jinks aren't giving you too much value. Slams this one into the mid-wicket hole for 4.
Yeah, nice shot from Gourlay. A little bit over pitch. He does love to go sort of behind himself and also play those audacious strokes, but he's very good in front of the wicket as well. So 4 handy runs here for Hasso Say. They'd love a couple more though, wouldn't they?
HSE, by the way, stands for Royal The Hague Cricket Club. So almost nobody calls it that here in the Netherlands. Anyway, that'll be the end of another tight over from De Villiers. I did harbour a boundary at the end of 7. It's run a ball pace. It's 42 for 1.
Very good spell from De Villiers. 1 for 12 off 3 overs.
Yeah, I think maybe you're looking towards slower bowling options. Who can roll their arm over, give you another over a spin. I just think while the game's in this phase, I think it's kind of slow medium really as well, and can kind of play that kind of role.
Yeah, there's an interesting story about HCC Cricket Club. It's a football club as well, and it's one of the oldest, I think it's one of the first founded clubs in Holland. Actually, they've won Premier Division, like against Ajax and Feyenoord titles. Now they're right down like Division 12 or something like that.
Yeah, there's a few interesting stories with football clubs and their kind of fortunes over decades, even over a century now.
Yeah, it's amazing how it changes, doesn't it? Stefan Vink, brother of Ferdy Vink. Shame Ferdy's not around these days. He's a very good bowler as well. Got his second over here. 6 overs left in this. They need some runs.
Here comes the rain. Slight smattering of rain at the moment. It's only slight.
Oh, gee. It's just, come on. They're going to come off in a minute. It's just started coming down again.
To the radar.
To the radar, Vinny. We can't buy any luck at the moment with the weather.
It might just be a passing shower. Let's... Well,
that's a shot.
Yeah, it's a shot and a half out there to deep point, just a single. Yeah, look, it's not probably heavy enough to go off just yet. But that's the thing. I think neither side really wants rain, and the reason is that whoever wins this, if the final gets rained off, then they won't win anyway. So you'd rather at least have a ticket in the meat raffle, so to speak. Pulled away, well handled out there. Well, they had both up.
Yeah, another run to the total. They've only lost the 1 wicket, but just showing how difficult it has been to score out at BCC today. And the runs have been coming at a premium. Not easy at all.
McInerney, 20 off 21. That was after a fairly bright start. Hanging full toss, and that's hit, and it's hit very far. Maximal splashdown time. Get a new ball out there, because that one's in the drink. 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. Very close to a no ball as well. Not too sure if it's being called, but he gets every piece of it, and that's exactly what they needed. A big full toss, and he's not going to miss out on that. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's probably kind of just waist or just below.
Handy runs, though, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, exactly. So it won't be a no ball. Remember, the T20 regulation is slightly different. It has to be above the waist. That one's probably waist high, maybe a fraction below. But just have a look at where that's landed.
Oh, boy.
If this was a golf course, you'd be taking your shoes and socks off, wouldn't you?
Oh, well, look, there's Julian DeMate going over through the old wall. Look, there's the Ducks.
One of Derek's wagging the tail. He's having a great time. Probably one of the few people enjoying the weather.
For people wondering about it, that shows how much water has fallen around the ground. So, big shot, last ball, the 8th. And now he worked the single. He pushed for 2. It's a loud call, but I think they'll have to know they're going to get the 2. Well run.
I mean, to be honest, it's a difficult day to field as well. I mean, you see that throw pulls back. We haven't seen a lot of really accurate throws today, so especially with 9 wickets in hand with 5 overs to go, I think got to push the envelope a little bit. End of 8, and it's 54 for 1.
Yeah, look, 5 overs, Vin. If you can somehow muster another 40 and get to 94, I think you take that. Bowl well, you never know. Spin to win on this surface for me. Spins look difficult all day. Cutters into the wicket. 28 off 23. They've got the platform. Wiggins, Introp, Bundry, Patel, Chambira. Plenty of batting to come.
And back it up with good outfielding as well. So turning the 2s into 1s and defending well. A really great game we've got at the moment. Julian DeMay looks like he's going to bowl some of his left arm spin from the paddock end.
Yeah, interesting to see he come in so late, Vin. He's the leading wicket taker in the T20 competition this year. He's played for the national team in Nepal back in the day. Had a very successful tournament. Gets his opportunity now. Tall left arm off spinner. Used to bowl left arm Chinaman and then changed a couple of years ago. Was rewarded.
Well, he's tall, so he can do it every once, really. He's also continuing to carry that moustache. It's been around for a while.
Good mo. 18 wickets in the tournament for him at 186 runs. Average of 10. Economy of 7.2. Very good numbers, especially bowling at Harbs, which is usually a bit of a flat track.
Yeah, he'll be a handful, no doubt. Bob's the right-handed Gourlay. Goes back, plays a very late cut, but only a single.
Yeah, just the 1. That's probably a ball there. I know Gourlay's good at that late cut, but if he throws his hands through it, you got a better chance of maybe getting through backward point for 4. He's got a good square drive on him. He'll take the 1. Maybe a good single anyway. Get McKerney, the left-handed batter, against the left arm off spinner. It's a better matchup.
Yeah, I wonder what Connor's thinking here. Whether to try and take him over the leg side. It's exactly what he's thinking. He goes up and he goes out of here. Maximo! Well, in a day that's been fairly low scoring, each of these is worth a little bit more, and you see the power there of Connor McInerney, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, we talk about matchups a lot being pretty integral part of the game, and maybe they were holding Julian DeMay back because of McKerney there, and then thought, well, you know what, it's gotten pretty late in this, we need to use him. So a couple of points and rounds won here for the tall batsman from South Australia.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. You've got to manage your bowlers. So 3 bowlers bowling maximum of 3, 2 can bowl 2. So I think I kind of agree with you there. DeMay probably would have preferred to bowl to 2 right-handers. But the fact that they've survived now, this is the 9th over. They decide now's the time to try. Changes his angle. It's probably a good change as well. Pushes this one a long way across and takes that shot away.
Yeah, that's exactly the right option. Got to try and push it across the left-hander so that he can't smoke it through the leg side. Gourlay back on strike.
Isaac's watching from Tasmania in the chat as well. Hello to you, Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac loves Dutch cricket. He's a bit of a
I've seen a bit of Isaac before.
Cricket nerd about the Dutch cricket fraternity.
All right, time for Boris. Try and go large, and he hits it up in the air, but the fielder comes around and takes the catch. So DeMay has been taking a bunch of wickets in the competition. He gets the ATC captain for 13. Nicely taken out there as well by both. They're running around to his right to score 62 for 2.
Yeah, 19th wicket for Julian DeMay. It's a massive boundary. Gourlay chances his arm. Just wonder if he could have aimed at the sight screen, but he loves that slog sweep. And a nice safe catch in the end as the 2nd wicket will go down in the 1st innings.
Yeah, DeMay just coming on, getting the matchup he likes this time.
It's a difficult shot to play that against the spin on probably a 75-metre boundary. Good safe catch in the end. Fell to the ground, but holds on to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough shot no matter what, really. I mean, he opens up that front leg, and that's the reason it goes in that direction. And both that did well. Took it, fingers pointed to the sky. Jed Wiggins comes in to bat. So still plenty of resources. That's what I will say. So I know that no one likes to get out, but you have to chance your arm, I think, given the game situation, the fact that there's now less than 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, Jed Wiggins, hailing from Wellington in New Zealand. Top order bat. Bowls a little bit of part-time off spin as well, so look out for him in the second half. first year at HCC. Played for Wellington A in the past and played in England the last few years and in Ireland. So, bit of a journeyman. Loves his cricket all around Europe.
He might be, and we've had almost 8,000 players now on the network. He might be the first Jed we've ever had.
Jed Bush?
Don't think he actually cracked an 11.
Oh, okay.
I think you think of Jeb Bush, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, well, good luck to the young man on the network
You've been
for
on
the first
task.
time.
I haven't been able to lead you astray so far. You've been pretty on task here.
Yeah, it's amazing,
They
isn't
did
it?
so much research. We've had hardly any cricket for you actually to show it off. Anyway, Wiggins, who coming out to bat at 4, just clips this away. They might look at 2
should get
here.
2. Go on.
Can get spooked because he's just gotten there and they'll settle for a single.
What's a good score here, Vinny? You think they get into the 90s, they're happy?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you want to set a score where the team batting second feels like they have to take some risks, I think. And that kind of opens up the chance of a few more early wickets, I think. I'd say par. Par for me is 90, 91.
I just feel like it's one of those days. It's
7 and
almost
over.
so difficult to even call a par.
7 and over. That's my par. At the moment, they're going 7.13. DeMay last ball, his first over. And he's bowled him. So McInerney looked like he got an inside edge on that. Came back and flicks the leg stump. And he gets outdone by DeMay, who's got 2. And HCC now 63 for 3.
Massive wicket, really is, because if he bats through, they might get past 100, but in the end, the big fish has to go. Well, it's a bit of a wide half volley. Probably tries to overhit it a bit. Inside edge, leg bail goes off, and he has to go.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing the length of this. I mean, don't know if he got jammed up. He kind of throwing the hands at it, isn't he? And onto the stump it goes. So, yeah, disappointment for Conor McInerney. Check it. Where does this actually bounce? Is it up?
Oh, yeah, it's full.
Yeah.
I just think he tries to overhit it a little bit, but easier said than done, and just flicks the bail.
Yeah, frustrated, isn't he? It could have easily gone past and gone down the fine leg for runs instead. It's the end of McInerney for 35. 2 4s, 2 6s in there. He's a useful contributor. It's also the end of the ninth over, 63 for 3.
Well, looks like a new man coming in to the attack. Henrico Venter. Now, Vinny, Henrico used to play at HCC for many moons and then made the switch this year. And let me just tell you, a little bit of a boxing bout. It's always a little bit of something under the water or in the air when you swap clubs and play that team in a finals day next year.
That's club cricket, though. Players move around, various reasons. Hey, I think the sun just came out. We've got shadows on the field.
Very good.
That's a good sign.
That is a good sign. A tidy medium pacer, Henrico.
All right, well, keeper up to the stumps, putting the squeeze on. Wiggins faces up. They're going exactly 7 and over. That's what I was calling the part. Even game. Having said that, the supercomputer has supreme competence in the Harbs batting lineup.
Yeah, at the moment for me, Harbs are ahead. They've got some seriously good batters in that lineup, Vinny. Their top 4 especially. Botta, De Villiers, Teo Warbra, Vise, Reece Mason. That top 5, very good.
Entrup gets to bat for the first time. And he cuts pretty nicely away to the offside. DeMay out there keeps it to a long single. Then with the old European cricket style foot fielding attempt from the bowler on the way back. What do you think about that?
Yeah, not advised to go with your feet first. I'd probably suggest go with your hands first there. Could have been a serious injury, actually. Just watch the bowler here, Enrico. He tries to take it on the half volley. Oh, gee.
The old shin boner. You were calling a bit of the argy-bargy. You got a bit of it early. Another cut shot out to DeMay. Barely has to move.
One thing about Wiggins, 2022 played in the Almondbury in England. In 2023, I should say, played for Phoenix in Ireland. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? If you're a young cricketer, if you live in England for a summer, live in Ireland, now living in Netherlands for a summer, good way to get yourself around, isn't it?
Good life. Venter. Hanging leading edge there. Just zipping. It's kind of, pitch looks a bit like a medium pacer's paradise there, doesn't it? Because, like I said, it's not really coming onto the bat. There's a little bit of sideways movement there. Kind of tacky surface, I think, with the rain we've had.
Just think that big wicket of Connor McIntyre has sort of swung things pretty far in Harbs' favour.
This is lifted up leg side. And again, field well placed there. 3 outfielders guard that leg side boundary. Just a single.
Yeah, just one more to the total. So as I say, trying their best to find a couple more boundaries at the back end. Finding the fielders a little bit too much though.
Time to press the go button though, really. 7 wickets in hand. You've got 3 overs to go. Even if you get out, someone will come and replace you. Maybe they'll come off. Fortune favours the brave in these situations, Wiggins. Cuts this one away. Again, DeMay will keep it to a single. End of the 10th over, and the score is 68 for 3. There's 3 overs remaining in this one. Venter only goes for 5 in the over.
I just want to be a bit critical on that over. I'll let you call this in and I'll be critical.
I'll call this in. So this is the upcoming events as it stands. We've got the night series ongoing in Portugal. We start in England tomorrow. A couple of new events down the bottom. So at the moment, we had been seeing through to June, but we've got Romania and Hungary in July. So it's going to be a long, hot summer of cricket here on ECN with T10 and T20 action from all around the continent.
I'm a bit frustrated with that last over from a batting perspective. 4 balls there were short and outside off, and they just, it's very lazy to just hit the sweeper 4 times. Not a late cut or playing that shot just a bit later. You get it through backward point, it's 4. Third man and point were up, and they just were happy to hit it to the sweeper. I think in this level of cricket, top class Netherlands, if you get a short ball like that, you've got to put it away or show a bit more venom.
This is a sweep shot, which is going to just roll towards the rope. The long open spaces out there. They want 3. They're going to get 3. That's very good running from Entrop. Yeah, I kind of take your point there, and it's good. A good observation you made last over, because yeah, hit that a fraction later, then you might get a gap. You might give yourself a chance of making a boundary.
Just run your bat down and run it down to third man for 2.
Yeah, so with the 2 infielders, if you're trying to whack a boundary there, then you might hit an infielder and get none, but you might get 4.
Yep.
Versus the kind of guaranteed one of hitting it out to the sweeper. Anyway, this one is in the air. Fielder comes around and he drops it. Another similar chance, really, in the same part of the field. That's unfortunately, couldn't quite hold on, and the sound effects coming into play.
Oh, sound effects letting him know it should have been caught. It was a tough one. It balloons away from another run to the total.
Is that Teo Warber, I think, who?
Yeah, I think that was Teo.
Runs after it, and not quite in focus, but looked like his silhouette. Anyway, yeah.
That's better from Wiggins. He's had 2 balls this over. He's looked to hit the gap hard.
You've got to have a crack now. I mean, you still might end up with a 1. But you never know if you don't try. And at the moment, 91 predicted. 2.5 overs remaining to May. And I think that's a miss stumping.
Yeah, that is a miss stumping, and Julian DeMay a little bit upset there. He's slipped one through. On another day, that would have been his 3rd wicket.
Yeah, I think Bader thinks he's a goner. Not an easy one moving to your left. Goes between the batter and the stumps. Next one down the ground. Won't be a single. So I guess we'll see if that comes back to bite. Javier Skreinhardt. Hello to everyone once again for joining us. This is a 13-over match in the semi-final to determine who will make the final tonight. The pace on there from DeMay once again finds the outfield, and that'll be the end of the 11th over. So just 2 overs left in this game, or this innings, I should say, as HCC 75 for 3 after being sent in here in semi-final number 2.
Yeah, 2 overs to go. Can they somehow find a way to go 12 and 12 and get to 99 with 7 wickets in hand? That's got to be their aim. I think Harbs will still be pretty happy with this total, though. Got a very good batting lineup to come. Thankfully, the sun is shining. No more rain forecast just yet. That's the total so far. Obviously, a good start. But HCC, you feel like have a big 2 overs here at the back end.
No doubt. Like I said, they've got seven wickets in hand now.
Here we go. This is where...
Time to press the go button.
Look, fine legs up, third man's up, points up. Pretty standard T20 field this. A few fans have rolled in as well, Vince.
Yeah.
Good to see.
nice to see some of the fans enjoying things.
There we
little
go.
Edge. And like I said, if you're attacking, then good things tend to happen. And with the pace, it goes for 4.
I'm happy with that because the keeper's up as well. Look, he didn't late cut it, but he's trying to hit that hard past a fielder in the inner ring. Gets a bit of luck and it's going to fly because third's up. And the previous over, they just tapped those. So that's the intent I want to see. And a handy 4 runs. If you get another short and wide one, throw the hands again. The field hasn't changed.
Going back to pace here as well. And typically, more boundaries have been hit off the paces than the spin bowlers today. Wickets 13 and counting in this 13-over contest. Enrico with the comeback ball. Pulls it too wide. That will be called a wide.
Enrico Venter just hasn't got his line and length going just yet. A lot of short balls outside the off stump. Be very tempted to bring mid-off up and have third man back here if I'm the skipper of RBS, Teo Walborough.
Ooh. Lifted up over the offside. This one is going to be into a bit of a hole before the Wiggins.
Well, I think they've got a little mic out there and they might have heard there. That's such better batting. Lovely shot from Wiggins. Short wide, and you can't bowl that at this level. Wiggins isn't going to miss out. Pumps it over cover for 4. Good batting. Handy little push here. That's 9 off 2.
But does this also say, like, imagine this was a 20-over game. Maybe, I think teams all week could have started going a little bit earlier.
Yeah, potentially, but I think the bowling's been good all week. We haven't seen too many loose deliveries.
But does it just mean you need to put your big boy pants on?
Potentially.
And take a few risks. Great keeping down the leg side, but will be called a wide.
10 off 2 now. This is a dream little over here for Hase Say, who we've mentioned are missing a couple of bats here today, like every other team. Get anything above 100, game on.
Wiggins, just 10 balls remaining, faces up. And he's going to get a little French cut, and that's going to run away. How far? Not so sure. Should get an easy 3. To be honest, it was an interesting little pushback there as well. They will get 3 in the end.
Yeah, that's the young man Tobias Vise. A couple of years ago was opening the batting with Chris Gale doing the fielding. So 3 more to the total. A big over here for Hase Say with a couple of balls remaining. So it's gone for 13 already.
He puts both barrels in here. Tobias just pulls it back.
Yeah, nice
before
work.
He passes the rope. Steps away and launches it. Fielder goes back and takes the catch. That's a very good piece of outfielding from Lehan Botha. A little bit of a look around. To be honest, this boundary's been put back a couple of metres in that region. I think during the week that's probably 6. Right now, it's the end of Interruption for 4 and HCC 88 for 4. Venter breaks through.
Geez, he got a massive piece of that, didn't he? On another day, that is 6 anywhere around the world. It's well held, though. Probably if that's a 75-metre boundary, he got it 74.
Yeah.
You see where the boundary was for
that's
the.
what I was gonna say.
Why has that gone back?
They just do it based on mood.
Surely you don't. If it's the size for Ireland and Scotland, you don't move it back for club cricket, do you?
They might have moved it. That might have been for the other pitch. Remember, we were moving.
Okay.
We were 4 pitches over.
Yep, fair call.
It's a little thing with Del Bianco. I love his keeping. I love his work up to the stumps, but he's sooner or later he's probably going to get pinged. He's going to get pinged for breaking the plane of the stumps. That's just a little thing I've picked up a few times. Again, not using replay state, so he's probably fine, but it's another thing if he's going to play more televised cricket just to watch. Probably start a little bit further back. Anyway, here's Yash Patel, who's facing up. Still 2 balls to go. We say in 13-over cricket, it all happens in the 12th. Well, HCC, they do look like they're going to pass that 7-and-over marker, 91, that I thought was about pass. I actually think this is a decent total they've built. Hit back straight away, but only a single down to Matt de Villiers.
Yeah, 1 to the total. 7 balls remaining. 2 a ball gets them to 103. I think if you offered them that at the start of the innings, they would have taken it. So they've done all right here, as I say.
I suppose batting second may be a bit of an advantage. you might get the better of conditions, but also I think you just know how many risks you need to take. Tries to pull, misses out. That's the end of the 12th over. Venter will finish 1 for 19 off 2. And it's 89 for 4. 1 over remaining in the first half of this second semi-final.
A good finish to Venter's spell. Looked like he was actually getting more rhythm the more he bowled. So good finish. 6 balls remaining in this first innings, and a bit of a crowd rolling around the ground now, Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to see. We thought it might happen if the weather was to fine up. Got a bit of blue sky out there right now as well.
Yeah, it's amazing how the weather has completely turned. A few hours ago it was raining and miserable. Not anymore. I'm sure VRA are looking at this, Vinny, after being basically knocked out via the rain. They're looking at this thinking, oh, it just wasn't meant to be.
Rain gods. Hello to Mabeen Tariq, who I think is watching from Portugal, asking, is this a proper pitch? Well, it is a turf pitch, although it is considered a hybrid because there's some artificial threads that are sewn in as well.
Is that Mabeen Tariq from the off-spinner from Portugal?
Yeah.
Of course it's a proper look.
But, you know, he's watching ECN. He said, is this, am I believing my eyes?
Your eyes are correct, Mabeen.
It does bring me to one other point, which I'll make after this ball from DeMay, who's going to bowl the last. Oh, and he almost pulls in a return catch.
I should go 2 here.
I think
Go on the throw.
You've got to go at most things here. Again, it's not an easy one. It hits to the stump.
Oh, I think it's been given not out. Must have been close. Good running. He'll get 2 in the end. Direct hit.
Oh
no.
We've already had a couple of flashpoints, haven't we? Umpires electing not to use the technology here.
Yeah, so 2 runs to the total. Let's have a close look. Brilliant fielding. Look at this. Looks like we might have just gone through that a little bit too quick. So 91 on the board. Swept away again. I think they're just going to get a single this time. We'll see if we got that replay a little bit slower for you.
Let's have a look.
It was very close indeed, wasn't it?
The anticipation. Out.
Gone. It's 3 today. Tough one. That's probably the toughest of the lot.
They are tough, but I suppose the question is, why not use the replay?
Yeah, what is the protocol why we're not using the...
Umpires have elected not to. I suppose I can understand they're saying, well, we don't normally use it during the season, so we'll keep it the same.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's probably the...
But if technology's on offer, you'd think you'd use it to help.
If you've got it there, I don't know. Fielder's been gypped a bit there. Fielding side's been a bit gypped. Anyway.
All from one end as well. Maybe it's the voodoo end.
It is the voodoo end, perhaps. It's...
Anyway, it's an extra run for Harbs. If they go on and win by a run, we've got a talking point.
What I was going to say is, why don't artificial pitches, they should make them this colour. So that on TV, they look the same colour. Don't you think?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'll try and talk about the pitch a bit more in a second, but first, I'll watch Yash Patel facing up. 3 balls to go, 93 on the board. Can they crack the ton? They probably... Oh, no, that's not going to be a wide. Hits a bit of the pad according to the umpire.
Okay, gets away with that one.
So it is a mostly natural pit, but does have some artificial threads. There's a special machine that does it. As this is lifted up, again, they should get 2 here. They'll get it fairly comfortably. So what does that do? It just means the pitch, it comes back quicker. I think it's a fairly new technology, but we're seeing it more and more. I would have thought a hybrid pitch, it would look a lot more artificial, but doesn't. You would never know, actually, if you just look at it.
Just
like
stitched in beautifully.
Looks like a normal turf pitch. Anyway, last ball. Let's get ready to run. Well, we're going to be run out. So it's going to be 95 for 5 in the end. DeMay wheeling and dealing and only allowing 6 runs in that last over. It's an interesting innings again. Boundaries pretty hard to come by. We saw 5 4s and 2 6s both off the bat of McInerney in that innings. But I think that plays 95. Handful over par for me, but Harbs with a very good batting lineup. Got the kind of wild card of Visay in there. Probably hasn't picked up a bat in a while, but he's so talented. I still think it's up for grabs here halfway through the second semi.
Yeah, good game of cricket brewing on our hands if the weather keeps staying like this. Harbs have done pretty well with the ball. Julian DeMay, a couple of wickets at the back end and Boter at the top. Overall, though, Harbs I think they'll be pretty pleased with their score. They're going to have to bowl well, though.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go back and have a look at the first half. of this second semi-final. Connor McInerney out there with Victor Wiesmeyer. And we saw a bit of spicy stuff, didn't we, pretty early in the piece. Both that, he was excellent, I thought. None for 10, didn't take a wicket, but he was certainly getting the ball to move around a little bit. We saw them go to spin pretty early with De Villiers. I thought that made sense. You see Matt Wiesmeyer ended up being the first to go, caught for 9. McInerney made a really strong start. Just got kind of pegged back a little bit towards the second half of his innings. Gourlay came out. We know that he likes to funkify his batting. Tried that a couple of times. I liked it when he went a bit more orthodox down the ground, though. He scored 13 off 17. But McInerney's 35 off 26, including a couple of big bombs. That was probably the innings of note in the first half.
Yeah, it was until he was dismissed here. A little inside edge onto the leg stump and he had to go back. Having a look at some of the last few overs, Jed Wiggins, I thought, batted really well and played exceptionally well through the offside and the leg side. He got himself a nice little nod out.
Yeah, he did, and I think that was a pretty good example of, you never know your luck till you try. So rather than just kind of settling for singles, just chanced his arm a bit. This was a reasonably good hit, actually, by Interruption, but he couldn't quite get the last couple of metres in the journey. He went for 4. We saw Yash Patel come in towards the end. This was a direct hit that was actually out according to the replays. Again, the umpires elected not to use the technology here. Gave the batter the benefit of the doubt. DeMay kept things pretty tight in the end. That's the last ball. Yash not able to get it past the bowler. So he was run out off the last ball of the 13 in this reduced game. ACC 95 for 5. And that puts RBS 96 runs away from the final. You see a great aerial shot there of the VCC ground here in Vorburg. Take you through the card. McInerney 35 off 26 leads the scoring. Wiggins with 21 not out. Gourlay 13 for him. As far as the bowling, 2 for 22. DeMay takes the figures, 1 for De Villiers and 1 for Venter in there. We'll take a break, back soon. 96 will be the target for Harbs Cridehout to earn their place in the final. Can it be HCC to come from the 3 seed to meet the hosts in the decider? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll take a break, back shortly with more ECN KNCB T20 Finals Day.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VCC Vorburg. Well, looking forward to the second half of this one. 95 for 5 on the board for HSA. RBS 96 to get through to the final where VCC Vorburg are waiting. The host of the Tri-Series, host of T20 Finals Day, are also in the final. So it's been a good couple of weeks for them. We're all set to go. It looks like we've come back a little bit early. So 95 for 5 in the very first innings. Julian Debate picking up a cheeky 2 wickets in the process. So it looks like a little bit of a delay. I'm not too sure what the problem is, but hopefully the players will make their way out to the middle. The sun is finally shining on what's been a bit of a truncated day due to the weather, but hopefully it stays away. I know there's a little bit of nerves for the final because of the forecast, but nonetheless, if we do get the game on, I'm sure we're in for a very good final. Obviously, VOC have won the last 3 years, the T20 Finals. They're not here today, so it's going to be someone else taking the trophy home and also winning the trip to Spain. So 95 for 5 in the very first innings. This has been the tail of the tape. Vorburg won this morning. They were tested from VRA Amsterdam. Noah Kroos hitting a marvellous 50. I say VRA, if they got a full 20 overs there, we're probably more than likely going to chase those runs. But in the end, the rain hit after 1 over in the second innings, being VCC. We're fast-tracked through to the final. If we have a look at where we are now, RBS and HSA finished second and third on the table. Credit to them to win their ticket here today. RBS have been involved in quite a few finals days of the recent few years, just haven't been able to win it. Maybe today's the day. HSA, with runs on the board, will truly believe they've got a red-hot chance. So we are almost set to go. Players still haven't made their way to the middle. As I say, in a long team huddle at the moment. As I welcome back, good friend and co-commentator for Finals Day at the KNCB, it's Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. And 13 over thrash between these two will decide Warburg waiting for the winner of this, of course. That other game, the final game today, is starting at 5:30 local, which is in about an hour and 45 minutes. These are the adjusted conditions. So we have 4 over power play, which is pretty important really in the context of this chase. I think it's about an average score. If you had to guess one, 3 bowlers can bowl 3 overs, 2 can bowl 2. That's if you want to go with the 5 bowlers, of course. That's their maximums that are permissible. So ACC is all to play for. Here's the sun's come out. It's actually turned out to be quite a nice, mild afternoon, though it has been a bit damp. RBS, only team out of the 4 teams we're seeing today in finals day that have actually been to a European Cricket League before. They were there in 2022. In fact, we were showing a little bit of their campaign earlier during one of the rain breaks. It's almost ready to go. This looks like Landbotha, who's going to face up. He's been a really important player so far. So, shake, rattle and roll. 96 runs required off 13 overs. For Harbs, crying out to stay in the competition. Here's the first ball. It's a bouncer and hooked down. Actually, a pretty good shot first up to be able to get that down and stay in control of it. Slightly mishandled out there. And the inning starts with a 2, Corey.
Yeah, 2 to the total. I think that was a fumbled from mid-wicket there. Charan Biera could have been a dot ball, and in finals day, every sort of run counts. Burst through his hands, and good running to get back for 2. The key for Haas SA, I think, is if they can get some spin into this attack early and try and burst through this very dangerous top order.
Crowley whistling in from the paddock end. And it's been kind of opposite today with the weather compared to the forecast. It was supposed to be fine and then the rain would come, but the rain came and now it seems fine. No real huge thunderstorm yet either.
Yeah, there's still something around the corner I'm hearing, so fingers crossed we'll be able to get this game and the final completed before the rest of the rain comes. Yeah, 94 required off 76, 10 wickets in hand. Can Harbs do it? Well, with shots like that, you're going to do it. That's a lovely shot. A half volley on leg stumps, and Bota hits it into the pool out there for 6.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody get the pool scoop because that is not going to come easily. Oh, yeah. He's not having a very good time out there. He's thought about it.
Oh, no.
And they don't have it on the camera, but is he going to attempt it?
Oh.
He's going to attempt it. Jed Wiggins out there. This is a shoes and socks off job, I think.
Tell you what, the worst thing in cricket is soggy socks. He's being very brave here.
He's taking a good line here around the back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Get in. Don't keep it on him. I want to see him get in the guggler.
I'm very surprised.
Oh, he's got a squidgy sock.
He's still, and now we've got some support coming.
Oh, no. I can't believe he's got one soggy sock right now. You've got to be committed.
I reckon you can pinpoint the moment that Wiggins
we've just missed it.
Realised that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, this was the initial approach.
I'd rather watch live. Is he still going?
Yeah.
This moment here.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's gone through the top of the shoe.
Yeah.
That's when you know it goes through the top of the shoe, and then all of a sudden the toes feel wet.
Now, we're going to go. We've
Oh.
got to go for the apparatus.
Well, this is going to break everything. He's going to walk across the little wood beam like a...
Oh, he's making a bridge. I thought they were going to try and swat it out.
This is Holland, Vinny. We know what to do in situations like this. Just throw a new ball on. We're not using that ball anymore, guys. Come on.
That could be shot of the day in the end. There's Wiesmeyer out there playing, and he's reached. I thought they were going to build a bridge and get over it, but in the end, yeah, he's going to go the whack and retrieve method.
Wiesmeyer looked better with that bat in his hand there, as he picked that ball back beautifully.
There's an argument to say that you should be allowed to use a bat that wide in the power play. Maybe we'll see a few more 6s.
Watch this. This is always the funniest thing about Dutch cricket. So now the umpire's got that ball, and he's looking at it. But just swap it over. Please swap it over.
Oh,
we always take a long time. That one is waterlogged.
So for all of that, they're not even going to continue with that ball. Look at this for a catch, though.
Yeah, there it is, and splish splash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Actually, it's no good.
We've got this. You've just got your first taste of real Dutch cricket. The amount of balls that fall in the water around grounds, and we spend way too long looking for them. In the end, 6 runs. We're back.
So I think we switched it out, right? All right, Botha takes it on and goes over the leg side. And that's another one that will need some retrieving. And it's Maximo back to back. Harbs, what a start for them.
Yeah, well, Botha saying if I've got a 4-over power play, I'm going to enjoy it. Harbs, they are looking good today. That's a lovely shot. There's a bit of swagger about that, isn't there? 4th drop, bang, thanks for coming.
He looks the package so far, everything I've seen.
I just want to see
Botha.
These quick bowlers today, you got to have a change up. Change up into the wicket. Pace on's easy to play out here at VCC. Cutters, leg cutters, spinners.
Goes straight down the ground this time and nails it pretty well as well. That'll be 4, 6, 6, 4, making early inroads. Right out on the march.
Yeah, well, this 18 off 5 almost puts them in such a strong position that they shouldn't actually lose from here. Because I honestly think once you get to a runner ball at VCC, the outfield's that big, you can run it around quite easily. So, plenty going on here. It's 18 already. There's the faithful. A lot of fans have come out and enjoying some sun.
The sun's come out at a good time, hasn't it, I think. Hopefully we can get a decent crowd in. See a lot on the line here. Fraction short, absolutely nailed. Another splashdown. That one's in Viv's backyard. It's a magical over to start. Maximo, 24, come off that first over, 24 without loss.
I'm a huge fan of this style of batting. Just saying, well, look, it's not that difficult. If you're going to bowl pace on, I'm going to pump it away. 3 big sixes, 24 first. They need to run a ball now. This is Harbs' to lose.
Brilliant shot. You know, from the first ball that he faced, which was a pretty difficult shoulder height, pace on delivery, and he hooked down and stayed in control of it. He's just been on so far. What a start.
A 24 run over in comparison to what we've seen today, honestly, it puts them so far ahead. And, well, they're going to need a minor miracle, Haas, they say, to get back into this game. They need a lot of wickets because there's such a dangerous top 5 listed.
Ben in the chat saying, where's Tom de Grooth? Because he had the pool scoop the other day. Remember we had one go into the canal?
Tom is actually at his brother's wedding today, so I want to wish him all the best.
All the best, Tom. Conspicuous by his absence today, isn't he? But anyway, 24, bang. Suddenly they're 94%. Don't see any rain around. Even if it was, it won't help HCC at all. We're going to get Adam Leonard bowling over number 2.
Yeah, so it's going to be more pace on. Reece Mason facing him. You know, fun fact about Reece Mason. Got a German passport. No one really knows this, but Reece Mason's got a German passport and he's a very good player.
Get him in. Not an easy team to crack, the German team, but he's certainly a guy they should have their eye on. Looks good in the black.
Yeah, I like the kit.
2 pretty German-looking strips as well. Just going to say, got the black and the gold and the black and the red.
Yeah, what an interesting start to this run chase. Look at that supercomputer, Vinny. They agree. Harbs with the foot in the door for the final.
Yeah, I was curious if they were going to open with Tobias Vise.
I think that, from what I heard, hasn't played a game this year, and they don't want to break the opening pair and the thing, but he'll slip in somewhere if required.
This is lifted up, kind of slot ball. This will test the outfield, and it plonks. They're going to get 2, and that's all they're going to get.
Yeah, good shot and good running. So Harbs, they ain't trying to win this in the 12th over. They're trying to win it inside 10, and this is a bit more of the short form action we're looking for. Good batting.
Question from the robot. Is this Lenny playing? Well, it's a Lenny, Adam Leonard. Although I know that Andrew Leonard, who was with us commentating during the internationals, he's moved on, of course. He's actually headed for the World Cup. We'll be doing a little bit of work. He does have a brother called Alex. I don't think this is any relation, though, with Adam. Well, that was quick, though. It's actually hit the stumps and it has knocked the bails off.
Well, you need a little bit of luck when you're defending a score. I think that's hit him right in the middle peg, and then it's rolled onto the middle peg.
That's rapid from Leonard. Just skidded on. This actually hits the stumps pretty hard, and there's some crazy.
Oh,
bang. Let's have a look.
It
actually bounces off the stump.
That would have been a double whammy, Vinny. Imagine that happening and you getting bowled. Well,
thankfully for Reece Mason.
Here comes the ball.
He gets a bit of luck. Yeah, this hits the stump pretty firm. Bang.
Wow, now we're going to get a bit of fancy footwork, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, good running between the wickets that time for a leg bye.
Yeah, let's get a sense of this. It hits the leg, comes down, and...
Oh, it hits it firm. They showed it on the first replay, Vinny. That's a proper dunk. It's very lucky.
I haven't seen that in a while.
What do you think Bota's going to do here?
He just seems to be very clear-minded and no sense of premeditation with his batting. He seems to have the answer to almost everything that's been delivered. Look good off the back foot, look good off the front foot. And so, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm probably just trying to nick him off fairly traditionally. Try and maybe get him playing down the wrong line, get the new ball to do something off the seam. Leonard is brisk. Oh, he gets across and picks out the fielder who gets a piece of it, just one. That's the one time he's premeditated so far, gives up his stumps, but again, it's a sign of supreme confidence from both.
Yeah, Leonard, he was looking at the stumps, almost got that through. Bit of bat on it, though. Good fielding as well, because that flew away to 45, saves 3.
I like the tactic to go at the stumps there, and maybe you can remove the threat. If it was a Yorker, it gets pretty tough to hit. That turned out to be a low full toss, and both seem like footballs at the moment. Mason gets another opportunity.
There we go.
Yeah, slow ball, skied. Should be taken. And it's dropped. Wow, maybe looking straight into the sun there. I'm not sure. But that's a big life as Bamshi is going to put down the catch.
Well, I'm looking at Yash Patel there, the keeper. He's got the gloves on. He's the senior player. He should be going and catching this. And the reason I said there you go is because they'd bowled 10 balls without a cutter. This pitch is stoppy. It's not easy. Cutters and off-speed deliveries are going to work. That should have been out, but I think the keeper's got to get across to that.
The other thing is the keeper's running. The sun wouldn't have been really a factor for the keeper as well. Sun's kind of at mid-on at the moment. Leonard disappointed. Has to bowl both through again. He's just going to play it with soft hands. Good fielding. Make sure they won't attempt a single. End of the second over. Much more reasonable for the fielding side. Harbs 30 without loss after 2.
Yeah, so Leonard would be a little bit disappointed. Could have had 1 for 4 off that over. Decent pace. The one slower ball causing the issue. 66 off 66 required for Harbs to get to yet another final. They've been in the T20 finals in the past. Haven't won the trophy. Maybe this year's their year. VCC, that'll be a good final if it does end up that way. Either team that gets through it should be a good final.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm just loving the weather now. Unbelievable.
Don't get your... I don't want to be that guy, but don't get your hopes up. Everything on the radar is still saying in an hour's time we are going to get a huge thunderstorm. I really hope not. I really hope not, but I'm a little bit nervous for the final, Vinny.
The weather forecast has been fake news so far, so I don't know what to believe anymore.
Welcome to the Netherlands.
Here's patient Charambira. Great to see him back on the network as well. We saw him. Have seen him previously in the European Cricket Series. Now we'll see him competing for his club, HCC, in this finals day. Mason getting ready to face a real stroke of luck in that last over when he was put down. Fake ramp, real cut, and that's going to run away. It will reach the rope. So invention from Mason, who manipulates the bowler, kind of gets in his head a little bit, ends up with a 4 runs to his name.
Yeah, Reece is a very good player. He's worked on his game a lot the last few years and really made that opening position his own. He likes to hit it to peculiar areas, and that's a nice bit of batting.
I think we've got the insurance policy as well to really attack this power play and see where we're at. That looks like what both these two are doing. Have to be brave, but at the moment it's paying off. Change of pace, goes after it. Surely he's not going to get lucky again. He won't. So it's going to be 4 and out. As Charambira strikes back, the opening partnership is broken, 34 for 1.
Well, the 2 slow balls so far have produced 2 opportunities, and the second one's been taken. Mason not picking it. Charambira taking the pace off, and the wicket will go. Maybe, as they say, starting to build into this bowling innings.
Bob Entrop takes the catch. Didn't have to do too much. He's camped under it. But still, you don't mind losing wickets that way. You know, trying to take it on, almost couldn't resist. I think he probably picks the slower ball, but just kind of going for power over technique. Loses his shape and skies it. So, RBS, who's their first wicket, 34 for 1. It looks like we're going to have Matthew de Villiers coming out at number 3.
Yeah, so obviously we get a lot of cricketers that come over to the Netherlands for a season, Vinny. And I was just talking to a couple of people from the Harbs fraternity. Big raps on this guy. Big raps. They think that he's one of the best overseas that have come over to their shores. And they're saying that while they've got Teo Walbra in their team. And I'll go more into Teo after because he's a fantastic batsman. But it does seem like Harbs have 3 gun overseas this year. And this time it's de Villiers' turn. We'll get to have a closer look at him now.
Give you a stat that in the first innings there were only 7 boundaries. There were 5 fours, 2 sixes. We've already had 5 boundaries in this innings. And we're only barely into the 3rd over. 4 came in a row in that first over off Crowley.
Yeah, so looking forward to watching what de Villiers can offer here. Good last name.
Yeah. It's quite a popular last name, actually. My original de Villiers I followed for South Africa.
AB.
Fani.
Ah, there you go.
Fani de Villiers. Go look him up.
Well, big raps on him. Let's have a closer look.
Plays this with fairly soft hands. For a single well handled there by Banerjee. That's always a tough one. He's put one down, but he'll be feeling a lot better now that Mason has been neutralised.
Good first ball to get as well, actually. Pitching on and swinging away a bit.
Yeah, I mean, both so far has come out and looked like he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else.
Well, they have to get both de Villiers and then Teo Walbra. Teo's probably in the last 2 years, 3 years of Dutch cricket has the most hundreds. He hit another 100 yesterday. He just bangs out hundreds, that man.
Stroked away nicely through the offside, off the back foot. Does well to get there, but won't prevent the 2. De Villiers off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot, just punching that into the offside for 2.
Bit of atmosphere around the
It's
ground.
growing.
It's good.
It's growing, isn't it? The sun's out.
Should have told the crowd to bring their bathers. Got a few pools around for them to jump in if you like.
That was good footage before, actually, with the plank.
Walk the plank. Do you think what can we do to jazz up cricket these days? What about when you get out and you have to jump into a swimming pool with all your gear
I don't
on?
think cricket needs any more jazzing up from us. From us anyway, I think we've jazzed it up as much as possible, Vinny.
Can always go to exciting new places. Slower ball. Front gives it away.
3 slower balls in this innings. 2 could have been out, and 1's played a miss by a long way. Read the room. 2 or 3 and over, please. Off cutters, leg cutters. Use this surface because it's not perfect.
Just force the batters to make the pace. Still 7 balls to go on this power play. Down below, run a ball. There's some of the Dutch cricketing fraternity.
On the right there, Paddy G. That's Boris Gourlay's father. Also affiliated with Harbs as well. Conflict of interest.
Ooh. Another slow ball. It's been working. This one's drilled, but well fielded at cover. End of the over. Entrop holding up his end of the bargain with a catch and a good stop there. As Harbs are 36 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, still a very good power play so far for Harbs. They've got 1 more over in the power play. Only 4 overs with the field in. Obviously, rain curtailed game. 13 over affair. How are you, Vin?
20 overs is going to seem quite long.
I was just
in the final if we do get there.
What do we got? We've got another long one. 120 overs on our roster today. It's a lot.
We've done 21 first game.
Felt like 120.
We'll do 26 this game. That's 47. Max we're doing is 87.
Still a lot. Test match cricket day with just 2. Not the normal 6-man roster.
It is a unreasonably unprecedented workload, I'll say that. Anyway, this is a remarkable shot. Again, he's picked out the fielder both that, but I think it's still going to go for 4. That might be Sammy that's doing the fielding down there. Nice work by the youngster. But how's the confidence from both here? Again, gives up his stumps. Leonard says, right, I'm going to try and blow your poles out. In the end, he's going to go to the boundary.
Yeah, nice batting, Vin. Really nice batting.
Was this stoppable in the circle, though?
Oh, it's definitely stoppable. It sort of maybe spun on him a little bit. Stoppable by Sammy out there, though. Good fielding.
Player to watch in the future. Young Sammy. Yeah, Botha just looks really organised at the moment. Looks like he's toying with the bowlers. Probably doesn't have to take too many risks. The thing is, though, I think they know this power play is crucial. They can kind of break the back of this chase in the power play, and then they can cruise.
You're absolutely correct, Vinny. Adam Leonard's bowled well this season as well. 12 wickets in the top class of T20 so far. Economy under 6 also.
Slow ball, but picked and set over the ropes. Maximo! Well, Botha is bossing it so far. Picked that one up early. Just seems to have so much time that comfortably sails over the ropes.
Yeah, lovely shot, isn't it? That one was the first slow ball. It's sort of been picked. And, well, Leonard finds out the hard way. Adam Leonard's actually played 3 first-class games for Wellington back in the day. Only the 1 wicket in that mini first-class career. But he's up against a player right now who's hitting them pretty well. They need to find a way to get him out.
2% for HCC clinging on at the moment. This is a little bit more of what we were expecting to see, really. But again, we have seen pace go the journey more often. We've only really seen pace so far. This one is hit down the ground. Nice work by Jarambira to come and stop that from going for 4, but it'll still go for 2.
Yeah, he's got some skills, Leonard. Unfortunately, just can't pick up a wicket so far on finals day, and if he doesn't pick one up soon, just feel like say, copping a bit of a mauling at the moment.
What kind of spin options do they have up their sleeve, if any?
I think Connor McKerney with his left arm off spin potentially, and
steps across and slams it. Oh, this is some hitting at the moment. Maximo says carreras más, as that brings up the 50 for Harbs Cranhout.
He's 43 off 13, and we've been saying the boundary sizes, Vin. 43 off 13 is the rapido, over 300 strike rate. And, well, while he's there, we actually could be on for an early finish, remarkably.
Pace to work with. He's loved it. He's eaten it up so far, really. But this is a brilliant first 4 overs.
Oh, it's over. This first 4 overs, we've been saying if you have good power play, say, super key, but to be 54 off 3.5, 54 would be good off 6, let alone 3.5. Both his innings of 43 off 13. Ridiculous, really ridiculous.
Doesn't look like slowing down, does he, either? Last ball, the over. Slight change of pace there, I think. They come through for 1. Good early call from the non-striker. End of the over. Botha is lighting it up. It is 55 for 1 after 4. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Corey Ruckers with me. Finals day here in the Netherlands, and it's Spot in the ECL 25 on the line as well. And plenty of people coming in now to enjoy the second half, which hopefully has a bit more cricket than the first half.
Yeah, because VCC Vorburg are waiting in the final at the moment. It does look like RBS will join them, but you never know. And it is a big carrot, isn't it? If you do win, well, first of all, you win your domestic title, which means a lot. There's only 2 on offer a year. And then next February or March, you get to come to sunny Spain.
But tell me about these players that might come and just play a season. Surely you got to try and get them on the plane to get them to Spain. It's a tough one, though, isn't it? When you come play a season and then you might go back.
I think it would incentivise an overseas player to come back and have a second season. If you're playing for VCC or RBS or HC and you qualify for Cardamar in March, surely you're saying, guys, do you mind flying me back over? I'd be keen to play on the network.
Makes sense. Anyway, time for over number 5. 5 outfielders allowed from this point. Lacher is going to bowl, and he gets worked away first up. So again, sticking with the pace on the ball here.
Yeah, so as they say, trying their best, but right now running into a bit of a brick wall called Botha.
He just looked good from the very first ball he faced. Thought he bowled well as well. Obviously caught well. De Villiers probably just afford to knock it round here. Kind of what he does. Well fielded though by Interruption. He's been excellent in the field so far. They did a ring. Won't get a run.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. De Villiers doesn't have to do anything crazy. Just nudge the ones and stand at the non-strikers end while Botha is ticking.
Is there a twist in this game though? Been a funny old day. A lot of batters have struggled to come to terms with the conditions and the bowling. This one sneaks past De Villiers. Liking the yellow floppy there from Yash Patel behind the stumps as well. Proper cowboy hat. I think he might be the only one wearing it. Trying to get something going, but it's a real tough position they're in at the moment. This one has a bit on it. Well bowled by Chunlaka. Feel free to get involved as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Big week for us, actually. We went past 400,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. How quickly have we got up to 400,000?
There certainly was a big boost with the games we did during the week.
Were you allowed to send in a link for them to press subscribe, or how is it? How do they subscribe?
If you want to subscribe, just go to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, and subscribe. And
you know what?
If you want, you can support the network, become a member.
Not very often I'll reach out to the viewers, but go on. Give us a subscribe. Go and figure it out. Do what Vinny just said, and give us a click.
Yeah. Once you do that, after 1 minute, they let you in the chat.
I don't think I'm subscribed.
You should be. Well, I'm sure you are.
Oh, I might try to do it now.
Go on. Show how easy it is, Corey. It's only taken you 4 years. You surely are subscribed. Plays this off the front foot, plays it pretty nicely as well. Long chase out there for the sweeper. And we'll get back for 2. There's so much cricket happening today. End of the 5th over here, though. It's 58 for 1 after 5. We have 4 separate locations. Friday and today, the only times ever in ECN history we've broadcast from 4 different places in one day.
And what are those 4 places on one day?
We're here in the Netherlands, obviously.
Yeah.
We've got the ECIs in Estonia, men's and women's internationals. We've got the Romanian Continental Cup, which the final is happening right now. Hungary chasing 151 to win against Gibraltar. And tonight, we've got Fiji for the night series in Portugal.
At what stage do you think what's our peak number? Could we get to like 7 live locations at once? What do you think? When does it start to say it's like, so 4's manageable? When's it not manageable? Could we do 6?
I think the key is, for me, it's not so much amount of locations. We need to be able to cricket round the clock. So ECN Brazil would kind of take over at the end of the day.
I think I'd put my hand up for that one.
Yeah, well, maybe sort your affairs out before you get on the plane. Here's Charambira changing heads.
Well, do you think that we could do 7 locations in a day? Lucky number 7?
I mean, anything's possible. I will say that it does kind of dilute the pool of people that know what they're doing a little bit, which does...
It's okay.
It does make it pretty interesting viewing. First couple of nights in Portugal were a little bit hairy. We got through. They're doing pretty well over there now.
Imagine that, 7 locations. If you had to do 7 locations, give me 4 in Europe that you'd like and 3 around the world.
So I think it'd be like day and night in 2 different locations and 3 different T20 international series. This will be called wide, just losing the battle with the tram line. Yeah, well, what could we do? North America. That's a pretty good call from the umpire. Just missing the mark. They're patient. South Africa would be a good shout. We've got to get different time zones. We've got to rock around the clock. One day we'll do the marathon. I still think the marathon's got merit. 48 hours of cricket in a row.
I feel like if we haven't done it already, then it's not going to happen. That's my worry.
Just needs a little bit of TLC to make it work.
Ah, okay.
Thick outside edge, hangs in the air, but loops over the infield. A little bit of fake crawling there, but they'll get back for 2.
De Villiers hasn't really found his batting boots just yet. Bota does look like he's playing in a different universe compared to every other batter today. Harbs, yes, they look like they're going to cruise to this total of 96. 62 for 1 now. Unless something extraordinary happens, I think it'll be Hassasay bowing out.
Oh, inside edge from De Villiers. You're right, he hasn't quite found his touch yet. But he's still there, and they're creeping close to the target.
Yeah, just a little bit of luck that time, an inside edge. Not too far away from the leg stump. 1 more to the total. Yeah, funnily enough, De Villiers has scored more runs than Lihan Bota this year, but averages better and has a better strike rate. But Bota in this innings, especially in this innings, 46 off 16, is looking $1 million.
He's drowned 2 cricket balls as well. 46 now for Bota. He's going to swat this sideways, pick out the field or just a single.
Yeah, one more to the total. It's a bit rough from the supercomputer, isn't it, Vinny? 0%?
Maybe they're 0.4 and they're just rounding down. I think they've been brought back to life, though, because normally it'll disappear when it's 100 to 0. It did disappear, but they've come back. Interesting shot selection. De Villiers trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, De Villiers has got 266 runs in the T20 campaign at 33. Very healthy strike rate of 177. A lot of these batters would have benefited from playing at Harbs though as well. It's very quick outfield and flat wicket. But at the moment just hasn't had any of his maybe normal timing.
Last ball to 6. That's the swipe. It's going to go up in the air, and surely his luck's out now. De Villiers can have to go again. That change of pace from Patient Charambira working to perfection. It's the first step in a long journey back into the contest for HCC, but they do have a second wicket, 64 for 2.
Yeah, be curious to see if that 0% goes to 1% now. De Villiers, in the end, losing his wicket. Didn't look comfortable at all today. Pretty loose-looking stroke, actually. And he'll have to go. He knew straight away. And he was gone. And Yash Patel doesn't make a mistake.
And De Villiers had the right approach, though. He's trying to attack rather than kind of bat his way out of it. Still, he's got plenty of batting to come. Yeah, probably not a bad thing for Visay to come get a hit here. Now, obviously, he hasn't batted at all. I think that he's a player they'd love to kind of be up and firing should they make this final later on tonight. At the moment, it's looking that way.
Yeah, good to see Tobias Visay back on our screens. Quite a remarkable story is Tobias.
It's a great story.
A couple of years ago, he's in the Dutch setup and playing a franchise or two around the world, opening the bang with Chris Gale, and then basically turned around and said, no, I think I'd rather work from... He has his own business, wants to work at home. He has a young family, 2 young daughters, and just decided that cricket really wasn't for him, and actually chose that in his peak. Like, he was getting selected for World Cup squad, so it's an amazing story, and credit to him. Everyone knows deep down what they truly want in life, and he definitely chose the path he wants. But great just to have him back. He hasn't played a game this year, and we're in finals day.
I was going to say, interesting also, he's obviously not rid of the cricket bug completely, because he is here, he is playing.
But imagine turning down what he could have... He just started getting into franchises around the world. The first Dutch player from a batting sense to do it. Yeah, so very interesting story. Great player as well. Probably one of the most exciting players I've seen.
Just a natural
striker,
bat and ball player. McInerney with some spin now. We see spin for the first time after the horses bolted a little bit. They do have 2 wickets to show.
He is more an opening batter. I know he enjoys the power play, so it'll be interesting to see how he bats with the field spread. But yeah, great to have him back on the network. Both are trying to get a 50 here.
Well, he's going to get it, and he's going to get it with a 6. Maximo! Well, Botha has been beasting it here on finals day. Best innings we've seen by some distance, and he brings up his half century off 19 balls.
He's hit it flush, hasn't he? Just cannons off the bat. A lot of power, and pretty pleased with himself to bring up a 50.
Another splashdown. Fittingly brings it up with a splashdown just over the covers. But see, he knows the fielder's there, but he just backed himself to hit it over the top of the fielder. That's not something we've seen too much of today.
Third 50 of the year for Botha as well in T20 cricket out of 10 innings. Had a pretty handy year, 285 runs currently. Good strike rate also. I'm sure he's enjoying his year out at Harbs.
Well, back up to 1%. Supercomputers had a change of heart. Worked away. Smart batting as well to follow it up with a single.
It's been a bit of a mauling, hasn't it, this run chase? Just a matter of time, Vin.
He's the first guy to come out and look comfortable on the pitch, really. Both we've seen some people kind of fighting, counter-punching, but then kind of getting bogged down. McInerney played some nice shots early, then kind of just kind of hit a wall, didn't he?
Well, sort of similar to the Tri Series. There was only a hand.
Yeah.
It's like Mark Adair.
Yeah.
Every time he batted, he looked like he was playing in his own universe, and everyone else was struggling in that Irish team.
But
So
even that was late in the innings. Didn't happen too often early. Probably that Paul Sterling, Balboni partnership was the one.
yeah, it looked good that time, didn't he?
Looked good early in the first half of the innings. If we say misses out first ball. So the way things are matching up, assuming the weather stays rainless, which hopefully it does. BCC versus RBS in the final.
Yeah, good game of cricket. Really good game of cricket. Tough to call, actually. Did you hear the result from these two 2 weeks ago? Actually, a massive sort of game. In the end, 2 runs to Toby. RBS, batted first, 190 against VCC. A very good VCC. The rain came, and in 5.2 overs, VCC were at 2 for 54, which was enough by 1 run. So they got the points.
Steps across. Umpire has a very good look. Says no. Maybe the angle, take it down leg side, maybe a little bit bad in it. Regardless, it's the end of the 7th over, 73 for 2.
So both those teams, and to be fair, if you bat the 20 overs, 190 is a tough chase. So I think VCC will be a little bit nervous playing RBS. And I think RBS have nothing to lose. They've got a very good top order here, and good enough bowling. It's going to be a great final. I have to say, I can't imagine Haas are going to make it, unfortunately, for them.
If you go just purely off today's performance, obviously both has been.
But we didn't get to see VCC bowl, so that's
True,
a pretty
true,
hard
true,
metric to measure. 1 over of Ryan Klein wasn't enough for me. You would have seen Philip Bossavane, Mace Van Vliet. So there's a bit of an unknown.
Yeah, definitely.
I think whoever is batting first will go on to win the game.
So you think bat first, you think?
Well, not necessarily the right decision, just got a feeling. I think rain could also play a bit of a part if the forecast stays the way it is.
Like it. Switching to the city end.
I'm a bit old school in the sense, Vinny. I like runs on the board in a final. Last few T20 finals days. So on runs on the board, I think play at club level a little bit more than maybe national level. So if you make 150 in a final batting first, I back you to defend that.
I agree with you to an extent, but I think the one thing that I've seen all week in the Netherlands and the internationals, even here, is that batting first have been a bit directionless. So not knowing whether it's worth taking risks or not. So I kind of think I would probably go the other way only because I just think that's useful information to know, because bowling, you're pretty much always bowling as to restrict as much as you can to take wickets. But batting, you can dial it up or dial it back depending on what you need to do. So, yeah, and I take your point, but it should be a really good final. It starts in around about an hour's time, an hour and 5 minutes to be exact. Tune in. I know that in Estonia, the series are decided now. Didn't go to a game 5, though they will be played anyway, 3-1 each of them. Anyway, this is a little edge that's going to fly away. Visay will get 4. Again, kind of continues the narrative of the day that the Seamers haven't had as good a time. Just that pace on the ball. These little edges, instead of just kind of plopping and rolling for 1 or 2, they go to the rope.
That flies away. Another 4 to the total. First one to Visay. So just 16 required. So RBS will be in yet another final.
Nice little drop kick away this time, and that'll be another boundary. So Visay, this is the positive, I think, of him coming in and getting a hit.
It's great to see him again. So when I first moved to Netherlands, a little bit of a side story, as some of the fans enjoyed that one. I was opening the batting with Tobes when I used to come as an overseas player. The second ball I ever saw in the Netherlands, Corne Dry, South African first-class players bowling, 50 over game. So I'm at the non-strikers end. I was like, okay, well, here we go, Dutch cricket. Second ball of a 50 over game, Toby ramped him for 6. So that's what I just said, what are you doing? Like, what? And he's just like, yeah, that's how I play. He is honestly a freak of a talent. It's a little bit of a shame for the cricket world that he stepped away from the bigger time, but fair play to him to see him back here today.
Yeah, no, I'm always excited to see that. It's been called a while.
He's one of those very few players. I also opened the batting with him once. We had none for 70. We had none for 70 on the board, and I was on 1. And I was okay back in my day. But he was different. He's the type of guy that could get to 50 or 15 every game.
He's like one of those guys. He's in 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, he'll be an urban legend. You know. Wow, steps across and hammers that over deep mid-wicket. Maximal writings on the wall now as Tobias has returned with a bang.
Imagine not playing all year and that's your first 6 spot. He was such a freak. I think it was Vancouver Knights he played for in the GT20.
Yeah.
Just opening he was opening the batting with Chris Gale and Andre Russell in his team. And Chris Gale and Andre Russell would just say, who's this kid? Because he was making 50s off 15, reverse ramping Wahab Riaz, and a serious sort of generational talent. 5 to go.
Lifted up over the leg side again, and that will be game. Still going on. So Leonard takes the catch. I've been distracted a little bit. I'll tell you why in a moment, but for Visay it'll be 6 and out, and it's 91 for 3.
Oh, I got that wrong as well. As soon as he hit that, I was like, oh, that's big. Oh, no, he's gone. Well, little cameo for Visay. He has to go, and maybe there's just one more wicket here for Harsay to get the boys in the huddle to celebrate.
Bit of ECN news. Looks like we might have a golden ball in Estonia, and if it is, it'll be our highest golden ball ever at 177. But it seems like there's chaos there. No one knows what's happening.
Yeah, well, plenty of action going around on the ECN network, obviously, at this time.
Well, how about that? Oh, drop catch by the keeper. And then as they come back for 2, there's a direct hit. Wow, classic ECN. And we might have time to watch it, depending on how long this Tobias could have hit that a bit further. We'd already be watching it.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Teo Walborough comes to the crease. I think in the last few seasons, I touched on it before, he's been the cleanest sort of hitter of a ball in 50 over cricket. Made a lot of centuries, made another century yesterday. He'd have to have the most centuries in the last few years in top class of cricket, I think. Seems to be able to churn out 4 or 5 a year. So, down to the crescendo of Qualifier 2. Looks like Jed Wiggins going to be brought in here way too late. Good spinner. Just feel like they've misread the room a bit, Harsay, with this surface. Really would have liked if he bowled in the top 3 or 4 overs even in the power play. So he comes on now. That's just going to be a single. Botat looking for a little nod out here as well.
So, this one not too close, obviously. HSC will be disappointed, obviously, to go down in this fashion. But I'm sure a lot of them will stick around. Enjoy the rest of the day as well.
Well, if the weather stays clear, you'd hope so, Vinny.
Flicked away. And they'll come back for 2. It's not picked up cleanly, so just 2 runs to win now.
2 more runs to the total. So 2 to go. Credit to Harbs. Yes, they've dominated this second innings with the bat. So 2 off 28. They've done it in a bit of a canter, haven't they? All thanks to Bota. 58 of 23. So that's nudged into the leg side just for the 1 this time. I won't be able to get back for a second.
Their score's tired, and any run will win it for HBS Kranhout. Again, the only team that does have ACL experience. The only team, apart from VOC Rotterdam, actually, of course, aren't part of finals day today. Lifted up, and that will do it. It'll finish with a boundary. Botha, what an innings from him. 62, not out of just 24 balls. And they end up winning with 26 balls to spare. What a dominant performance there from HBS in difficult circumstances.
Yeah, well, they've put their name up in lights here. They're going to get to the final. It's going to be them versus VCC in a bit of time. Looking forward to this final. as it does feel like both teams are evenly matched. Credit to HCC and a good T20 season. They're going to finish in 3rd place overall. VRA obviously being knocked out earlier today as well. But we've got the final I think most people would have predicted at the start of the day. Good to see the sportsmanship from all the players. And Bota, what a special innings that was from him. He looked a class above in this run chase.
Yeah, it's just one guy coming out there and really taking all the pressure off his teammates. And man, Bota, no doubt he'll be your player of the match. But for HCC, it's the end of the road. Obviously, they've still got the longer form competition to try and stake their claim. And yeah, it's just one of those days, I suppose, where we weren't sure if they're going to get on at all. In the end, they were able to manage a 13-over game, but RBS Kleinhout running out comfortable winners, and yeah, gets a good bit of respect there, both to get off the field. So confirming the next game will start in just under an hour's time. The toss probably around about 20 to 25 minutes away. It'll be Vorberg VCC taking on RBS Kleinhout. That game starting 3:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe and 9 p.m. in India. The winner of that game will go to ECL 25. Take us through the highlights of this. And it was lights, camera, action early, wasn't it? As we had a rare magical over here at VCC. 24 off the first, all off the bat. And they had both to set this up.
Yeah, and he hit that one into the pond, which was a bit of a funny moment for the fielders. That first over, it just feels like it killed the chase, Vinny. 24 coming off at some lovely shots. Reece Mason was trying to get in the act, also batting pretty beautifully at the start until unfortunately he was to lose his wicket. But there was the Bota show. This was a little bit of luck for Mason.
Yeah.
Just one rolling onto the Suns. But yeah, it was the Bota show, wasn't it? A marvellous innings under the circumstances, Vinny. And overall, Reece Mason had to go, but it didn't matter. RBS, they had too much batting for this one.
Yeah, they did, and really it was over a long time before the final whistle, wasn't it? But maybe a bit of a positive that VC was able to get out there and have a hit towards the end. But really, it was one-way traffic for the most part. We thought that 7-0 was about par. Certainly didn't look that way. We both were at the crease. He passed 50, continued to motor along. At the other end, obviously, lost a couple of partners along the way. Patient Charambira, I thought he bowled pretty well. He took the pace off. But in the end, I think lack of some slow bowling options as well. Maybe comes back to bite them. They used them very late. But yeah, it was ultimately a very simple win in the end for RBS Kleinhout. As the sun comes out, and we're still pretty optimistic of getting a 20-over final in here. ECC taking on RBS. But we had plenty of handshakes at the end, but both, I think someone's just got to tip your hat to a guy. He looked at the top of his game there, and he's looking very dangerous and in form heading into tonight's final.
Yeah, it definitely sends a message to VCC. They need to get him out early if they want to go on and lift this trophy. In the end, it was all RBS in this one. We'll have a very quick look at the scorecards. Bota's rapid, 62 of 24. Basically, man, he did all the lifting. No one else really had to stress, really. Nice little cameo from Tobias VC.
Yeah, that's a positive. A pair of sevens in there. Moderate starting hand in Texas Hold'em, depending on the amount of players at the table. Taylor Warborough made a brief appearance at the end with 3 not out as the total was passed in the ninth over. Ninth over, of course, of this 13-over match. And as far as the bowling went, well, it was a tough one for Crowley to swallow early as he went for 24, including 4 successive boundaries. And really didn't see too much spin used till late in the piece. And as Corey said, by then it was probably a little bit too late. However, they did have some success. Patient Charambira, decent effort from him, 2 for 12 of his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Tian Alaiha. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 50 minutes, 5-0. And we'll be back with the game to decide who will represent the Netherlands in ECL 25, and of course who will be their T20 champions of 2024. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckus. We'll be back shortly for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back. And it's a bit of an early start to this final. Just the decision made by the committee here because of some impending weather. So it gives us the best chance of getting a game in. It is the KNCB T20 Final for season 2024. About 8 weeks in the making, this tournament. We have VCC Vorburg taking on HBS Kreinhout in the decider. And in this one, HBS won the toss and elected to bowl. Vorburg were in a little bit of strife, you could say, at one point in their semi-final, but it turned out to be a washout. That meant that they went through as the top-ranked team. They had the win over VRA Amsterdam. In the second semi-final, it was HBS that got over the line fairly comfortably in the end against HCC in an abbreviated, I should say, 13-over affair. So an aborted and an abbreviated semi-final so far. We'd love to get all 20 overs aside in here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with you on the ground in the Netherlands. Joining me once again for this huge game is a huge personality, Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. And look, I've got plenty of news coming your way. The phones have been shown to me. Radars are being shown to me by the HBS supporters. On the forecast, it does look like in 20 minutes or so we are about to get flooded. But sometimes the meteorologists are wrong, but behind our tents, it is dark.
Well, I tell you what, I haven't had a look because I've been busy working because we've had golden ball fever hitting on ECN.
Go look out
I'm having a quick look. I might wait one ball because I've got to say I'm a big fan of this guy, Lehan Botha, who absolutely lit it up with the bat in that previous innings. Floating slip in place. VCC, the higher ranked team, heading into this final. Game on in the Netherlands. It starts with a leave. I'm out of here to check the weather. I'll be back in 20 seconds.
Well, Vinny Sanders going to sneak out the back and check out the back of the tent. Yeah, unfortunately, there is whisper around of dark clouds. Now, the radar isn't looking good, and that does mean one thing and one thing only. If this game gets washed out, VCC will go on to win, but the players on the field won't be thinking about that too much. They'll know there's a job to do. Focus on the game first, worry about the weather second.
I'd say it's dark to very dark behind us. Gigani plays down the wrong line here. He missed out earlier on, got rock and rolled with it for a globe.
He's usually our resident DJ, Gigani, at events in the Netherlands. He's on a pair. I love Gigani. I hope he can get one away.
He's out there.
How cruel would it be if we had a rain-curtailed final? Hopefully not.
Well, I saw all kinds of voodoo paraphernalia in the VCC camp this morning. They just had the rain dance. As both that he's played well. He has a questionable hairstyle, but it hasn't hampered him today.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm a big fan of him as a cricketer. He's a 10 out of 10 cricketer. Open the batting, open the bowling. But the hairstyle, the shaved sides right down with a bit of a mohawk mullet combo, not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's lost a bet. I mean, he's got plenty on top. It's not doing too many favours for the ears either.
Is that a mullet?
To give him that. His ears are 2 islands on either side of his head. Anyway, certainly playing well. That's the main thing. And he won't quite be able to get across here, but it won't be a run. So, interesting this. Actually favouring HBS so far. The win predictor, maybe that's to do with some of the outs for VCC, do you think?
The thing is, these two teams played not long ago, and HBS polled on 190 versus them, and it was a Duckworth-Lewis game where VCC got a bit lucky and only had to bat 5.2 overs to make it a game. If I'm HBS, I'm bowling these overs as quickly as possible.
It's a good point you make. 5 dot balls gets one started.
It might be one of those very rare situations where you do have to play and think a little bit about the incoming conditions and race through the overs as quickly as you can. Lovely start from Botha, who's delivered 5 dot balls so far. Gigani just struggling to get one away.
Imagine starting with a maiden. This guy is on fire today.
Yeah,
I mean, look, if he keeps playing like this, you might see young kids all around the Netherlands sporting that hairstyle, which I think would be disturbing. Anyway, we will get at least one run, probably a couple here to finish the over. Gigani goes on The pads for a couple, and it's the end of one over. It's 2 without loss.
Lovely shot from Gagani to open his account in this one. And he's a very talented player. And if he does get in, he's got shots all around the wicket. Nice high bat lift as he clipped that one away for 2. But yeah, you do have to wonder what must be going through Harbs' heads here. They'd love to just get... If they get a full game in, they're a very confident team.
We can't really give you the pictures of the clouds because they're behind the main camera, but they're kind of gaining on us. Anyway, this is the story of finals day so far. Voorburg, that's VCC, went through on account of being the highest seed against VRA Amsterdam after that match was washed out 1 over into the second innings. And then HCC kind of blown off the park by Harbs in particular, both up in that second semi.
And we have to talk about what's on the line now. I know back in the day there used to be a prize money. There used to be a big check. I think it was like 10K for the team.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was a few years there where it's gone away. But now the prize is ticket to Spain with your team to put your club on the map. Harbs have been there before, but will we get a new Dutch team? We'll have to wait and see, as it does look like De Villiers will open the bowling. Wow.
Bit of rip there for him first up.
It is a spinner's day. That is ragged. This pitch has definitely got a bit in it. VRA had 4 spinners earlier today, and they looked unplayable.
Flicked away, they'll take on it. Pretty tight run, but they'll get away with it.
It's gone a bit cooler around the ground, Vinny. Can you feel that?
5 overs constitutes a game, so that also makes it quite important. If you get to 5 overs in the first innings, it means the actual window required to complete a game shrinks significantly.
It's starting to sprinkle. Oh, boy. Oh, this, please don't. Just want a normal game of cricket.
Would it be time to deploy the lifeboats?
It could be. I'm a bit worried about our equipment today, Vinny.
As long as the wind stays this way, we should be all right.
Nice start from De Villiers. RBS opening with the 2 overseas players for them this year. At the first couple overs, I like De Villiers is racing through the overs here as well, which I think is quite clever. Oh, nice shot. A little bit of a finger tipper. That'll be a dropped catch, actually. Will go down as a drop, but just a little tip of the finger. So 4 on the board so far. 2 balls remaining in the second over. Field changes for the lefty-righty combination. Once again.
He's turned past everything outside edge. It's kind of beaten the keeper as well. I reckon we've got a couple of buys coming up here, but interesting, so much spin, especially with that new ball.
Well, this wicket, I know we've had some rain today, but it's old. We've been playing on it all day, Vinny. So maybe a bit more worn and worse for wear. That ball is ragging, and if you're Voorburg or VCC, if we do get to a second innings, you've got to play your spinners today.
Goes reverse, probably smart with the spin. In fact, that's going to scoot across this outfield. It will make it. So clever batting from Cedric DeLange there, I think. Just a smart option with that ball ragging the way it was. Manufactures the boundary, and it's 10 without loss after 2.
Yeah, very clever batting. Better to go with the spin. Gets a fair piece of it, and it trickles across the turf for 4. So nice little start for VCC. The first boundary in the final for 2024. As we will
That's the bright side of the ground you're watching right now. There's still a little bit of blue sky around, but yeah, I know we certainly got caught with a lot of rain after match 6 of the International the other day on Friday.
Yeah, we'll be crowning a new champion today. And that champion will be coming to Cardamar Oval probably in late February. March is the next year's ECL date's already confirmed.
I don't know if they're confirmed exactly, but it'll be the same period, I think. So starting around about, if I had to have a guess, actually I could probably tell you what's in the diary for. So rather than me just guessing, how about it?
Give us a rough estimate.
Assume it'll be 35 teams again. Again, it's very early to kind of make that call. It's both up wheeling and dealing. Just gets that hint of away nibble, doesn't it? Beats the outside edge.
Getting it to go in the air and a little bit off the surface. Been good today, Bota.
There's been so much cricket going on. Even the breaks, I feel the steam that's about to come out of my computers. We had, by the way, we had our highest ever scoring golden ball in Estonia, 177, beats a record that's almost 4 years old.
So Gagani sweating on a bit of width here. Wants to throw his hands. Would love to get a couple more out the middle. Oh, bowled again from Botan. Looks like he bowls a heavy sort of ball.
Have you ever looked up the calm before the storm? If it was in picture form, I think it's right now. Wind stopping to almost nothing.
That's also
Very
another problem.
dark.
If we do get the rain, Vinny, it's very still at the ground right now, quite eerie.
Okay, European Cricket League prospective date, February 4, 2025, running to around the 22nd of March, 2025, 4 weeks again. Checks his shot up in the air and caught. Nicely taken. As Ghani's going to have to go. Didn't have a good time there, Teo Warburton takes it. Puts a bit of mayo on it, does Teo, but it all counts as VCC lose their first wicket. It's 10 for 1.
Good amount of mayo from Teo there. Holds on to it. Bota continues his very impressive day with the ball and with the bat. Ghani just didn't get enough wood on this. And the first wicket will go down in 2024 T20 Final.
Yeah, Tayanay's special from Walborough.
Tayanay's, I like that. That's quite good.
But that will bring Gavin Kaplan to the crease. He actually looks reasonably well put together. But again, it's one thing to kind of, I suppose, go up, run a ball pace. Another thing to really do something like what Botha did in that last game and essentially control the game as a batter. Feels like that for most this week, actually, the batters have been controlled, not actually controlling the game. So I often say the batter or the bowler's in charge. If one's not, the other one is. But Botha was able to kind of break the mold with that earlier on today. 2.5 overs into a halfway to that 5 overs. I suppose the big issue with the amount of rain that we're expecting is that if we come off, the chances of going back on, probably not too great.
We'll have to wait and see, though, because at the moment it is holding bay and the clouds aren't moving that quickly. So
we've also had some games on the network. We've thought, the rain's coming, watch out, and it's just never come. There's one in Stockholm where everyone was starting to put everything away. It looked like this, and we just played 2-3 hours, no problem. So, hey, time will tell.
So Kaplan comes out at number 3. Very good player. Looks good this morning in Qualifier 1. Bit of a job to do here. Himself and sort of Noah Croce will be the anchors in that middle order. One just shoveled out to the leg side, so he'll get himself off the mark. And that was a feature of his game earlier today. Ran extremely well between the wickets.
Yeah, for sure. If you're not hitting the boundaries, you need to be good in that area. Oh, everyone watching in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Now's a great time to get a bit interactive. And Rod actually had a good point saying that Harbs actually did win the T20 Cup in 2018, but on that occasion, it was the top class of champions that went to Spain. Of course, you would know that because you were part of that VOC.
Yeah,
VOC
I think back then the ruling was it's the premier competition in the country, and at that stage, top class of 50 overs was, I think we played 18 games that year compared to T20s, which was like 6 or something like that.
Makes more sense these days, though, to do it this way.
Vinny, I've got some bad news.
What is it?
Can you hear that?
Bitter, batter.
It's starting to come, and you got to think right now, if you're VCC, you're focusing on the game, but importantly as well, you don't want to waste too many balls here. You still want to be trying to focus on the game, but it's about to come and it's getting heavier. Oh boy.
VCC fans, they're on the phone to their travel agents already. Probably not a great time to be in the tower.
I think we're going to get...
Might be Karina up there.
I'm going to give this 60 seconds. 60 seconds max, because it is raining.
Yes or no? Are we going to get to a bowler ball in the 4th over?
No.
I'm just checking the weather. Hold on.
It is coming. And you can hear it around the ground. I'm not too sure the viewers will be able to tell just yet, but it's one of those ones as well. If this was an international game, I think they're already off. But there's a bit of thunder around, unfortunately, as well. Well bowled. Last ball of the over as Delanga gets a single. That will be the end of the first 3. He scores 13 for 1. I'm bowling a spinner here and a spinner. Try and get to 5 overs as quickly as you can.
That's your strategy. You're right. That's your strategy, for sure. And you need to be hustling through. And then you just got to pray that you can find, what's 5 overs? Roughly 20 minutes to 25 minutes of playing time you need to find tonight. This is the story so far. Cedric Delanga with 6 off 6. Crowd's kind of looking for cover, a little bit worried about what might be coming.
Well, we are going to get the next over quick. They've raced through Harbs. Clever cricket, smart cricket.
Good shout. Villas can't believe that's not out. I think it was also caught, so I don't think Be a matter of any bat being involved.
Very clever bowling. They're sliding down leg
Just
side.
down
Good
leg
umpiring.
side, yeah.
Well, the thing is, if they get to 5 overs bowled, and then it hits, those open up thing, it's getting
It makes
heavier.
it slightly more plausible because then you don't have to worry about a 10-minute turnaround, the change of innings. Well, we got to the 4th over, but it's getting heavier and heavier by the second at the moment.
That's an important shot as well, so it gets the ball a bit wet. I can't believe they're staying out there right now. That is heavy. Well, the umpires might be under instruction here just to get on with it, but this is pretty heavy now for Dutch cricket stand. I can't believe they're playing through this.
Yes, they'll be super keen to stay out there, obviously.
This is interesting because in the earlier fixture, they went off for this heavy rain. You can't see it on your screen, but it's heavy now. It's pretty heavy.
They're probably just thinking, go on, get through 4 minutes here.
Well, if I'm a batsman here, I'm pulling away a little bit. I'm saying my bat's wet. It's...
Interesting. Storylines had a few today already.
Oh, it's
not a great time
coming down.
Teo's going to try and pull a field change, but I'll be doing it quickly. It's getting heavier.
Oh.
What do you call this? I call this about a 6.
This is a 6.5, 7 out of 10. It is coming. Like this is a turf wicket.
7.5.
I can't believe they're not coming off right now.
So,
Kaplan, very experienced from Kaplan there.
Smart.
It is coming down. There's a big fully that probably wouldn't be. They have to come off here. This is an unbelievable. I have not seen this in Holland in a long time.
Pull the stumps out. Let's get the covers on. And look, he's new bowlers.
They got to get the covers on.
DeMay wants to get. He's not fast. Look, the keeper's in position.
It is pouring.
This is unbelievable from Harbs. Yes.
What? How are they taking this long on this wicket?
Their season's on the line.
Guys, if I'm a batsman, I'm walking off. It is pouring rain.
Yeah, umpires have conferred. They've said that's it. So, look, DeMay, he's trying to say, what rain? I'm not even feeling it. The umpires came together. The batters are coming off. That's all she wrote for now. 17 for 1 off 4 overs. This game is interrupted. Well, whether it's permanent or not, we don't know.
I know it's a marginal call, but Bota can't bowl 2 overs there. I know he bowled a good first. They should have opened with Julian DeMay and read the room. This was forecast bowl. 5 overs a spin and get off the field. Maybe it's an opportunity missed because no matter what, VCC will have to bat 1 over later. They can't only bat 4 overs in a game. Oh, how interesting is this? The Netherlands controversy. Rain is pouring down now and does jeopardise what could be an enthralling final.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's very heavy now.
This is heavy.
All the covers are coming out that they can possibly find. But I guess time will tell if we can get back on or not.
Can you believe it, Vinny? What a shame it is for the players and also the supporters that have come down to watch the final. Obviously, now that the covers are on, there's a minimum sort of standard that the outfield and everything will have to be. But I haven't seen the radar in a bit. Let's just hope for a little bit of luck.
Yeah, let's hope so. And obviously, Vorberg, they earned that top spot with the 7-2 record, which is a pretty good record, of course. They get some very good teams here in Europe.
You know what's unbelievable with that 7-2 record, Vinny?
Yeah.
That Harbs game where they chased in 5.2. Do you think 52 runs equates to 190 chase?
Yeah.
On 5.2, 2 down?
Yeah, I know, but it's...
But anyway, let's say that didn't go their way. Harbs would have been on top of the table.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit worried because there's a lot of thunder around.
Yeah, you're right about that. But tell you what we might do if we get a chance. Again, it's come around pretty quickly. Again, plenty of cricket going on. We've got Estonia just winding up. They're into the final over of that adventure right now. Also, of course, Continental Cup coming to its conclusion today as well. So what we might do, take a second, but we're going to probably take you back to that classic game, which Harbs taking on Pakar Barcelona. But yeah, I mean, just looking here, It's looking like it'll be a while before some lightning hits the ground now.
I would actually like the players to get off the field here because I know they're doing the covers and they're doing a great job for Dutch cricket, but there is a fair bit of lightning that's hitting around us now as well. It's always a little bit dangerous, not a great situation for anyone involved. Unfortunately, only 4 overs bowled in the final.
Rain has come.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can because I'm here. I don't know what our
Yeah, so update from the ground at the moment. Yeah, as you can see, the pitches there aren't too good. It's gotten very dark quickly. Another cover is being brought on, which is wise for bowling run-ups and whatnot, maybe the other side of the wicket. It takes a lot of effort to get a finals day up and get 3 games going, but what can you do? And I'm watching Teo Warbra walk off, shaking his head, because this isn't just like a bit of rain like this morning. This is extremely heavy.
Yeah, this is big daddy rain, I think, that's come in now. This is kind of what was predicted around about 2 p.m. local. Now it's 5:30, so we had that kind of unexpected lighter rain, I suppose, that interrupted things earlier, and it meant that the first semi-final was aborted. Second one did get played, albeit it was 13 overs. It now means that none of the 3 matches today will be 20-over affairs now that this one is going off as... we'll let you come into the box here. I know you can't really see too much in here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Coy Rutgers. Geez, it's been a great time in the Netherlands. It's actually my last day here because I'll be doing the ECS England tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. But here, there's such a big day in the calendar. It's frustrating, I suppose, that the weather has been an issue.
I do think that maybe this is something the KNCB could look at in the future as potentially a reserve day. I know it sounds a bit crazy in a club competition and thing, but for the T20 cricket has grown so much in the country, and we now play 9 regular games. Maybe we could have a reserve day because this is a special day, and it does feel like it does feel like it's being ruined a bit through the weather. If we don't end up getting a final, look, VCC get the ticket, but it's just a shame. I was so fizzed up for today, and
winds going all around the place.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not fantastic at the moment. What we'll do, we'll take you back to that classic game we were showing you earlier. It's Harbs Grindhout taking on Pakake Badalona, the Spanish champions, back on the 8th of March 2022. And now this is going to be great because Tobias Vise is about to go out to face Mohamed Kamran. This is from the 8th of March, like I said, in ECL 22. We'll take a break back if there's any news, but for now, enjoy this ECN Classic. Mohamed Kamran versus Tobias Vise to start this off.
In the left corner, Tobias Vise, 185 runs, striking at 280. In the right corner, Cami Bai, 7 wickets at 20 for 22 runs at an economy of 3.
3? Surprised it's that much.
What a matchup that is.
It's going to be good.
Who do you choose? What way do you go?
It's going to be good.
Oh.
One thing I will say about Vise is he's taken on fast bowling before.
Oh, this one, he has faced extreme pace.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what corner do you go here? You've got Hitman versus Hitman also. It's Hitman versus Hitman.
Yeah, it is.
I'm overly excited.
I'm neutral, but I'm loving it. I'm so excited.
This might be one of the greatest contests in ECN history. Tobias Vise versus Mohamed Kamran. Honestly, this is big.
Man, oh man. Well, Kamran will be hoping for the early knockout. He doesn't want it to last that long. Vise, he's a guy that can hurt you. 143 for the victory.
I've never been this excited to watch a battle. You said
you had 2 energy drinks, which is 2 more than you're actually allowed. And, let's just say, start your engines. Let's get ready for a Royal Rumble. It's Kamran to Vise here. 143 to win. Oh. Takes it on straight away. This one was hitting middle stump.
Oh, first round Tobias.
Oh no. Wow. This is almost a run out. Well, they come together. The referee has to separate them. And the first one, bit of a draw. A single to start it off.
Oh, it's a brave shot first ball. He tried to absolutely mow that. Stamp his authority. And you know who's an innocent bystander to this? Teo Warbra, because he's a gun player as well. He's on strike now.
And let's not forget him. So I think it's more of a tag team battle, really, isn't it?
It is, because Teo, he was saying on the side to me before, he loves pace on the ball as well.
And Kamran's got Mohamed Baba as his tag team partner coming up in over number 2.
What a matchup.
Here's Warbra for the first time. So, good shot, goes with a hit. He's been lucky that got past Mohamed Kamran because he seemed to go straight away there, Warbra. Could have been in trouble with a clean pickup.
Yeah, could have been. Good batting, though. Right in behind it. Not too much swing on offer. And played that pretty well.
He's seen a bit of swing today. Depends on the ball, I think.
When
Cameron hasn't gotten too many swinging balls.
Every time he's bowled a bumper this tournament, he's also got a wicket.
Yeah.
He's bowled 4 bounces, he's got 4 wickets from them. So when's that going to come? Here we go. Here's the matchup we want, though. I would say first round split even.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a feeling Tobes might go do something amazing here, something crazy.
Slip in place. They'd love to get Visay well ahead in this game.
Oh, that was quicker.
I think it might have flicked the pad.
No, it's a wide. It's a wide. Didn't flick the pad. No, it was down the leg side, definitely. So, well, what do we call that? Do we call that a neutral yet? Nothing happened there. You can see here, that one did swing, and that was in at the hip. Oh, that's quick.
Follow through. Carries all the way to Visay. He doesn't seem too fussed about it.
Yeah, still neutral at the moment.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Who's going to win this battle?
Matter of time. Well, this one's going to go all the way. Almost goes for 6. He's late on that full shot. Visay, he gets the boundary, but not in convincing fashion.
Well, what do you say? Well, who wins that then? Because it wasn't convincing. It's like an uppercut that just glanced.
Like a lucky punch.
That's got. I mean, Tobias has faced fast bowling around the world. That hurried him up, didn't it? I mean, look at him. Look at Hitman. Look at his face. Hitman's just thinking, nope, not happy with this. I'm going to put another 10 kilometres on this.
Yeah. Good reader of body language, and that's a man.
Oh, he's looking up.
He's pretty focused.
He just looked at the com box. This is going to be quicker.
Yeah. Here we go. He tries. This one flies through. He's a long way back, isn't he?
Oh, and there's a little
wide.
Oh, there's a little bit of looking at each other here. Yeah, I'm liking this. This is a good contest. Couple of wides, an edge for 4. No one. Teo's just enjoying himself. He's just sitting at the non. You're enjoying this if you're at the non-strikers end.
Good luck. He's putting up pictures. He's moving his stuff into that non-strikers end at the moment.
Do you think Cameron's thinking back of a length again?
I think he might. Let's try and surprise him because he almost got him on the hook there. No, he goes full. Nice. It's driven away. It'll be 4. This is going to go all the way. And we saw just over pitching a couple of times against Farmers earlier, getting driven through the covers. Cameron goes for the Yorker, doesn't quite hit it. And Visay, he's got the honours so far, 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, I would say that's round 1 to Visay. I think that was the slower ball. He just got it completely wrong. He flicked his fingers at the end. So Tobes kept his shape and gets it through the gap. Hitman, well, Hitman's taken the first punch to the midriff. 1-0 down.
When the ball's not swinging, and you'll see Cameron probably bowling more of these kind of basically fast off-cutters.
He's a smart bowler. He's not just pace. Shot. Oh, whoa, that is high-level batting. I tell you what, that might be shot of the tournament, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, when you consider the situation, the bowler, and he can't just play him out. You're going to attack, and that's what we expect from Tobias Visay.
What a shot this is.
Yeah, back foot drive, just played on length, perfect shape.
How much time did Tobias have for that? I mean, Cameron hurries up everybody. He's bowling to someone that's faced this sort of pace before.
This will be quicker. This will be quicker.
Well, I've never seen Cameron not take a wicket in the first over. Teo's just enjoying himself at the non-strikers end.
It's all you, bruh.
Yeah.
Here we go. 16 off Cameron's first over with the ball to spare. He has been good getting wickets off the last ball of the over. He's done it twice today.
Oh! Hitman! Oh! Hitman does it in the end.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he tries to get funky. And, well, Cameron, I'm just saying, you might have won a couple of battles, but I've won the war. At last, 1 over, and it ends in the dismissal of Visay, who goes for 16. Well, he was annoyed with himself after he gives up his stumps, and that leg stump's gone a long way.
Is the leg stump okay? Because that hit it really, really hard. Well, that's a knockout punch, isn't it? And Cammy's going to take the chocolates. I've seen him. This is a remarkable stat. So since I've been going around with the T10 and he's broken it, did he snap it?
That's all right. Just needs a
so this is my stat. So I went to the Alicante T10, then I had the MCC tour, and I've had this. I've seen Mohamed Kamran open 12 games, 12 overs, and he has taken a wicket 12 times in the first over. That is a freak talent.
Look at Visay. He was straight out the back of the tent. I think he just needs some private time. I think he's annoyed with himself. And you have to say, it's the kind of shot we haven't seen him playing today.
See, that's what pace does sometimes. You do weird things.
Stood up, and he stood up and batted most of the day. And he just got so inventive there. I mean, if he hits that with the pace, it's going to fly a long way. But it's Adios, Tobias. 16 for 1 after 1. It didn't disappoint. And guess what? Cameron still does have an over. He's his tag team partner, Mohamed Baba, with the ball in over number 2. Making a run to start. Yeah, they do get the runs they need off the first over, but at a significant cost, Corey. Losing Tobias Vise. Now, up to Walborough. Trying to pick up the pace. Manjinder's come to join him. On strikers end at the moment. Missing.
Well, this is the big query, isn't it? I mean, so far Harbs have had a good tournament, but Tobias Vise's been flying the whole time. So now Teo Walborough, he has a lot of pressure on him, and someone in that middle order has to step up in a big way.
And they're not going to have it easy either. Do you think they'll bowl Cameron a second over straight away?
Yeah, they always do. I mean, if you're
always,
no coach's perspective, when someone's so good with the new ball, you're crazy to take it off his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the T20s, I had him at our disposal. I polled 4 overs with him with the new ball. I know you can hold someone back and save him 1, but he's that good with it. He can sort of change a game and take 3 or 4 wickets. I don't think, honestly, I've never seen him not take wickets. And he's a special talent. I think he's got a bright future coming up, Cameron.
Yeah, well, love to see him at the national level.
Yeah, he's got to earn his stripes still.
This is a big shot straight off the bat from Manjinder. He tries to fetch it.
What's one of the better battles you've seen in cricket? I remember when Dale Steyn was bowling to Sachin Tendulkar in South Africa. That was a big one.
Warren Tendulkar.
Yeah.
Always love the Warren Tendulkar battles.
Yeah.
Bless your soul.
And there's been plenty of them over the years. This one, Baba versus Singh.
2 strikes. Just trying to go leg side. And Baba. There's a fair bit of, you know, you talk about Peacock Fridays, there's a fair bit of peacocking about this Paco Care side when they get up. They really play with a bit of swagger, don't they?
Well, they've been up the whole tournament. I don't think I've ever seen them down. When they started against Mara, they had them 7 for 7 the other day, and they haven't looked back since.
Yeah.
And this man as well, Baba, he's hit the ball hunt, and he's bowled really economically the whole tournament.
Important player, former captain. Concentrating on his batting and bowling now. This one, no bat on this. Almost comes back near the stumps. So, yeah. All right, tell me, honestly, RBS now, they've lost Vise.
Game over.
Teo, a fork in it?
Teo Walborough, I've seen him play in Hollander last year. Very, very talented. So while he's there, game is still on. But if he goes soon, I can't see how they could do it.
Weights and punches. And in a way, it kind of works having all the fielders up at this stage.
Was that a maiden, Vinny? I got carried away there. I was looking at a few, I think, but I think that might have been a maiden.
Let me go and have a look.
No, it couldn't have been because I think Tobes got bowled off the last ball of the over. What did
There's a leg bite off that over, but essentially that's a maiden to the
it is a
bowler,
maiden then.
Babar.
Oh, brilliant.
So just the 1 off the over. 17 for 1 off 2.
Yeah, I mean, how exciting is it just to see an out-and-out quick? I remember when everyone was getting into me saying the Indo-Bulgarian Express was quick. I'm sorry, he bowls fodder compared to this. If he was that quick, he would have had 20 wickets for the week.
Being disrespectful. We never aimed at stumps, so we'll never know. Anyway, here's Cameron, over number 2. Nice looking drive, but they weren't going to run. That's the problem as well. Not only do you need to survive, Cameron's over. Now they've fallen behind the rate because of what happened in the second over. So
they're a good pair, those two, with the new ball.
Will bowl the first 4.
Excited to see how Teo plays this. He's 1 of 4. He knows he needs a boundary, but he's up against some class acts.
Entertainment. Nice looking shot.
Oh no, Singh. Well, when you're 0 off 4 and you're not the most technical of batsmen, this will test you out.
So let me tell you about the time that Nathan Coulter cartwheeled to number 11 so bad that I almost took a stump when I was about 20 metres back.
Yeah?
I'm feeling that Mohamed Isan might have one of those issues in a second if Manjinder bats like he did last over.
What, is he going upstairs or is he going stumps?
I think he saw last over. Manjinder swung and missed at a couple. And I think Manjinder's probably going to try and take it on. So
here we go.
I think he's going stumps here. Does.
Well played.
Not too full. So
do you think sometimes Cameron chooses when he wants to add 5Ks? Because I swear some deliveries he really just bends. Sometimes he just doesn't bend his back as well. And there's sometimes he just lets it rip.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's got... So I remember Dennis Lilly saying, talking about changes of pace and talking about slower balls in limit overs cricket and all this. He said, but what's even better is you can have a quicker ball. Have a quicker ball that you can go to. Almost gets over the fielder, but doesn't.
Proper test match cricket, that, isn't it? Playing it late, chopped down into the gully region.
Yeah, so everyone talks about slower balls and variations.
Have you explained his nickname yet? Why I call him Hitman? If anyone played the video game Hitman 47, look it up on Google. Hitman 47. It looks exactly like Cameron.
Have a look at his profile. I'm going to show you. I'm going to make you laugh in a second.
Here we go.
Look at the website and look at his profile picture.
I will. Oh, he's got him. Well, this is what class bowling does. He rips through Tobias Vise. He snicks off Teo Walbra. Hitman strikes again, and he is taking pack-eye care through this match.
Now, maybe through the whole week if he keeps bowling like this. Cameron, 2 for 18 now. Just hit for a few boundaries in the first over. This one, sort of regulation outside edge. The angle across hasn't really been getting swing, but he doesn't need to. And he's bowling rapid. And Cameron is up and off you go. And so... RBS Kronhout, they lost both openers now. Walbra wasn't able to do too much while he was at the crease. He goes for 2, and it's 19 for 2.
Well, this is what extra pace does, and he is just quick, and he's getting out not just batsmen trying to hit sixes, he's getting out class batsmen. For the week, right now, I have Hitman, Cameron, he has 9 for 37.
Yeah, not bad. It's like bowling a team out almost for 37, which is what they did the other day, really.
I mean, you see fast bowlers around, they get 1 wicket, but they'll get a bit of tap here and there. He just takes wickets for fun. I mean, 9 for 37 is remarkable.
16 of those came today in the first over.
Imagine him on a green turf deck with a bit of spice in it.
No, thank you. All right, last ball of the over.
He's got him.
He's won another one.
He's got him.
Straight off the face of the bat. Vic's got to go first ball. He won't get his hat-trick because that's his last one, but he does get 3. RBS in tatters now into the power play, 19 for 3.
I don't think Ferdy Vink saw that. That skimmed his glove on the way through. That was an absolute scene. He's going to end up with 3. That's 10 for 37 for the comp. Watch this.
I think it's off the face of the bat, I think. See how he doesn't really play it with a straight bat. He tries to run it down to third man. Yeah, maybe glove, maybe face. But on the camera,
this guy
cracked a smile. You don't see that very often.
Hitman is different gravy, just different gravy, and he's basically put a end to this game already. Sensational. He waves up to the commentary box. Well done to him. Sensational bowling, and he'll be pretty happy with his effort. He's had a very good day.
He's motioning to us like a referee stopping a fight, saying, "No, that's it, stop the fight, it's over." Cameron takes the honours. 3 wickets, destroying this top order. So, yeah, well, 18 for 3 after 3.
Okay, this is going to sound ridiculous. Is a team that play him better off sending out the 11, 10, 9 and trying to get through 2 overs? Because he's ripping through top orders. What do you do?
It's not that silly, but here's the issue, right? You're chasing 140, so you don't want to burn those overs anyway. And then they've always got the option, if you send out those guys, they don't have to bowl him straight away, right? It's not like he's been swinging the ball a lot. He doesn't have to bowl the first over. So if you send out your lower order,
why can't anyone no one can get through him? I've never seen a batting lineup get through him yet.
Partly it's the aura, right? Partly it's the aura.
The Hitman
and also
trend is going.
Extremely good bowler. And he hasn't even swung one yet. That's a scary one. All right, Manjinda is away. It's going, and this one's out of here. Maximo! And Manjinda trying to get something going for the Dutch. He gets 6, and they pass 20.
Yeah, good shot from him. He's still there, and well, they need to go at 17s already, so it's going to take a miracle, but you've got to give it a go. You don't just want to lose and just block it all out. So good 6 for him, and hopefully he can get himself in. A lot of Harbs supporters here. They'll be hoping for a good contest.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
It's just unbelievable. It's super exciting. I know a lot of people tuned in for that contest, and well, they definitely got what they were waiting for.
There's the Journey first ball. Bangs this one in. This will be more runs. And this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! And Jinder trying to pick up the pieces. They need to have a magical over to get back in this match. They certainly made a good start here with 12 off the first 2 balls from Mohamed Baba.
Yeah, good batting. Really good batting. He gets to the way. Well, look, if they stay in this contest, he needs to go big here, and they want to find someone else to get in some form in that middle order. So hopefully he can go on and get a big score here.
Slow ball with the grunt. This is in the gap. This will be 4 more. Good batting. He picks it. There's one thing to pick it. You have to put it away. And he picked the gap perfectly. So 6-6-4, Manjinda hitting his straps. HBS putting down a fight now to the Spanish champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this just shows it's not just only Tobias Viso and Teo Warbright. This man's got a bit of talent to play those shots, so good on him.
All right, I want you to look at the website. I know we've got it up in front of us. Look at Mohammed Kamran's profile photo there, Corey, and tell me what you think.
There's a good set of hair on Hitman there.
I don't know how old this photo is. From the 70s. He's got the weirdest profile picture. Must be from a couple of years ago.
People should all download our app, though.
Definitely get on the ECN app or the website ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. You can check out what Mohammed Kamran used to look like. All right, goes, drags this, and it's going to be in the gap. Yeah, well done, knocks it down. They will get 2 here. Turning a boundary to 2 at this stage is a win for the fielding side. So, yeah, getting my breath back now. We've certainly had a few exciting moments, haven't we, in the box over the last few days, Corey?
It's always with you, but that's a good bit of fielding out there. Almost another boundary. Sort of drags it across the line, but that's really good fielding. Saves 2 runs.
So, continuing round the wickets. I think he's playing into that leg side strategy. This time, 20% more careful. They're going to throw anyway. Hits the stump, so they should get a second. Oh, they don't. Cameron comes in to clean up pretty quickly. He's everywhere at the moment. And Hub, yes. Here's the thing. They still need over 100 runs from here. So, it's a lot of runs to get.
Adil Ahmed, well, he can hit a long ball as well, and he needs to get on with it straight away. And, it would be a minor miracle if they stayed in this match, but you've got to give it a go. Madrid Singh's got off to a good start, 20 off 10. He's doing his job.
That's after swinging and missing at the first 4 or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got to love pace. Nothing like watching a genuine pace bowler.
Yeah, it's just exciting, isn't it? I think our chat blew up while he was bowling, and I mean, he's 10k quicker than the Bulgarian choo-choo train.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to explain pace because, you know, wicket kept to some top bowlers, international bowlers. It was a great experience. But a lot of people can bowl around 80.
Yeah.
A lot of people can at that level. Ooh, big trouble, and he's gone. So it's going to be a golden duck for Adil Ahmed. This one just nips back a bit off the seam, I think. So Baba, not often he goes wicketless, and he doesn't in this match either, as he catches him dead in front. He'll take 1 for 19 off his allotted 2, and 4 overs down, 38 for 4.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire as well, because that was absolutely plumb. It sort of just held its line, decked back a little bit. That's hitting middle halfway up, so definitely out. And well, Pakak Air, their outstanding tournament continues. And well, you and I said that it was going to be a bit of a boxing match to start this game.
So this is the
am
first
I Harvey S or are you Pakak Air?
I've got the Dutch colours on.
And
so Vise's gone bang, 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 got a few jabs in, but then what happened?
Bang.
Whoa. Don't know, is that kind of...
A bit aggressive?
I think it'd be a no ball if you head. I was just going to say...
We're talking about genuine pace, and tell us more.
I'll go further. I think the Vise kind of knocks himself out because I think he plays a shot that he regrets now. Wasn't really necessary. Anyway, he was bowled, attempting to flick the ball away. As we have a look at the group format, these two are undefeated. Only one of them will be at the end of this match. And of course, tomorrow we're going to have final day of round-robin matches. And we've got Super Thursday with the top 3. Well, they're safe for Finals Friday, but the bottom 3 have to play for their tournament lives. Then on Finals Friday, we'll have the top 3 and the Elimination Day winner as the 4 seed. So the top 3 on Super Thursday, they'll play for position. And only 2 of them will get the double chance.
Reece Mason's walked out to the middle. Good young man, improved his game a lot in the last few years. Good luck to him.
So here's Atif Mohammed, young bowler. Starts with a single.
Yeah, he's a good young bowler. Tall, left armour again. Pakak Air, they've definitely got some variation in this attack. And, are you in this situation now if you're RBS? You want to just spend some time at the crease, get some form into a couple of guys, or are you still trying to pull off a miracle?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You don't want to wave the white flag too early. You know what I mean? But I mean, I feel like these two teams will probably have a few battles this week. They keep going this way.
He's got a long run up, strong action. Bowling his first ball to Reece Mason now. He moved to Holland a couple of years ago now, 4 or 5 years. He's been at RBS ever since. Popular man at the club.
Yeah, sure he is.
Short ball, well pulled away, and he'll find legs. So that'll get him off the mark. Always a nice feeling for a batsman. And I feel like this could be a prelude to the final. I still think RBS have a lot to offer in this tournament. And I just feel like we might be seeing these two teams right at the end on Friday.
How concerned are you that they don't seem to be getting runs from these kind of 3 to 6 position, although Manjinder...
But they haven't had much of a go.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning. Manjinder's been decent after a bit of a shaky start. Oh, maybe just missing.
Oh, yeah, must have just been missing.
Had a good look, though.
It was close. It was very, very close. And given out, but not NTP there.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think with the angle, see where it's coming from, hits him in line, or maybe even half the ball outside leg stump.
Clipping, maybe missing.
I think that's comfortably missing.
Yep.
It's worth a good look, though. Pack, I can't think everything's out.
Well, the way their tournament's going, you would. Oh, they haven't really put a foot wrong, have they?
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. And there's
It's a bit...
There's an aura about them. You know, we talked about the Royal Tigers earlier, saying that nobody wants to play them. Now this one, totally miscued. And it will be caught. Well, everything's going their way at the moment. And well, he had to go a long way to go and fetch that. Guess who? Mohamed Baba takes the catch. Just one hand coming off the bat. No real timing at all from Reece Mason. And so, I tell you, Mohamed gets a wicket. That's a 5th down now. And the score is really not moving along either. It's 41 for 5.
Yeah, it's on a bit of a hiding to nothing. Not easy to come out and try hit your first few balls for 6. And that's what happened there. He has to go, but I'm sure we'll see more of Reece Mason as the week progresses. And yeah, Harbs, it's been a tough game for them. They haven't really been in it after the early onslaught with the bat from Pakaikat. Good bowling, good fielding, and they're just doing everything right. It brings new batsmen to the crease as the young Navjeet Singh. And he's a very good technical player, and he's been involved in the Dutch 11s and Dutch A teams. And yeah, good luck to him. He's more a 50-over player, but still trying to find his feet in this T10 format.
Yeah, there's Atif Mohamed. Good wicket for him. Into the side. Was 12th man earlier today. Let's get another. This one off the outside edge. Just a single.
Another one. Atif Mohamed's one on my radar. A young left-arm seamer. I mean, left-armers as well. Just that natural angle they get. It's beautiful to have. I know we've already had a couple in the Spanish setup, but there's plenty around there. I'm always amazed in Europe at the depth of bowling stocks of these like Pakistani Indians that are living over, Afghanis as well, that just bowl wheels.
Yeah.
That just bowl wheels. I mean, this young Mohamed, he would walk into the VOC lineup as a bowler. Walk in.
No substitute for natural talent. Raw pace as well. This one's got a bit of pace off the bat, though. It's the longest boundary on the ground, but it'll clear it. Maximal to Manjinder. He's trying to keep this innings alive. He moves to 27. Halfway through the chase, it's 48 for 5.
Yeah, good batting from him, and this is a silver lining for Harbs, and he's going to take a lot of confidence from this innings. After the first few balls, he didn't get away, but he's got himself in here, and he's timing it quite well. And what we said, they're going to need more batsmen in this tournament to step up. And Manjinder, he's stepping up at the moment. He's 27 off 13, and that scorecard doesn't look too good. And well, the openers, that's the first time the openers have failed for Harbs in this game, and you would say they're pretty much dead and buried at the moment unless something remarkable happens.
Fair observation.
New bowler coming into the attack. It looks like Shiraz Ahmed, the captain. He's led the team really well so far this week.
Yeah, he's been good, isn't he? He's taken over the reins recently from Mohamed Babar. He's just freed up to just concentrate on his batting and his bowling, and it's working out pretty well for everybody concerned with Pakaikat. Take away. This will just be 1 to Navjeet Singh. Well, he's one guy that would just love to get a few runs. I think he's just had a few problems adjusting to the format. He's a very talented player. He's got a good technique, Navjeet, but it's just expanding his zones, I suppose, or just trying to score a bit quicker, basically.
Yeah, he's a really good young player and really good at the longer formats. And the more T10 you play, you start to find your ways and your rhythms, and I'm sure he'll be able to figure that out. He's got plenty of talent, that's for sure. Manjinder, though, he's done really well. Promoted to number 3. He's 27 off 13 at the moment.
Yeah, after a pretty slow start as well. This one, he's going to get lucky. And this one almost goes all the way. It'll be 4. And Manjinder moves into the 30s. But see, you can see, you just get a feeling in the dressing room there for Harbs. They kind of think that they're a long way behind in this game, even though that one does bring up the 50 for the Dutch.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. Fortune favours the brave, but another boundary for him. Can he get himself to a well-deserved 50? But this is important. I mean, Harbs later in the tournament, if you can rely on him as well, all of a sudden that batting order's just got a bit more depth.
He's just looked a lot better after the first few balls.
People in the chat are still talking about Hitman. Everyone on YouTube's caught up on it. It's brilliant.
Well, the robot thought it might break the internet earlier. This Royal Rumble. Gives up his stumps, but let's get a bit of bat on it. Just the one. So how does someone like Navjit Singh, okay, if you're coaching him, okay, he's more of a longer form player, but he's trying to adapt his skills to T10. What's he trying to do? Is he just playing a second field role at the moment, trying to get Manjita back on strike? What's his kind of...
You've got to start
what's his end game here?
He's got to start learning how to hit boundaries himself. Can't just always hit ones.
Slow ball. He's bowled that one really well today, Shiraz Ahmed. This one diddles Muhammad Ihsan behind the stumps for a bite. And look, the way that batting practice has changed now, isn't it? It's more a bit like baseball with range hitting, right? So it used to be going to the nets and you're kind of just working on your technique and this. But now the players want to know how far they can hit the ball and just practice hitting these big shots now.
Yeah, for some people it just comes natural. And for others it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice. And might be something that Navjit Singh wants to practice a lot of, hitting pockets over cover, over mid-wicket. He's definitely got the ability. I rate him quite highly.
That's it. It's a bit. Thinking of two. I think just the one in the end. Hubbard runs it in. He's getting his steps in.
Running like Mario.
Look, they're just having a lot of fun, and it's easy.
Well, that's
when
what
you're annihilating opposition every day.
Winning cultures do that, don't they? When you're winning, everything's fun. Everyone's smiling. There's no team talks. You're just going through the motions, and you're absolutely loving it.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. It's a bit of the West Indies 1970s ECN style about this pack I care.
That's a huge call.
No, that same sort of attitude. I'm not saying they're as good as them, but I'm saying, as we see, end of 6 overs, 57 for 5. I remember a famous toss. I can't remember who it was exactly. Maybe Dennis Amiss from England, rocking up to the toss in an England-West Indies test match in his blazer and slacks, and then reading out the England team. You know, this is who we'll be playing, and then about 3 or 4 in, Viveridge he's in his flip-flops and shorts, says, look, play who you want, and we're going to beat you. But one thing I want to know, Pack I care, surely they're going to have a stumble at some point. Let's see how they handle it as a group. All right, 7th over. This one skewed in the air, probably falling to a safe patch. 3 fielders converge. They come back for a slightly dodgy 2, but good running by Navjit. That's probably another thing you can do well, is run between the wickets. If you're not an out-and-out boundary hitter, Navjit does well to hustle for a double there.
Yeah, absolutely. Running between wickets is very important. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Remember Carlton from Scotland, they didn't feel any pressure until the final, and then they lost. So will that happen to Pack I Care this week? They've got to be careful. Eventually, they will feel some pressure in this T10 format. Young Muhammad versus young Navjit here. It's well bowled, wide of off stump, but that's a glorious looking shot. Muhammad Cameron going around, and Hitman picks it up in one foul swoop. He's honestly, the way he was batting today in the field, look, and he looks up here, he's just enjoying himself, his Hitman out there. And when you're taking wickets, I'm not surprised that he is enjoying himself so much, but they just seem a really good unit at the moment. And RBS, they won't be too disappointed from all this. They're still a good team, and they're well in place to finish in that top 3. We know how important that is.
A few questions coming through in the chat about Cameron's eligibility for Spain. People noting he wasn't turned out for Spain in the ECC last year.
Secrets. Nice shot.
Yeah, he'll get 4 here, just evades the point. A little bit short, and Manjita takes it on. He's been a shining light in this innings for Harbs, I think, as he moves to 37.
Yeah,
good. The thing I like about this shot, he's been a bit leg side conscious this innings. This shows he can hit the ball through the offside and be an offside threat. It just means it's a bit more difficult to set a field to.
Yeah, good batting and playing the ball on its merit, and yeah, really good shot that. And I hope he gets to a 50. He actually really deserves one. He's put on a good showing for Harbs here. Did you notice I'm saying Harbs and not HBS? That's the Dutch way.
Yeah, the Dutch way.
Sorry.
No, I've been saying Harbs.
Oh, good.
That's the way I always hear it. So,
but yeah, with
Yek for GEK, we say Yek.
See, you and I've got many languages. But yeah, to reply to all those messages in the YouTube chat, let's just say watch this space. We have a big program with Spanish cricket coming up. I don't want to give away too many secrets just yet, but let's just see what happens in the future.
You're a pretty good poker player, we know that.
Very good, actually. Leading the table.
Leading the table on points after 7 matches.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I actually think that if we start streaming the ECN Poker Tour, we might actually
well,
24 hours a day.
Daniel and James left, so we might be able to.
All right, goes after and see you later, Alligator. This one is well past the fan zone. Maximal for Manjinda. Moves into the 40s. That was a big swing away on the leg side.
Tell you what, he has timed the pants off that. That's good batting. And what a silver lining this has been for Harbs. He's looked pretty good. Besides the first 4 balls, he's hit everything out the middle. And this is going to give them more batting depth going forward in this tournament. Because, I mean, they've basically got the top 3 spots locked up.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. And, yeah, this has been a good confidence builder for Manjinda. Still had his moments, I think, where he hasn't made great decisions, but he's gotten away with them. He's hit quite a few cleanly. Not this one, though. This one has missed quite a few of the 20 deliveries that he's faced. The ones he has hit, he's hit pretty well. End of 7 overs. RBS, 70 for 5. Gives us a chance to look ahead to tomorrow. If you enjoyed today, well, hopefully we have your attention again tomorrow for 10 more hours of live cricket on the European Cricket Network. If you're watching on Fancode in India or our YouTube channel or one of our partner broadcasters, Marlow, well, they really need to win, don't they? I'm sure they're going to come out swinging against the Punjab Lions. Nicosia and Jersey to win. Hard to believe. A pretty good cricket team. They've got Yak first up in match 12. RBS and Pakakare only getting the 1 match tomorrow. And, Pakakare win that one against Yak, and for sure they will finish top of the table. And a few questions, maybe if we can get an interview with the Hitman. Well, Rico's probably a good one to do that because he can really express himself in his own language a bit better than we can in English.
Oh, no, Hitman's English is actually very good. I've been talking to him all day.
Yeah,
He's very good.
Won't stop talking to me on the bus. And I like it.
He's a very cheeky character.
He's very cheeky. Miss. Yeah, there's some spin. A little shafkat.
He does make the Bulgarian choo-choo train look slow.
Bit of a locomotive.
Yeah.
19th century style. Well, if our Bulgarian viewers are with us, then they can feel free to chip in. A little bit short, yeah. And it's a bit of an overspinner, but it's dragged down from the bowler. A little shafkat. And this is a confidence booster, I think, for Navjit Singh. One thing you can do, if you're not an out-and-out hitter of say, quote-unquote good balls, is put the bad ones away. He's spotted the length very early, sent that one into the jungle for 6.
Yeah, good batting. Gets a short ball and puts it away beautifully. That's a confidence builder. And, well, RBS, they're going to keep trucking along here. Haven't given up.
Same kind of ball, a little bit fuller. So he drags this one to deep square for a single. Hello to Anand Saeed, who's watching from Finland. Hello to you, Anand. Hope you're well. He's just feeling a little bit of FOMO because he's having to deal with the Finnish winter. And he knows that we're still here playing cricket in Spain. Well, hello to you. It's great to see you following our coverage.
We get viewers from all over, don't we? California, Finland, everyone tuning in.
Yeah, Colorado today. Gone. Top of the off stump. Well, hopefully keeper's all right here.
Oh no, there's a bit of Mark Boucher about the bail actually flew off and hit him in the eye, I think, and that's how Mark Boucher went blind.
Yeah,
so I hope he's okay because that.
Have a look. It was either the ball or the bail.
I think it's the bail because he's got his helmet on. I don't think the ball went through, but
yeah, well, it hit the top of the middle stump. I'm interested to see what happened here. Yeah, I mean the ball. Slow this down a little bit. See what happens. Yeah, see, it is the ball that gets him.
He'll be all right.
Just gets him in the throat, so that's no good.
But what a special innings that was. Let's touch on that. Manjinda Singh, he came out, and while all the wickets were falling around him, he put together a really special T10 innings, and I think that might lead to a bigger week for him. So well done. And disappointed maybe not to get 50, but he ends up with 43 of 21, 4 sixes and 3 fours.
Yeah, good innings. Doesn't quite crack the half century. Well, thank you, Cameron Sanders. He's chipping in. He says he doesn't make the Bulgarian Express look slow. Outrageous comment. I think you've got a bit of a short memory. Now, I'm not
saying... Can you imagine being the Bulgarian so-called Express, taking no wickets, couldn't bowl a Yorker, couldn't bowl a bouncer, couldn't bowl a slower ball? That is not Express. That is ludicrous.
You love...
I love a controversy.
You love to chirp the Bulgarian supporters, don't you? Well, Bob, a Shafkat. He's got 1 for 7. Yeah, so Cameron, good to see you still with us. It's fantastic to see you.
Where's Cameron from?
He's a Bulgarian supporter.
Is he where in the world?
I think he's in the UK.
Amazon, turn off Cameron.
All right, this is going to be 6. And just a little bit short of Shafkat. He's dragged down a couple of his overs, paid the penalty twice. DeMay, well, he's off the mark with a Maximo. 8 overs down, 83 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Always a good feeling to get off the mark with a 6, and good batting from Julian DeMay. A little bit too late for Harbs, but always good to get some form. And I guess that's one silver lining. We've seen a bit more of their middle order, and there's definitely some hitting ability in there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, DeMay hits a long ball. Long levers. Well, Luke Belgium's got a solution. He says that. Get the Bulgarian Express. Opening the bowling with Kamran. Yeah, would scare the living daylights out of most teams. Well, true. But, I would say, I think batters, they've made a couple of poor decisions against Kamran here.
Yeah, but that is what genuine pace. You do weird things in your brain.
Yeah, sure.
You just do.
He's over number 9 now. It's Kandarali. Can't this one get straight through the fielding. And it's going to be 4. And probably this is the one thing, isn't it, Corey? Pakakare occasionally have let themselves down in the field.
Yeah, just little moments, and maybe they're just relaxing a little bit because that should have been stopped. That should have been a dot ball and not 4. And disappointed if you're the bowler there because you want your fielders to back you up all the time.
Well, Shiraz Ahmed will remember that at the end of the day because Mohamed Babar was giving him heaps for missing one earlier off his bowling. So, just if that comes up in conversation tonight, over a chapati or something.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you've got to feel for the keeper here. Oh, he's in strife. Oh, he's okay. I thought he was going to go down then.
Originally, it was the end of the finger, but it might have been the end of something else.
No, it was the end of the finger, right on the tip, and I thought he might have been in a lot of trouble. You can see when you get hit in the finger like that, sometimes it can break straight away.
Ouch. Oh, little edge. One hopper. And the thing with Isan, probably say just something, just looking at his keeping. I think if I was giving him some advice, I'd say try and stay lower longer. So he's kind of standing up and not really tracking the ball on some of those. He's also a very talented keeper. Nothing in dispute about that. Very good back. I think up to the stumps, just a couple of times. Gotten up a bit early. It's angled in. Should be cut off. Will be cut off. Just the one. So, all right, Corey, we often talk about who we think's favourites to win the week. Is there any dispute now that Pakakare are the clear front runners?
Yeah, front runners, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I really think it's going to be tight finals Friday, just like what we've seen in the last few weeks. A couple of upsets and so on, but I mean they're the front runners and they're doing it pretty comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, this one just be knocked away for 1. Yeah, I remember my coach would say, we played these high-level indoor cricket tournaments that are about the same duration. He'd say, look, you don't win tournaments on a Monday or a Tuesday.
No, absolutely. Well, we've seen that in the last 2 weeks, haven't we? Teams have timed their run and played really good finals cricket.
Yeah, good footwork, and he lifts this one, elevates this one over the onside. Navjit getting going with a couple of big hits. He moves into the 20s. Maximo to finish the 9th. That over goes for 13, and the score 97 for 6 with an over remaining in the day.
Good batting from young Navjit. He's got a lot of talent. That sounded beautiful off the bat. And I mean, Harbs are showing here, well, we're not too heavily reliant on that opening pair because we can bat all the way down. And that's good to see. That'll give them a bit more confidence, I think, going forward with the batting unit. And yeah, because every game, you're not going to get Tobias or Teo always hitting the runs. And they've gone on. They're going to probably cross 100 here. And half an hour ago, you might have said that might not happen. So good on them. Still fighting hard.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look at the chat. And one of the things people talk about, get floodlights. We got 8 match days. Well, we already had 7 match days earlier in this ECL because we had 5 here. We had 2 in the night series. So we've had 7 matches in a day. And actually, there's some. At one point last year, we had 8 because we had a couple of T20s that we were showing as well, men's and ladies and ECS in a day. That was back when we were in Bulgaria last year in July.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, if 10 hours isn't enough, keep telling us you want more.
We churn out the games, don't we?
We do. Over 1,200 last year.
What number game is this in the comp? You should know.
So I think 104, 105.
Single, down the ground. Yeah, it's 144 this tournament, isn't it?
This is game 106.
Unbelievable. Right, so only 1 golden ball. Is that a surprise?
1 golden ball.
We're due a second one, aren't we?
So I did the maths. At the start of this week, we're about a 50-50 chance of getting a golden ball before another golden ball.
Really?
Before the end of this tournament, yeah. Oh, this is in the air. It's not carrying. Won't be an easy catch. It's coming down from the clouds, and it's dropped. And they have time to get an easy too. Atif Mohammed was the man. He was camped under that. Certainly was very high. Navjit survives. Moves to 26.
Jeez, that went really, really high. He'll be disappointed though. He steadied himself and he was right under it. But unfortunately, Spizzit, these are the areas Pack Care can improve with their fielding. They don't want their fielding to cost them on Finals Friday.
Yeah, for sure. Wasn't an easy catch, even though it was straight to him. Because the higher they go, the faster they are. I don't want to go into the physics. The faster they are when they reach you because of the acceleration. Meters per second. Corey, I've lost Corey. Eyes have just rolled back in his head. This is why you're not a level 4. And I was talking to a level 4 coach before.
Level 4, Australia, level 3 is level 4.
Get out of it. I was wondering what a level 4 coach is taught. Is it like a black belt with, you know, when they start getting extra notches because you've gone above black?
I can tell you right now, certificates.
He was writing stuff down that you wouldn't have even understood. You should have seen his notebook. It looked like Egyptian scriptures. I had no idea what he was writing down, but he's certainly got the Punjab Lions Nicosia up and going. Anyway, I'm sure you'll have an interesting conversation with Richard Cox. So here we go. As we're almost at the end of the day's play.
Another good day of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
This group, for me, after being here for 5 weeks, I think this is the most competitive group. We got it wrong last week, thinking last week would be. This week, this is such a talented group.
I mean, we just keep outdoing each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
I remember Chris Williams saying that he's buying a new bat phone to take on Mohamed Kamran.
Good luck.
Group A. Here we go. Last ball of the day. And he's launched. And this one will be 6. So Maximo, Constellation Maximo. Look, and again, another positive. Navjit Singh ends up 33 of 16 balls. And he seemed pretty good against the spin, pouncing on anything short or slightly over pitch. DeMay contributes 10. He'll finish 108 on the board. So 34 runs the margin. But Pack Care, well, the host country's representative club, they just keep on rocking. They're 4-0. They're yet to be touched in this ECL 22. The end of another good day's work for them. 2 matches, 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. They deserve the credit. They were the better of the 2 sides, and they get the chocolates in the end. And, well, Harbs, yes, they can take a lot from that because they were 15 off 12 from Tobias and Teo. The rest of the batting lineup...
Hello and welcome back to the Voorburg Cricket Club here in the Netherlands. And unfortunately, it's not good news because due to the persistent rain that has pummeled down on this field over the past hour or so, the decision has been made to abandon the T20 final between the hosts, Voorburg VCC and RBS Kruinhout. And it's disappointing, isn't it? 2 games affected by rain. VCC, they will win the T20 trophy and win that spot to Spain, but I'm sure not the way they wanted to do it, Corey.
No, not the way they would have wanted to do it. They're a very proud club. The cookie has, well, not the cookie has crumbled, just the cards have fallen their way today. I feel really bad for RBS, especially in this one. Just talking to some of the players, don't you roll me up. I used to play at the club, super proud club. They won the T20s in 2018, didn't get the ticket. It was given to VOC for 50s. Like, what else do they have to do to win a league? It's just so unlucky.
You mentioned that game when they played each other. So, I mean, if you don't laugh, you cry in these situations, I suppose. So now, look, it means we'll get a new club to the ECL. Only VOC Rotterdam and HBS Kruinhout have been before, and now next year Voorburg will be there.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, congratulations to VCC. They topped the table with 14 points. But if people don't want to look up something pretty, you go on Match Centre. Apparently, just a week ago, RBS hit 190, and they had 5.2 overs bowled in VCC. So 3 matches, the rain has actually elevated them a bit. But overall, they'll come to Spain. And hey, I tell you what, they will bring a very good team, VCC, a proud club. I'm going to call this early. What date is it?
The 26th of May.
They will make the final next ECL.
Well, a bit like your predictions that you made in Portugal. I'll note them down. I'll send that to me for the ECL next year. So, yeah, VCC will be here. Talk about some of the players that might come back for VCC potentially for that ECL.
Well, let's say there's no issues and they've got everyone. Michael Levitt opening the batting, potentially with Buster later. VCC, Prince of Voorburg will want to play. Viv Kingma. SR Engelbrecht. You add in the mixture of Kaplan, Ryan Klein, and a few others. VCC, Hornchurch, well, there's finally a team that's going to beat you.
Yeah, well, I can tell you we do have more cricket coming your way on ECN, of course, even though it's a bit of a damp finish to this. Tomorrow, we are in England for the first time ever. We are going across the ditch, and it'll be Spencer in their ECN debut, taking on Tunbridge Wells in the opener. We'll also see Twickenham as well as the host Wimbledon. Won't see Hornchurch on day one. We will see them on day two. That starts 8:45 a.m. GMT, 10:45 in Central Europe. It's 2:15 in India. For all our UK-based viewers, that's a 9:45 a.m. start. And also, there's more cricket coming your way here in the Netherlands. It's Hermes, isn't it, that will be the host of the HCL T20 IW, with the Netherlands and Italy going head-to-head in 4 T20 international matches. The first time, I believe, well, certainly this year, that those two have played in T20 international cricket.
Yeah, very exciting for those two women's teams. Italy growing ever so quickly in the T20 format, and Netherlands women obviously just coming back from the World Qualifier, so good to see them play at home for the first time this year.
Yes, that's a 9 a.m. start, 11 in Central Europe. It's 2:30 p.m. in India. Well, it is unfortunate. This is the way we have to say goodbye after a really exciting week in the Netherlands. Huge week for the network, obviously, to be doing that tri-series with the Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland, who are all on their way to the World Cup now. In fact, a lot of them in transit right now. It's been a great experience. I know today's day didn't work out the way anyone hoped, but there's brighter days ahead and still plenty of cricket to come in the Netherlands, and a huge season left on ECN as well.
Yeah, massive year for ECN. And Dutch cricket, obviously, good luck to the men at the World Cup, but all the domestic players, they go into their 50 over seasons, and good luck to everyone, the men's, the women's, and it's been a pleasure bringing you such a fun week of cricket.
So on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, a quick reminder, if you haven't already, to like this video if you're watching on YouTube, and subscribe. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. That's trying to keep up with all the cricket that's going on. I have to head to the UK. I hope they let me in tomorrow morning. You're staying here to cover that HCL Tech T20 IW series. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, and stay sane. More cricket on the way. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. But from the Netherlands, for now, it's good night.